Exordium. We have delayed a while this Masnavi. For blood to change to milk time's necessary. Until the baby's born your blood won't turn to milk that's sweet, so listen well and learn. The reins were pulled back by Hosamadin. At heaven's summit in the deep unseen. When he went on his spiritual ascension. Buds wouldn't bloom without his spring's attention. Then, from the ocean when he came to shore. The Masnavi's harp strings were tuned once more. The Masnavi has burnished every heart. Bless the day we opted to restart. The date of its resumption I'll tell you. It was within the year 662. The nightingale which left has now returned. To hunt those mystic truths for which it yearned. May the king's arm remain the falcon's station. And may his gates stay open to creation. The bane of this world is desire, my friends. Renounce it and drink wine that never ends. Close tightly your mouth, and you'll clearly find. To that world open gullets make men blind. You vile mouth, you are nothing but hell's gate. This world's an intermediary state. But next to it there is eternal light. As pure milk flows near blood all day and night. Don't heedlessly step in this blood, beware. Your milk will turn to blood once mixed in there. Adam took one step for enjoyment's sake. And lost his seat above for that mistake. As if he were a demon, angels fled. How much he wept for just a piece of bread. Although it was as trivial and as thin. His eyes were blinded by that hair of sin. Adam saw by eternal light, but still. Hair in his eye seemed like a massive hill. If he had sought advice, it would have meant. He'd not have had to beg and to repent. When prudent intellects unite, they see how to prevent bad actions easily. Though when the carnal soul joins intellect, it makes it useless due to its effect. When due to loneliness you feel undone, go to the friend's shade, you'll become a son. Go, seek God's friend as quickly as you can. Find him, then God will be your friend, good man. The one who turned to him while in seclusion. Learned from his Lord that all else is illusion. Don't turn away from friends, but from your foes. Don't wear coats when it's hot, but when it snows. If intellects join forces, that is best. More light shines and the path's made manifest. While carnal souls when paired, just like the night, cause darkness to obscure the path from sight. Hunter, the friend is like your eye, take care. Do not let straw or splinters blow in there. Don't bring more dust with your tongue's broom, but try to not let any dust fall in your eye. Believers are like mirrors, so his face of such pollution doesn't have a trace. The friend's a mirror for the suffering soul. Don't breathe on it, but practice self-control. You must control your breath continually, so it won't cloud its face immediately. Soil greets friends, raising flowers by the score. Mere soil does this, are you not worth much more? On being joined with their friends, even trees blossom all over due to their sweet breeze. In autumn, when these trees face foes instead, under a blanket each one hides its head, saying, a foe brings strife now, so I'll sleep. This is my sole recourse, or else I'd weep. I'll sleep just like the sleepers in the cave, rather than be cruel Decius' slave. Since Decius would waste their waking hours, sleep was their source of honor and great powers. When filled with knowledge, sleep is wakefulness, while staying up with fools will cause distress. In winter crows arrive, and from that day, the nightingales stay mute and fly away. Without the rose, the nightingales fall silent. As daytime ends the hour the sun is absent. O sun, you leave our garden far from sight, to fill the other side of earth with light. The sun of Gnosis has no motion, though it rises in the souls of those who know. The heaven's perfect sun especially. By day and night it shines, perpetually. With Alexander, find its rising place, to be forever filled with royal grace. Its rising place will always stay with you. The east, in love, will seek your sunsets too. Towards the sunset bat-like senses fly. Higher ones to its rising in the sky. Rider, the sensual path is for the ass. Shamefully why compete with it for grass? Besides these senses are some that are proper, which are real gold, while these ones are like copper. At Judgment Day's bazaar, in place of gold. Do you think that your copper will get sold? Off darkness bodily senses have to feed, while sun shines what your higher senses need. You've brought your senses to the unseen light. Like Moses's, your hand now shines so bright. Your attributes are Gnosis's bright sun, which holds the heavens all in place as one. You look now like the sun and then the sea, Mount Kaf, and then the phoenix magically. But in your essence you are none of those things. You are much more, beyond imaginings. The spirits linked to wisdom in some way. Not Arabic or Turkish, what are they? You who appear in many forms have none. Anthropomorphists, monists too, you stun. Anthropomorphism he wipes away. But then his forms lead monists far astray. When drunk, Abul Hassan won't use God's name, but calls you with small teeth and slender frame. Sometimes he wrecks his own manifestation, to emphasize God's all-transcendent station. The sensual eye leads the mutazilite, while Sunnites follow union's inner sight. Mutazilites are slaves of outward sense. They act like Sunnites, but it's mere pretense. If you submit to sensual dominance, your claim we're Sunnites is through ignorance. The senses proper Sunnites leave to die. They're led to God through wisdom's inner eye. If bestial senses could see God, a herd of cows and asses would see how absurd. If you don't know of other senses, son, apart from lust, which is the bestial one, explain why man was honored specially, and singled out to gain proximity, saying, he's formless, or in forms instead, is futile, if from form you haven't fled. In forms or formless, this much I can tell. He's with the kernel which has left its shell. There's no blame on the blind, but, if you see, you must endure, for patience is the key. The medicine of patience sets aflame your eyes' veils, opens up your breast the same. And when the mirror of your heart is clear, you'll see forms from beyond the world down here. You'll see pure forms, and their creator too. Good fortune's rug and who spread it for you. My idol's forms like Abraham to me. An idol smasher in reality. Praise God that when he first chose to appear, my soul saw its own image there so clear. His threshold's dust seduced my faithful heart. Shame on those who still choose to stay apart. I thought, if I am good, I'll earn his grace. But if I'm ugly, he'll laugh in my face. The answer's to inspect oneself before he laughs. How can I buy this from the store? He's beautiful and he loves beauty. Can an old hag be the choice of a young man? Beauty attracts the beautiful, recite. Good women for good men as proof I'm right. Attraction is possessed by all things here. Warmth draws warm things, the cold pulls cold things near. Eternal ones attract each other, while the worthless just attract the vain and vile. Those made of fire attract just the same kind. Those filled with light draw their own sword, you'll find. You shut your eyes and feel discomfort start. From daylight they can't bear to be apart. While eyes are shut the pain will not subside. They yearn to join with light that is outside. It's due to your eyes' light's attracting pull, which seeks light rays as soon as possible. If your eyes feel some pain while open, then your heart's eyes shut so open that again. Recognize your heart's eyes appeal tonight. It seeks God's incomparable, pure light. When blocked of transient light, pain fills your eyes. So you should open them, if you are wise. But blocking out the everlasting light will cause pain. To avoid this wretched plight, when he calls me I start a self-inspection. Am I fair or will my looks earn rejection? If a fine beauty leads a beast along, she's only mocking what does not belong. To see my own face, can there be a way? Is my complexion now like night or day? I searched for my soul's form in everyone, but it did not reflect in anyone. I moaned, what else are mirrors meant for then? But so each knows himself from other men. Your mirrors show the husk and not the kernel. The soul-revealing mirror is eternal. This mirror for the soul is the saint's face, the one who is beyond all time and space. Heart, seek a mirror of this type. I'd scream. Reach for the ocean, and not a mere stream. In this way, slaves reach God eventually. Pain led pure Mary to the date palm tree. Your eye became my heart's eye, then I found. My old heart vanished, for in you I'd drowned. O universal mirror, I now see my image in your eyes so vividly. I said, I've found myself at last today. I see in his eyes the enlightened way. You're just imagining it, my mind's doubts said. Discern what's real from what's just in your head. My image spoke then from within your eye. In union I am you and you are I. This eye which witnesses truth constantly. How can mere fancies enter? Answer me. If you should see your form in others' eyes, consider that as false, don't fantasize. The coal of false existence they've applied. While drinking Satan's wine they've clearly lied. Their eyes see emptiness and mere illusion, mistaking non-existence in confusion. Since my eye's coal is from God, I can see the real existence, not just fantasy. If there's the hair of self before your eye, you'll think mere stones are pearls that men would buy. A jasper from a pearl you can distinguish, the day belief in yourself you relinquish. So listen to this tale, pearl connoisseur, to tell what's certain from what men infer. In the time of Omar someone imagined that he had seen the new moon. The month of Ramadan, in Omar's reign. People ran to a hill above the plain, to greet the new moon as a hopeful sign. One called, Omar, come watch the new moon shine. But Omar saw no moon above, and said, that moon's an image dreamt up in your head. If not, explain how, with my better sight. I can't see any moon at all tonight. First rub your eyebrows with a wet hand, then attempt to look at the new moon again. The man did this, then couldn't see it there. He said, it's disappeared into thin air. Omar explained, your eyebrow was a bow that shot false views at you just like a foe. A hair had veiled him, now he felt ashamed. That vision of the new moon he had claimed. A single stray hair veiled the sky behind. When your whole frame is bent, you're almost blind. Straighten your frame through those with perfect ways. Seeker of straightness, don't avert your gaze. Good weighing scales correct the others, while unbalanced ones make others mean and vile. Whoever balances with the perverse will lose his brain, bedazzled by their curse. Be hard on infidels, the prophet said. Renounce all things but God, as though they're dead. Chop off the heads of others with your blade. Be lion-like, don't flatter them, afraid. Don't disappoint God's faithful friends. Each knows that thorns are enemies of that fine rose. Set fire to wolves like incense, don't appease. The wolves are Prophet Joseph's enemies. Beware when Satan calls you darling child. He hopes that in this way you'll be beguiled. He offered Prophet Adam the same bait, and thus that black rook trapped him in checkmate. That rook moves fast, don't get caught by surprise. Don't watch this game of chess with drowsy eyes. He can entrap your queen with many tricks, just like the food which in your gullet sticks. His morsel stays blocked there until you're old. What is this morsel? Love of rank and gold. You fickle fool, wealth is what blocks throats up. So you can't down the water of life's cup. And if your wealth's been stolen by a foe, a thief has robbed a thief, you ought to know. A snake catcher steals a snake from another snake catcher. From a snake catcher someone stole a snake. The fool saw as success this huge mistake. From that snake's bite its owner thus was spared. It killed the thief who'd now become ensnared. The owner saw the thief as he lay dead. "It was my snake that took his life," he said. "I'd prayed to find this wretch eventually. To claim my snake, then take it home with me. Thank heavens, God chose not to answer it. What I thought loss was to my benefit." So many prayers request catastrophe. But God opts not to listen mercifully. A companion of Jesus begs him to give life to some bones. Jesus was followed by a stupid twit, who came across some bones in a deep pit. "Teach me God's greatest name, my friend," he said, "with which you're able to revive the dead, so I can do some good to these poor bones, and grant them life though now they're like mere stones." Jesus said, "Shut your mouth. That's out of reach. It's not designed for your lips or your speech. It needs breath purer than the rain and light, and action finer than an angel's flight. It may take longer than a century to make you fit for heaven's treasury. If you should grasp this rod now, understand. Your hand is not like Moses's pure hand." He said, "If I'm not fit for secrets now, you should chant over these bones anyhow." Jesus asked, "What's the meaning of this, God? What is the point of a request so odd?" Despite his sickness, this fool feels no strife. This corpse is not concerned for his own life. His own corpse this man chooses to neglect, so that a stranger he might resurrect. God said, "Such fools are bad luck, all that grows are thorns from what the ignorant man sows. Those who in this world sow seeds of this kind, inside the rose garden you'll never find. A rose in their hands turns into a thorn, and as vile snakes such men are soon reborn. Poison and snakes they make with alchemy, as different from the pure souls as can be." A Sufi asks a servant to look after his ass, and the servant says, "There is no strength or power except through God." A wandering Sufi on his latest quest stayed at a Sufi lodge once as a guest. At the small stable he kept his ass tied, so he could then relax with friends inside. With them, in meditation he partook. Such company can teach more than a book. The Sufi's book's not marked with words men write, for it's a heart like snow, one pure and bright. The scholar's work through words he writes is known. By footprints is the Sufi's method shown. Like hunters he has hunted game instead. He saw deer tracks and followed where they led. For several steps, on tracks he has relied. But now the scent of musk serves as his guide. When he gives thanks for this source of attraction, of course he will attain full satisfaction. One stage by scent alone if you ascend, that's more than crossing scores by tracks, my friend. For mystics, hearts where such pure moonbeams shine, have opened up the gates to the divine. To them it is a door, to you a wall. To them a gem, to you a stone, that's all. The Sufi sage much more in bricks can view than you see in a mirror facing you. The master's souls were part of God's abundance. Before this world was formed, this isn't nonsense. They lived before their bodies, long ago. They gathered fruit before men learned to sow. They could boast souls before all form and motion. And they bored pearls before there was an ocean. While making man was being still debated. Deep in his power sea they celebrated. When angels tried to stop God, disappointed. Such men already knew they'd been appointed. Man was told of the forms of every kind. Before the spirit in form was confined. Before the heavens, Saturn they could view. Before grains they saw bread and ate it too. Before they had a brain they had a thought. Without an army wars they bravely fought. Certainty comes to them in just one instant. Direct sight still unknown to those who are distant. You think about the future and the past. Escape them both and you'll be cured at last. Beyond all space, they still see every place. Before all minds they knew gold coins from base. And prior to creation of the vine, They got so drunk by drinking lots of wine. In hot July they can see wintry days. And they see shadows in the sun's bright rays. Wine in the grape's heart these men can perceive. And matter even when this realm they leave. The sky drinks freely from their circle's cup. With gold their kindness dresses the sun up. And if you ever come across a pair of them, you'll think there's one then thousands there. For their plurality's like waves in seas. They seem like separate forms if there's a breeze. Like light in different windows, each man's soul just seems discrete and not part of one whole. When you look at the sun, you see one sphere. But those still veiled by forms claim that's not clear. Animal spirits have divisions, friend. The human's though is one and has no end. Because God's light was sprayed on them, and you can never separate that light in two. Companion, put your weariness aside. About his beauty mark I'll then confide. None can describe such beauty that we mention. What are the worlds? His beauty marks reflection. If I should breathe one word concerning it, my speech would cause my body then to split. Just like an ant inside a granary. With joy I carry loads too great for me. Relating the meaning of the tale was halted because of the inclination of the audience to listen to its outward form. When will the one so envied by the light? Let me choose vital teachings to recite. Sea waves cast foam, which forms a barrier, then they draw back just to stretch ahead again. Listen now, what precisely blocks the way? Perhaps it is your heart that's gone astray. The listener's thinking of that Sufi guest. Absorbed with him, he wants to hear the rest. So it is necessary to return. To end that tale, and of his fate to learn. That Sufi is much more than he appears. Walnuts have pleased you for too many years. Our bodies are like walnuts, my dear friend. Real men beyond their bodies will ascend. And even if you don't, God's generous grace will lift you up beyond this wretched place. Listen now to the tale, as I narrate. Make sure the grain from chaff to separate. The servant agrees to look after the ass and stays behind. The session of the dervishes held there soon ended and excitement filled the air. Before their guest they then laid out a feast. While now his thoughts returned to his poor beast. He told the servant, "Go now and prepare the straw and barley for my steed with care. God give me strength. Why tell me what I know? That's been my work since many years ago. Moisten its barley, for it has lived long. And its remaining teeth are not that strong. God give me strength. Why carry on this way? Others are taught this task by me each day. Take off its saddle first," the Sufi said. "And rub some oil on both its back and head. God give me strength. You know all. What a bore. Thousands of guests like you I've served before. And all of them were satisfied with me. Guests are as precious as our souls, you'll see. Give it some lukewarm water, cold won't do. God give me strength. I feel ashamed for you. Don't mix too much straw with its barley, friend. God give me strength. When will these orders end? Sweep its space clear of stones and any shit. And, if the floor's wet, throw some sand on it. God give me strength. Trust God, don't live with stress. Be like the prophet, talk a little less. Curry with a good comb the donkey's back. God give me strength. Shame is the thing you lack." The servant said this and rose to his feet. "I'm off to fetch some barley and some wheat." In truth, he left all thought of work behind. He'd given to the guest false peace of mind. He joined up with some friends, and ridiculed the orders of the Sufi he had fooled. After so many days of traveling, the Sufi slept and dreamt the following. His donkey with a huge wolf twice its size, biting off chunks of flesh from its small thighs. "God give me strength," he said, "am I delirious? Where is that servant who had seemed so serious? He dreamt next that his donkey walked and fell. First in a ditch and then deep down a well. He dreamt all kinds of terrible affairs. Fetched the Quran and read aloud some prayers. He said, "My friends have gone, what can I do? They've shut all of the doors behind them too." Then he thought, "This is truly curious. Didn't that servant share some food with us? I treated him with love and courtesy. So why should he now show such enmity? There has to be a cause for nastiness. Our common bond should nurture faithfulness." But generous Adam treated Satan well. And yet that devil sought to give him hell. Why then does every snake and scorpion desire to harm men, as if just for fun? Wolves kill, for this they are notorious. It's clear such creatures are too envious. Is it not wrong to think ill of another? Why should I be suspicious of my brother? But prudence means preparing for the worst. If you don't, then you'll soon be harmed and cursed. He grew distressed about his donkey's state. May suffering like this be our worst foe's fate. That donkey lay in dirt, its bridle torn. All it could do was lie down there and mourn. Exhausted by the journey, left unfed. The donkey lay there looking almost dead. All night the donkey brayed as if in prayer. "I gave up barley. God, this isn't fair. Have mercy, sheiks," it spoke thus inwardly. "Such a vile wretch has devastated me." The torture that this donkey underwent was like what land birds feel when floods are sent. It rolled from side to side throughout the night, because of hunger and its awful plight. Then in the morning that vile servant came, and changed the bridle to avoid all blame. Then like a donkey seller struck a blow, treating the donkey like a dog for show. The donkey jumped because of the sharp sting, but couldn't tell men what was happening. Members of the caravan perceive that the Sufi's donkey is sick. Each time the Sufi mounted his poor ass, its legs collapsed as if mere blades of grass. And each time it was lifted up again, it looked afflicted still to all the men. One tried to twist and pull its ears with force. The next looked in its mouth to find the source. One looked for stones trapped in its hooves instead. Another sought what made its eyes turn red. They said, "Sheik, what on earth has now gone wrong? Did you not say, 'Thank God, my donkey's strong'? The victim of God give me strength," he said. "Will not know how to walk, though it be led. God give me strength" was all it ate in there. It lies prostrate, last night it spent in prayer. Most people are like cannibals today. Don't trust the friendly greetings that they say. Men's hearts are homes for demons, listen less to chatter from those filled with wickedness. From them if you taste give me strength, one night. Just like this donkey you'll fall in the fight. Those tracked by a vile demon while down here, and by the praise of foes who aren't sincere, will fall head first just like a giddy ass. Islam's path and Sirat's bridge they can't pass. Don't fall for flattery, but see the snare. Don't stroll around, as if without a care. God give me strength, 1,000 devils say. Adam, see Satan in the snake, and pray. My soul and lover, it calls out to you, to butcher you and flay your skin off too. With hot air it desires your blood, God knows. You'll pay if you take opium from your foes. Now at your feet it lays its head, to spill your blood just like a butcher it can kill. Like lions, turn your hunters to your prey. From friends and strangers praises turn away. Base men are like this servant tragically. Better to have none than their flattery. Don't settle here in their realm where there's danger. Do your own work and not that of a stranger. Your body is the stranger, it is plain. From this stems all your misery and pain. Don't feed it sweets and greasy food, for both will stop you seeing any inner growth. Even if placed in musk, the body still will stink the day it dies and make men ill. Don't rub musk on your body but your heart. Musk is God's name, from him don't stay apart. The hypocrite smears musk on just for show. his spirit in a rubbish bin he'll throw. God's name he chants, but all he has within is the foul stench of thoughts embroiled in sin. His chants are vain, like grass on an ash mound, a rose which on a dunghill slope is found. Such flowers won't stay there for very long. A joyful circle is where they belong. Good women come to good men, God told you. To wicked men come wicked women too. Don't bear spite, for those whom spite leads astray are buried with each other and will pay. Spite stems from hell, including spite you show. It's part of hell and your religion's foe. If you're a part of hell, take special care. Parts gravitate towards the whole, beware. The bitter join the bitter certainly. But how can vain breath join the truth? Tell me. If you're a part of heaven, though, good friend, you will feel pleasure that will never end. Brother, your worth is in your thoughts alone. Apart from that you're only flesh and bone. You are a rose, if all your thoughts are selfless. If bitter, you're a thorn that is judged worthless. Rose water people sprinkle on their face, while urine's poured away in some foul place. Look at the trays of the apothecary. Each good and bad thing placed accordingly. Each item is displayed with its own kind. Such order pleases both the eye and mind. Sugar and incense, should they mix together, he'll separate completely from each other. When souls are spilled the way such trays are smashed, good and bad mix like water that has splashed. God sent the prophets with their books to earth, so he could pick the grains that have true worth. We were all as one whole before they came. No one knew good from bad, we were the same. Counterfeit mixed with genuine, our sight could not discern since it was always night. Until God made the prophet's son appear, and said, be off, fraud. Pure one, now come near. Eyes now can see the colors that are shown, distinguishing a ruby from a stone. A jewel from a splinter they can tell, since splinters make one's eyes turn red and swell. The counterfeiters only like the night, while gold inside the mine longs for some light. For daylight is a mirror which displays what something's worth and if it merits praise. God said the resurrection is a day. Colors, like gold and red, light must display. In fact, the hearts of saints outshine bright days. Daylight seems dim next to one of their rays. The day is when the saint's soul is revealed. Eye-sealing night is when it is concealed. This is why God swore, by the break of day. The prophet's light is what these words convey. That God just meant the usual dawn, some claim. But that is his reflection all the same. Swearing on something transient would be wrong. In God's speech temporal things do not belong. Abraham didn't love what sets, tell me. How then could God swear on what's transitory? He said, I don't love those that said, his Lord could not have sworn on what he deemed a fraud. And by the night means God hides from men's eyes. The prophet human form was his disguise. From yonder sky when his son came in sight, he hasn't left you, it told body's night. Through suffering, his union one can earn. He has not hated you, to sweets will turn. Every expression of a state has told. States are like hands, expressions tools they hold. A goldsmith's tool when in some cobbler's hand is like a seed which has been sown in sand. The cobbler's tool for plough men is this way. Like feeding donkeys bones and puppies hay. Mansur's I am the truth, was purest light. But Pharaoh's I am God claimed his own might, the rod in Moses's hand was a witness. In the magician's hands, though, it proved worthless. Jesus refused to teach God's greatest name to that companion, which was just the same. He would have blamed his tools, stayed in the dark. Like striking stone on clay to make a spark. The stone is paired with iron, its true mate. A true mate is required to procreate. The one who has no mate or tools is he who is beyond doubt and plurality. Those who use many gods as polytheists Agree there's just one God with monotheists. Don't squint and they'll appear the same to you. The polytheists assert God's oneness too. If you assert his oneness, you'll spin round. Struck by his polo stick across the ground. Each time the king should strike them heavily. Such balls become more true and blemish-free. My cross-eyed friend, heed well what you will hear. Rub salve too on your weak eye through your ear. Pure words won't enter hearts that are still blind. They seek light's source and leave the blind behind. Perverse hearts hear the devil's vile deceit. Since crooked shoes are made for odd-shaped feet. Though you respect such wisdom, you're unfit. It will evade you, you're not meant for it. And though you write it down and count your gain, then boast that all of it you can explain. It turns away from your vain sophistry, and breaks apart all chains, then starts to flee. If one can't read, but has a heart aflame, knowledge will be one's trained bird all the same. It won't abide with any idiot, as peacocks won't stay in a peasant's hut. How a king found his falcon in the home of a decrepit old woman. Unfaithful is the bird which flees its king. For some old crone who sifts flour, murmuring, while for her children she was cooking soup. An old crone saw a noble falcon swoop. She clipped the falcon's wings and tied each claw. Then cut its talons and fed it some straw. She said, unworthy men neglected you. Your wings have grown too long, your talons too. You've fallen ill through undeserving hands. Mother will nurse you now, she understands. Ignorant people's love is like this, friends. Their crooked path has many twists and bends. The king then traced the route his bird had flown, and saw the tent belonging to that crone. He found the falcon in an awful way, then wept and mourned that he had seen this day. He said, this is for what you did to me, for showing me a lack of loyalty. You fled from heaven and to hell you came. The people of the fire are not the same. Those who flee stubbornly find this reward. To an old crone from the all-knowing Lord. The falcon rubbed its wings on the king's hand. Then said, I've sinned, but now I understand. Where should the wicked creatures weep and moan? If, noble king, you hear the good alone. Our soul seeks sin due to his liberal grace. For he makes beautiful each ugly face. Do not act badly, even good you do. Seems foul in the most beautiful Lord's view. You thought your service meritorious, and so indulged in shameful sinfulness. Prayer and remembering him were specified. In doing this, though, you were spoiled by pride. Alongside God you claimed a voice as well. Such unbelief made many fall to hell. Although the king sits on the ground with you, know who you are, and sit as slaves should do. The falcon said, King, with deep shame I burn. And now repent to true faith I return. If someone you've made drunk walks crookedly, due to this state, hear his apology. Although I've lost my talons, if you care, I will pull out for you the sun's last hair. And though I've lost my wings, through your caress, the sky will make my flight so effortless. Grant me a girdle mountains I'll pull out. I'll snap the army's flag, and start a rout. In size and strength I'm greater than a gnat. So Nimrod's realm my wings too can knock flat. Though I look weak, I'm like that flock of birds. My foe's an elephant from the wild herds. If I drop down a pellet that is small, still its effect is like a cannonball. Although my stone is like a tiny pea, each foe it hits will be killed instantly. Moses came to the fray armed with a stick, then saw off well-armed Pharaoh with one flick. Each single prophet who served God alone stood firm against the whole world on his own. When Noah asked God for a sword, he made each wave in that huge flood sharp as a blade. Mohammed, don't fear armies which pass by, for you can split the moon up in the sky. Then all the stars will see and sing your praise. Now that it's not the moon's but your own face. It is your era, Moses too would pray, that he might taste your era's grace one day. Once he had glimpsed your era's majesty, which witnesses the full theophany, he begged. Lord, what an era of pure grace, in which there is full vision of your face. Plunge me, your Moses, deep inside your sea. And then, in Ahmed's time, deliver me. Moses, I've shown that era now, God said, and opened up for you a path ahead. For, though you live now, with him you belong. But don't expect your life to last that long. I'm kind, and show my slaves food far away. So they, through longing, learn to weep today. A mother rubs her baby's little nose to wake him, so he feeds from her and grows. The baby dozed off hungry, unaware. Now though he seeks the nipples that she'll bear, I was a hidden treasure of great worth. So I sent guided people down to earth. Each miracle which you may now desire, he showed to you in order to inspire. How many idols did the prophet break, his people worshippers of God to make? Were it not for his efforts, wouldn't you still worship idols like men used to do? From bowing down to idols you've been freed, to learn his rightful claim from the true creed. If you should speak, give thanks for this salvation. Gain, from your inner idol, liberation. From idols now your head has been unchained. So free your heart too with the strength you've gained. You don't give thanks for faith, it's plain to see. That is because he gave you it for free. Wealth's value heirs fail to appreciate. Rustum faced trials, Zul got things on a plate. God said, my mercies moved when humans cry. The weeper then drinks grace which I supply. I don't show what I don't want to impart. Once someone's hooked I open up his heart. My mercy's subject to the weeper's cries. When he weeps, waves from mercy's seas then rise. Sheikh Ahmadi Hazruya buys sweets for his creditors through divine inspiration. There was a sheikh in debt continually, because he was so fond of chivalry. Huge loans from wealthy people he agreed, and spent them on the poor and those in need. He built a Sufi lodge with money lent. His life and wealth in God's way thus he spent. God paid his debts for him across the land, as he made flour for Abraham from sand. In each bazaar, the prophet used to say, there are two angels who together pray. God give big spenders back some extra cash, but make the miser's money turn to ash. This fits best one who spends with his own life, and gives his throat to the Creator's knife. Like Ishmael he surrenders his neck, but the knife no longer has the power to cut. Since martyrs live on, joyful, free, and well. Don't look just at their corpses, infidel. God has bestowed eternal life, one free from any struggle, pain, and misery. The debtor sheikh for years lived in this way. A go-between, he'd take then give away. He sowed such good seeds till the day he died, that he might die a saint who's glorified. When the sheikh's life approached his final breath, in his own being he sensed signs of death. His creditors sat round him on that day, while, like a candle, he would melt away. They all became so bitter sitting there, counting the cost and feeling deep despair. Look at these evil-thinking men, he said. Can they not be paid back by God instead? They heard a boy shout halva, here, outside. To raise its price he'd praise his stock with pride. The sheikh then told his servant, go and buy the halva from the boy who just passed by. My creditors can eat it joyfully, and, free from bitterness, then look at me. Immediately the servant went outside to buy the halva as he'd specified. He asked the boy, how much does that come to? Just over half a dinar, friend, for you. Don't overcharge the dervishes, he said. I'll give you half a dinar, boy, instead. The boy then placed beside the sheikh his tray. The sheikh's mysterious ways I'll now convey. He signaled to his creditors to eat, by saying, God has blessed this lawful treat. Once it was emptied, waiting still in there. The boy said, give the price agreed as fair. The sheikh said, I have no more cash to give. I'm deep in debt, and don't have long to live. The boy then slammed the tray down on the floor, and started to lament, cry out, and roar. The boy sobbed loudly over the sheikh's trick. Would that my leg had broken like a stick, or I had walked towards a pile of trash. Then near this Sufi thief who has no cash. Gluttonous Sufis, greedy and spoiled brats. You're dogs, but falsely clean yourselves like cats. Due to his screaming, which was loud and wild, everyone came and gathered round this child. He told the sheikh, you act so cruelly. You know full well my boss will punish me. If I go empty-handed, I'll be killed. Will you allow this? Will you feel fulfilled? The creditors could not believe their eyes. What is the meaning of these tricks and lies? You've spent our loans, and soon they'll go with you. Now you treat a poor child unjustly too. The boy stood weeping till the call to prayer. The sheikh just closed his eyes without a care. Free from all worries, lying in his bed, he drew a sheet above his moon-like head. Pleased with his fate and his own death's approach, heedless of people's gossip and reproach. If God should smile at someone once, he then will not be hurt by bitter looks from men. He whose eyes God should kiss will truly gain. Wrath from fate's will never cause him pain. The bright moon in the sky when it is dark, what does it care about the dogs that bark? The dog is doing what it's meant to do. By spreading light around, the moon is too. Each thing performs its allocated deeds. Water's not made impure due to some weeds. Weeds float up on its surface, but the sea keeps flowing, undisturbed, perpetually. The Prophet split the moon once late at night, while Abu Lahab babbled out of spite. When Jesus the Messiah raised the dead, the angry Jews tore off their beards in dread. Can the dogs barking reach the moon above, let alone God's most favored moon of love? A king drinks wine to music by the stream. Why should he hear the frogs when he can dream? They could have paid that boy quite easily, but the sheikh stifled generosity, so none of those rich men would pay the bill. The power of masters can be greater still. A servant came at the next time to pray. From someone generous he'd brought a tray, a gift from someone rich and godly too. Who knew what this sheikh now was going through? 400 dinars lay one side of it, with half a dinar lying opposite. The servant stepped up to the sheikh, to say his greetings and to hand to him the tray. When he removed the tray's lid, everyone could see the miracle that had been done. Soon gasps and sighs were all that men could hear. Our sheikh of sheiks, what's this you've made appear? What is the secret? What sheer majesty? Great Lord of lords of every mystery, forgive us, for we didn't understand. Confused, we uttered words we hadn't planned. Like blind men we waved sticks, and heedlessly broke all the lamps in our vicinity. Just like deaf men who haven't heard a word, our reasoned out responses were absurd. We failed to learn from Moses's mistake, shamed for his disbelief in Hizra's sake. Though he had such extraordinary vision, the light of which could penetrate to heaven, with mouse-like, half-blind eyes, we stupidly denied what your superior eyes could see. The sheikh said, your reproach and clamor too, I now forgive as lawful just for you. I sought God's help, that was my secret way. And, as you saw, he rescued me today. God had told me, that dinar which seems small, requires still that the boy should scream and bawl, until the halva-selling boy should cry. My sea of mercy won't be moved on high. The boy stands for your eyes, thus your success depends, my brother, on your own distress. So if a robe of honor is your aim, weep wildly like a child in desperate shame. How someone frightened an ascetic, saying, weep less so as not to become blind. A friend told an ascetic, weep much less. so that your eyes won't feel pain and distress. He answered, just two things are possible. They'll see his beauty, or not see at all. If they will see God's light, why should I care? With union can these worthless eyes compare? If they won't see God, damn them. Never mind. An eye so miserable is better blind. When you have Jesus, eyes have little value. Don't go astray, an inner eye he'll give you. Your spirit's Jesus is within, so pure. Seek help from it, then you can feel secure. But don't compel your Jesus pure heart to perform the work your body's meant to do. Like that fool whom we mentioned previously. Regarding Jesus and his purity. Don't ask your Jesus for a body's health. Don't ask your Moses for vile Pharaoh's wealth. From your heart keep thought of provisions out. Stay at the king's court, never be without. The body is the spirit's tent, its shell. Or like an ark for Noah, heed this well. That they might lose their tents, why should Turks fear? When to the royal court they are so dear. Conclusion of the story about the coming to life of the bones through Jesus's prayer. Jesus said God's name over all the bones. Because of that young man's persistent moans. That immature man thus, by God's decree, saw bones come back to life incredibly. But then a lion, not a man, appeared. And knocked him down, for his own life he feared. It broke his skull, which fell upon the ground. It was an empty shell, no brain was found. There would have been no harm if he had more than just a body, but there was no core. Jesus asked, Lion, why leave him for dead? Because he bothered you, the lion said. But why not drink his blood once he's been killed? Because that isn't what the Lord has willed. Many like this fierce lion have moved on, without consuming what they chanced upon. Hungry but knowing it was not their share. They wouldn't eat although the food was there. You have enabled us to do with ease such fruitless work, deliver us now, please. We didn't see the hook beneath the bait. Show us how things are truly, their real state. The lion said, Messiah, killing then was just a lesson for the sake of men. If in this world I still had time ahead, I wouldn't be right now among the dead. For one who finds pure water this fate's fit. If like a donkey he should dirty it, its value if he knew, he'd put his head inside the stream and not his feet instead. The donkey treats like this God's messengers, the prophets, leaders, and life nurturers. Why won't it die before them with this plea? Revive me now, please, through the order be. Don't wish long life for your dog's soul, the foe of your pure heart since very long ago. Shame on the bones which hold the good dogs back from spiritual goals they know they lack. You're not a dog, how come you love bones then? Like leeches, why suck up the blood of men? What kind of eyes are they which have no sight? Disgraced in tests since they get nothing right. Opinions sometimes get it wrong, don't they? And your opinions blind to the right way. You keep on weeping for the others, I sit down a while and for your own sake cry. Clouds' tears make branches green and fresh as dew. Through tears the candle burns much brighter too. Wherever men mourn you should also sit, because to weep and moan you too are fit. For transient things far off and mist they pine, not for eternal rubies in God's mine. Blind imitation locks your heart up, so dissolve that lock by letting your tears flow. Mimicry is the bane of all that's good. Though it seems like a mountain, it's dead wood. It is a huge blind man who is unkind. Consider him mere flesh, since he is blind. Though his speech should sound finer than a hair, he doesn't understand his own hot air. He's drunk on his own words, but far apart remains the holy wine from his lost heart. He's like a ditch that water passes through. He cannot drink, so it finds those who do. The flowing water won't remain in it, because the ditch does not feel thirst one bit. Like a renowned reed player who is vain. Rich customers are all he hopes to gain. In truth, the imitator is the same. As a hired mourner they've one selfish aim. He says heart-wrenching words and seems to mourn. But wears his burnt heart and clothes that are torn. Compare the mimics with the mystic's heart. Echoes and David's voice, so far apart. The mystic's words stem from his heart which burns. That mimic second-hand his discourse learns. Don't be misled by that man's mournful speech. Oxen bear loads, while cartwheels only screech. The mimics are rewarded anyway. Professional mourners must receive their pay. Infidels, like believers, shout God too. But there's a difference between the two. The beggar cries God, for the sake of bread. The holy man so that his soul is fed. If he knew what this means, the beggar then would never think of more and less again. In hope of food, he wails O God, all day. An ass bears the curran in hope of hay. Had those words on his lips shone in his heart, this would have made his body split apart. In magic, demons' names can take effect. God's name why use mere pennies to collect? How a peasant stroked a lion in the dark, imagining it was an ox. A peasant tied his ox up one dark night. A lion came and ate it with one bite. He came to see his ox, but had to look in every corner and each tiny nook. And thus he felt the lion's legs and back, its side and rear, but it did not attack. The lion thought, if it was now more bright, his heart would melt, his stomach turn in fright. For this he's stroking me courageously. He thinks that I'm his ox, since he can't see. God tells us, blind, misled fools, have some shame. Did Sinai not fall crashing at my name? For to the mountain if we'd sent the book, it would have trembled, split, and made all look. If Mount Ohad had heard of me, its heart would then have filled with blood and split apart. Your parents warned you of this, but instead, you disregarded everything they said. If you could learn it for yourself, His grace would make you a pure voice beyond all space. This tale is a deterrent just for you. It brings blind imitations harm to view. How the Sufi sold the travelers asked to pay for their musical ceremony. A Sufi reached a dervish lodge one day, led his ass to its stable on his way, and fed it straw and water, cleared the floor. Unlike that Sufi we described before, he double-checked his work, then shut the gate. What good's precaution in the face of fate? The dervishes were poor, and poverty can almost seem like infidelity. Don't mock, rich man, because you have no cares. The faults of that poor man, the pain he bears. The dervishes together all agreed to sell the ass because of their dire need. They said, a carcass, in necessity, is lawful, sins can have legitimacy. They sold his ass, and used some of the gains to buy some cakes and candles for their pains. The dervishes expressed extreme delight. With food and music we will dance all night. No more endurance of the 3-day fast. Those begging days behind us now at last. We too are humans with souls, and we're blessed, because tonight we have a special guest. They sowed a rotten seed thus in the earth, by coveting the things that have no worth. That traveler, now exhausted by his trip, found a fine welcome and companionship. For they tried hard to please him, one by one, like playing deviously in backgammon. He tasted kindness and let out this cry: tonight if I don't party, when will I? They ate, then in Sama they started reeling. The lodge soon filled with dust up to the ceiling. The kitchen's dust and smoke, feet like a drum, stamping in rapture and delirium. Now waving arms, now stamping feet elation, led them to sweep the floorboards in prostration. Sufis will wait long for a few small bites. That's why they have enormous appetites. Except the one who by God's light is sated. With begging he won't be humiliated. Among the thousands, men like this are rare. The rest live off the grace that they should share. When the Sama had finished finally, the minstrel started a new melody. The chant "The ass has gone," once he'd begun. He urged the others to join in the fun, stamping their feet in rapture till the dawn. They clapped their hands and screamed, "The ass has gone." That Sufi sang in imitation too. "The ass has gone. The ass has gone. It's true." The party ended at the break of day. They all said their goodbyes and went away. The place soon emptied, there remained the guest, clearing the space where he had meant to rest. He took his baggage out then from the cell, and looked for others traveling as well. He then rushed to the stable and there found his ass was missing, no one was around. That servant must be feeding it, he thought. Perhaps last night it didn't drink a lot. The servant came, so he asked, "Where's it gone?" "Who cares?" the servant snapped and sauntered on. Enraged, he screamed, "I put it in your care. I trusted you, believing you were fair. I now want back what I left here with you. Return my ass, as you're obliged to do. Don't make excuses through theosophy. What I put in your care give back to me. The things that you acquire," the prophet said, "must be returned before you're finally dead. If you refuse and stubbornly won't budge, you'll have to come with me now to the judge." The servant said, "The dervishes passed through. They mobbed me and I thought I might die too. Who would leave offal where the wild cats nap? Then look to see if they have left a scrap. For scores of hungry men a single bite. One thin cat over which 10 dogs will fight. That they used force are you now telling me? Because they wanted to cause harm to me. Why didn't you come looking for me then? To tell me that my ass was with those men? I could have seized my ass back thanks to you. And they might have agreed to pay me too. When they were here it was still valuable. But now they've scattered, it's impossible. Whom should I take now to the judge? Too late. It's due to you that this has been my fate. Why then did you not even try to shout? A wicked crime has just been carried out." He said, "I came so many times, I swear, to tell you all about this sad affair. But you were chanting then, 'The ass has gone,' with such great zeal, and you went on and on. I went back, thinking, he knows what occurred. He's wise and still content though he has heard." They chanted happily, the guest then said. "The joy of chanting soon filled up my head. I've been defeated through vile imitation. May it be cursed with a complete damnation. Especially imitation of vile men. Abraham's wrath curse those that said again." The ecstasy of that group radiated. Then my heart felt it, and it imitated. Reflections from God's friends you need at first. In his pure ocean's depths to quench your thirst. The first reflection cast is imitation. Once it's successive then it's realization. Until this point don't part from his true friends. Don't break the shell until the pearl's growth ends. Pure eyes, pure ears, and pure minds to acquire. Tear up now all the veils of base desire. Since base desire made this man imitate, to his mind no pure light would radiate. Desire for music, food, and merriment. From knowledge was his brain's impediment. If such desire stays on the mirror's face, like us, that mirror must be a disgrace. If weighing scales for gold should feel some lust, how will they give a reading we can trust? Each prophet told his people what was true. I don't want payment for what I brought you. I'm just a guide, God is your purchaser. Though I'm his agent, he's your customer. What is my wage? Seeing the Lord one day. Though Abu Bakr all his wealth might pay, his 40,000 coins is not for me. Stones can't match Aiden's pearls in quality. Now listen to this tale I'll share with you, to learn how lust can block your ears up too. Desire makes people stammer if some stays one's heart and I can't then receive God's rays. The thought of gold and status harms your eyes. Like a stray hair, to all men this applies. Except the drunkard filled with God, for he, though offered massive treasures, will stay free. This world will seem a carcass in the sight of those who gain true vision through God's light. That Sufi was far from true drunkenness, for he turned blind through greed and lustfulness. One dazed by greed 100 tales may hear, but not one point will enter his deaf ear. How the announcers serving the judge spread news around town about a bankrupt, homeless man in ancient times, was kept in jail for all his petty crimes. That wastrel ate the other prisoners' food, and burdened them with his vain attitude. No one would even dare to start their meal, in case it tempted him to come and steal. Those not invited to God's feast on high, though they be kings, gaze with a beggar's eye. This demon stamped on generosity. He made jail hell through his dishonesty. If you should run away to find relief, there also you are bound to suffer grief. Free from wild beasts and traps there is no place, no peace but in retreat with God's pure grace. The prison of this world where you must live demands an entry fee you have to give. If you hide in a mouse hole, please beware, for someone with cat's claws will scratch you there. Man can escape through his imagination, by contemplating beauty in creation. But should he focus on the ugly here, like wax inside a fire, he'll disappear. If you find snakes and scorpions everywhere, don't worry, God will keep you in his care. The snakes and scorpions will show amity, for his thought is the greatest alchemy. Through optimism, patience can taste sweet, for then relief and joy is what you'll meet. By faith, relief is formed inside your brain. Weakness of faith brings deep despair and pain. Patience acquires from faith a crown of gold. No patience means no faith, we have been told. God has not granted faith, the prophet said, to him who has no patience in his head. That one who looks just like a snake to you is beautiful in someone else's view. That he's an infidel you may surmise. He's a believer, though, in others' eyes. Both are observed in him when people look. He's now a fish, and then a baited hook. He's half believer and half infidel. Half greedy, half renunciant as well. Some of you are believers, God told you. And some of you are unbelievers too. Just like a cow, black on one side, but white the other side, like the full moon at night. Whoever sees the black side turns away. Whoever sees the white side runs that way. Joseph was worthless in his brother's sight, though Jacob saw him in a better light. Through bad thoughts, he seemed ugly in their view. They didn't have the inner vision too. Outer eyes are the inner eye's reflection, for outer eyes are under their direction. You're in the realm of space now, but before you were beyond space. Open up that door. In this world of dimensions, you're not free. You're trapped here in checkmate perpetually. Prisoners complain about the bankrupt to the agent of the judge. To see the judge's agent, prisoners came with their complaints, and to assign the blame. Our greetings to the great judge. Please relate what we endure from this man whom we hate, because in jail he chooses to remain. And he's a greedy nuisance, proud and vain. He's there at every meal just like a fly, though uninvited, shameless, nose raised high. A feast for 60 to this pig seems small. He claims he's deaf when you say stop. That's all. Not one bite reaches any other man. But even if one finds a scrap, just then the greedy demon grabs it from your hand and says, God ordered, eat. Heed his command. Please end this famine that we now endure. And may the judge live long and be secure. Either throw out this buffalo who steals, or start a fund to pay for all his meals. You are the means for all our happiness. We beg you, please relieve us from distress. The agent went to see the judge that day, to share all the complaints he'd heard them say. The judge then called the bankrupt from his cell, and questioned his own officers as well. All of the things they had complained about were proven to the judge beyond a doubt. Pack up and leave the jail, the judge then said. Return now to your own vile home instead. My home's your kindness, he said, jail's not hell, but paradise for this blind infidel. If you expel me I will die out there. Of destitution nobody will care. He talked like Satan, who begged, God be praised. Reprieve me till the day that they're all raised. I'm happy in this prison down below, where I can slay the children of my foe. If someone has faith's nourishment and bread as his provisions for the path ahead, I'll seize it with my trickery and guile, and make him feel regretful all the while. I'll threaten him with abject poverty, or send those who can flirt seductively. The stock of faith's provisions here is small, and that vile dog is threatening it all. If you taste faith's gift when you fast and pray, this wretched thief will snatch it straight away. From Satan I beg God to rescue me. We've suffered from that devil's tyranny. He enters millions, though he is alone. Each one he enters then becomes his clone. If someone leaves you cold, know he's within. The devil's lurking underneath his skin. When not in forms, he enters thoughts instead, so that through fancies into sin you're led. Now thought of fun, now thought of your professions. Now thought of knowledge, now thought of possessions. To beg God give me strength, you now must start. Not merely with your tongue, but in your heart. The judge said, prove you're penniless to me. The prisoners can confirm my bankruptcy. What they allege can't be believed as true, because they want now to be rid of you. They want you banished somewhere far away. We can't accept what men like that should say. The people at the courthouse swore that he was bankrupt and a vile monstrosity. All of the men the judge consulted said, Sir, wash your hands of this broke rogue instead. The judge said, take him round the town proclaim. This is a bankrupt rogue deserving blame. Announce his bankruptcy and start to beat the drums to spread the news on every street. Let no one give him credit at his store, nor lend 1 penny to him any more. And then if someone should come to complain, I still won't throw him into jail again. His bankruptcy is proven now to me. He owns no cash nor goods, as all can see. In this world's jail we humans have been thrown, so that our bankruptcy can be made known. In the Quran have you not heard God tell that Satan is a bankrupt rogue as well? That he's a bankrupt liar and a cheat? Avoid his company or taste defeat. If you should turn to him in your distress, how will he help you when he's penniless? They grabbed the camel that a poor Kurd used while selling firewood, but this man refused. For hours, complaining, this poor Kurd then cried. To bribe the officers he also tried, but still they seized the camel from this Kurd. That afternoon, as though they hadn't heard, on the poor camel sat the bankrupt man. Behind the pair the Kurdish owner ran. They went from street to street at rapid pace, till everyone could recognize his face. At every bathhouse and each market stall, this man's appearance soon was known to all. 10 criers who could holler with loud shrieks, including Turks and Arabs, Kurds, and Greeks, announced, he's broke. He has no cash at all. So no one give him loans, however small. He's empty outside and within, take heed. He is a bankrupt cheat who's ruled by greed. Don't deal with him, for guile he doesn't lack. If he sells something he will steal it back. If you then bring him to be tried, you'll fail. The judge will not send this corpse back to jail. He's crafty and his stomach's never full. Though he pretends, he's not so pitiful. He borrows fancy clothes he likes to wear, to fool vain people who are unaware. Wise words when spoken by a stupid man are borrowed clothes. Take heed now while you can. A thief with silk robes still can't shake your hand. They've cut his hands off. Don't you understand? The thief came down at the end of the day. The owner said, "My home is far away. You rode the camel which belongs to me. So I demand at least a modest fee." "What have we all been doing?" he replied. "Where is your brain? Hello. No one inside. News of my bankruptcy has filled the sky. But somehow you have let it pass you by. Your ears were blocked, stuffed with false hopes of gain. Hope makes blind fools turn deaf, it is your bane." Even mere bricks heard the announcer say, "This pimp is bankrupt, so please keep away." They'd shouted this all day, but still the curd, immersed in vain hopes, hadn't caught a word. God's seal is on their hearing and their sight. Behind their veils are forms that bring delight. He lets your eyes see only his selection of loving glances, beauty, and perfection. He gives your ears a share, as with your eyes, of his glad tidings, music, and deep cries. This world has many remedies it stores. But, first, God has to open up the doors. Though you're now unaware, he'll make you see, when you feel that you need it desperately. The prophet said, "Our noble God, who heals, has made a cure for every pain man feels. But you won't see a trace of your pain's cure, unless he wishes you're that insecure. Find placelessness, you who seek remedies, like one about to die who finally sees. This world appeared from the dimensionless, and it has taken form from placelessness. From being to non-being now return. If you seek God and with divine love burn, non-being is where you can earn, my friend. But in our transient world you only spend. Non-being is God's workshop, there's no gain in this realm, which holds naught but what is vain. Teach us, dear friend, fine words that we can say, to gain your mercy every time we pray. Both prayers and their answers come from you. Securities from you and terror too. If we have erred, correct ways please now teach. You're the corrector and the Lord of speech. With alchemy you can transmute what's vile. Transform a stream of blood into the Nile. Your work is to perform such alchemy. No one else knows this special chemistry. You mixed together water once with clay, and molded Adam's body in this way. You gave him lineage, and a perfect mate. All kinds of thoughts, and every mood and state. To some you've shown a way unto relief. You've let them separate from joy and grief, and from themselves and their own families. You've made fair things look foul to men like these. What senses can perceive they choose to shun, for they depend on the unseen pure one. Their lover's hidden, though their love is clear. Their lover is beyond, their suffering here. Escape from here. Love of forms in this place is not for forms themselves like a girl's face. In truth, love's not inspired by forms you see, though it seems like it superficially. Why else would you abandon forms you love? The moment that their souls ascend above, their forms persist, so why must your love end? Find out who your beloved is, my friend. If the beloved were perceptible, for all to love him would be possible. Love grows through faithfulness that will not tire. A changing object such love can't inspire. A ray of sunlight shines across a wall. It's just a temporary loan, that's all. Why give your heart to a mere wall of clay? Seek the light source which shines each single day. You love your own mind and think you're superior to those who worship just a form's exterior. Your intellect is one ray of God's light. It's gold on copper, borrowed for one night. Beauty in humans is like borrowed gold. That's why your sweetheart turns so pale and old. An angel suffered thus a steep descent, because his loveliness was merely lent. Such lovely beauty fades eventually, just as a young shoot withers gradually. We make him live long, then turn back to die. Look for the heart. Mere bones can't satisfy. Our inner beauty's not a transient thing. It's nourished by the water of life's spring. He's Saki, life's draught, and the drunkard too. All three become one when you're rid of you. You can't know that one by analogy. Act like his slave and stop your idiocy. For you, reality is forms in time. You still delight in niceties like rhyme. In truth, reality's what charms your soul, and makes you see forms are dispensable. It isn't that which makes men deaf and blind. Increasing love of forms in humankind. The blind have fancies which increase frustration. True sight is vision through annihilation. The literal Quran is for the blind. They've lost their ass, and grasp what's left behind. Since you have vision, seek the ass which fled, and not the empty saddle left instead. The saddle you will find too on its back. When you possess a soul, food you'll not lack. Upon its back rests transient wealth and gain. The heart's pearls worth much more and will remain. Ride bareback on the donkey now, you dunce. Didn't the Prophet ride in this way once? The Prophet did ride bareback, that is true. He also went on foot a great deal too. Tether your donkey soul with rope that's strong. How long will it evade hard work, how long? Patience and gratitude your ass must learn, even if it takes decades to discern. No porter bore a fellow porter's load. No one has ever reaped unless he's sowed. That is an immature hope, so grow up. Raw food that's rotten makes you soon throw up. Don't say, that man found treasure suddenly. That's what I want, hard work is not for me. That was his stroke of fortune, which is rare. While you have strength you have to earn your share. Work won't prevent such fortune, that's a fact. Don't stop your work, good luck it can attract. Don't be a victim of if only, brat. Don't say, if only I'd done this or that. The Prophet stopped men making this lament. It's sheer hypocrisy by this he meant. Sobbing if only, with their final breath, gives hypocrites a most remorseful death. Parable. A man searched for a home once hurriedly. A friend led him to ruined property, and said, if this just had a roof, you could live next to me, then wouldn't that be good? Your family would be so comfortable, if adding one more room were possible. The man replied, yes, that would be such fun. One can't live off if only, though, can one? All people are in search of happiness, and, due to false hopes, they feel deep distress. Both young and old are searching hard for gold, but real from false can't easily be told. When rays shine in your heart, look carefully. Don't guess they're gold without the means to see. If you've a touchstone, then you can decide. If not, then pledge yourself to a true guide. Inside your soul a touchstone you must own. If you don't know the path, don't go alone. The ghoul's screams sound like calling from a friend, but they will only drag you to your end. One of them screams, hey caravan, come here. The signposts make the path to me so clear. The ghoul will use your name, hey so and so, to make you fall through this deceptive show. You'll meet the wolf if you should take this bait. Your whole life lost, far off and getting late. What is the ghoul's way? What should one expect? It says, I want wealth, status, and respect. Don't let these voices in, to them stay sealed, so that the mysteries can be revealed. And chant God's name to drown the ghoul's shrill cry. Away from this base vulture turn your eye. Recognize false dawns from the dawn that's true. The color of the glass from the wine's hue. So that, from those eyes which see colors here, restraint will make an inner eye appear. You will see different colors few have seen, and bright pearls in the place where stones have been. What are mere pearls when you'll become the ocean, and that bright sun with its revolving motion? The craftsman's in his workshop far from view. You must transcend beyond to see him too. Since work throws on the craftsman its own veil, to see beyond the work you then will fail. The workshop is the craftsman's place, beware. Whoever stays outside stays unaware. Enter the workshop of annihilation, to see the craftsman and his fine creation. Within the workshop vision is so clear. while all is veiled and hidden over here. His self-existence Pharaoh kept in mind. And to his workshop therefore he stayed blind. That's why he felt he could change destiny. To make fate turn back from his door and flee. But fate was chuckling at his schemes instead. Although it hid it, and could not be read. Innocent babies by the score he killed. To try to change what God himself had willed. So Moses wouldn't stand up to his rule. He murdered thousands, for he was so cruel. Though he killed thousands, Moses thrived and learned how to deal Pharaoh the defeat he'd earned. If Pharaoh had seen God decides, he'd not have even thought up such a wicked plot. In Pharaoh's house lived Moses safe and sound. While Pharaoh killed the other children found. He strengthened his own body, due to fear. The real threat was another standing near. That one's a jealous enemy, he'd claim. But his own body was in fact to blame. For Pharaoh then had Moses by his side. And yet would shout, "Where does my foe now hide?" Within you, your own self feels such delight. When you attack another man through spite. How the people blamed a man who killed his mother on suspicion of adultery. An angry man took his own mother's life. By using his bare fists and a sharp knife. You are so evil, someone said that night. You've just ignored your mother's basic right. Why did you kill her? Tell me if you can. What did she do, you evil-natured man? She did the act deserving of most blame. I killed her, so the ground would hide her shame. You should have killed the men, they should all pay. I'd have to kill a different man each day. I killed her not to murder more instead. One dead is better than 1,000 dead. Yourself's the source of evil ways, beware. The wickedness of it is everywhere. Kill it, for due to that self which is base. Each breath you strike a good man in the face. The vast world seems so narrow due to it. And so with God you fight and foes you hit. If you kill it, from censure you'll be free. You'll then not have a single enemy. If you take issue with what I convey about the prophets and the saints, and say, didn't the prophets kill their carnal souls? Yet still face foes, though they'd fulfilled their roles. Now listen, seeker of what is correct. To answers to your doubts, and then reflect. Prophet rejectors were their own worst foes. Upon themselves they thus inflicted blows. The ones who murder are the enemies. Not those who undergo more agonies. The bat is not the sun's foe, it would fail. It is its own foe, blinded by its veil. That bat is killed by radiance from the sun. How could the sun be harmed by that small one? The one from whom comes torment is the foe. One who'd block rubies from the sun's bright glow. Infidels block themselves from every ray. The prophets, like rare jewels, shine their way. How can this veil great mystics of this kind? The infidels just make their own eyes blind. They're like the Indian slave with too much pride. To spite his master he tries suicide. The slave jumps headfirst from the roof one day. To make his master suffer loss this way. If a sick man becomes his doctor's foe. If a child hates his teacher, it is so. In truth it's self-abuse and robbery. They've robbed themselves of brain power stupidly. If bleachers fall out with the sun's bright light. Or fish start fights with water through sheer spite. Who will lose out? Who really will have paid? At the end of the day, whose star will fade? If in an ugly form the Lord made you, then don't be ugly in your nature too. If your shoes rip, don't walk on rough terrain. Don't make a problem bigger, use your brain. I'm less than him, you cry out jealously. That man makes me feel inferiority. Such jealousy is a huge flaw and curse. Than all deficiencies this one's much worse. The devil felt so much humiliation. He threw himself into far worse damnation. He wished to be superior but was cursed. And now he sucks our blood with his deep thirst. The prophet one day put Buletinyal to shame. He made more claims, through envy, all the same. Buletin el-Hakam turned into Buletin Yal this way. Envy makes men unworthy every day. There's nothing better to possess, you'll find, than natures which are envy-free and kind. God made the prophets intermediaries, so that they would reveal men's jealousies. Since none could feel with God a rivalry. Of God no one felt envious obviously, but those with whom they would themselves compare. To envy and compete with men would dare. The prophet's greatness now is obvious. No longer can a man feel envious. There is a saint for every era, friend. This test continues till the very end. Those with good natures will be liberated, but those with frail hearts will be devastated. The saint is the Imam who'll rise each age. From Ali and Omar's line comes the sage. Seeker, he is the guide and Mahdi too. Both hidden and right here in front of you. With wisdom as his Gabriel, he's the light. The lesser saint is like his lamp, less bright. Below the lamp the niche ranks, you might say. The light has its gradations in this way. God's light has 700 veils, my friend. These veils of light are levels to ascend. A group of saints behind each veil you'll find. Leading to the Imam, in rank they're lined. The lowest rank, due to deficient sight, are those who cannot bear more of the light. The next rank, due to their own weakness too. More radiance than their limit cannot view. That light, which for the top rank grants new life, to the squint-eyed brings only pain and strife. Impaired sight can improve eventually. Once you've passed every veil you'll reach the sea. How can the iron foundry's hot fire soothe an apple, quince, or similar type of fruit? Fruits ripen with a little warmth, not fire. A furnace's heat fruit does not require. For iron that amount of heat's too low. The fire of dragons it can undergo. This iron is the Sufi who bears trials. Under the hammer and the flames he smiles. The fire's own chamberlain won't stay apart. Without a guard he enters the fire's heart. Without a medium, it's impossible for you to heat your water up at all. The medium needed is the pan you heat. It's like the sandals you wear on your feet, or the surrounding air that is so hot it can itself heat water in a pot. The Sufi has no medium, nor resistance. The flames directly heat his whole existence. And if the world's a body, he's its heart. Only through him can this world's real work start. Without the heart how can the body talk? Without its wish to move how can one walk? Iron is where the sparks are seen to dart. God is seen, not in bodies, but the heart. Our hearts are like a body from this view. Next to the saint's heart, which is their source too. This needs examples or an explanation. But I've no faith in men's imagination, which might deem my good deeds depravity, although my words are selfless charity. What's best for a bent foot is a bent shoe. The beggar knocked, I've done all I can do. How a king tested two slaves whom he had just purchased. A king bought two slaves cheaply, then one day listened to what the first one had to say. He found him clever and well spoken too. From sugar lips sweet waters what flows through. Each person is concealed beneath his tongue. This curtain over their soul's gate is hung. But when speech, like the wind, pulls it apart, it shows the secrets hidden in the heart. Is there a pearl or just some wheat instead? Some gold or snakes and scorpions left unfed? Or treasure with the serpent curled around? Treasure unguarded who has ever found? Without preparing the slave spoke the way that others can if they rehearse all day. As if within him were a vast, deep sea, which scattered pearls of wisdom constantly. The light that shines from every pearl-like heart shows how to tell the true from false apart. The light of the criterion gives such vision to show the truth from falsehood with precision. If this pearl's light should give sight to our eyes, you'd hear from us both questions and replies. You see two moons due to your failing sight. This vision makes you question now what's right. Correct your sight through moonbeams, to perceive The moon as one the answer then receive. Command your thoughts, don't be cross-eyed this way. That pearl's the light source and the actual ray. When answers enter your heart through your ear, your eye tells you, ignore it, listen here. The eye tastes union which the ear can't reach. Eyes see through ecstasy, ears hear mere speech. Attributes change through what the ears can hear. Essences through things which to eyes appear. If all you know of fire is what men say, get cooked in flames and you'll learn more this way. It's not true certainty until you burn. Sit in the fire, true certainty to earn. When ears learn to perceive, they turn to eyes. The order say, is trapped there otherwise. This talk could go on, but let's now return. What that king did with his 2 slaves to learn. A king tests 2 contrasting slaves. The king sends away one of the slaves and interrogates the other. When the young slave's intelligence grew clear, he signaled to the other to come near. I've called him young because that is endearing. When old men say my son, they are not sneering. The second slave obeyed as slaves must do. He had a filthy mouth and black teeth too. Although this made the ruler feel unwell, this slave's deep secrets he sought out as well. With your looks and your filthy mouth, he said, don't sit near me, but over there instead. For you're my scribe, and that's our only link. You're not a friend with whom I'd share a drink. You'll be the patient for this skilled physician, who'll try to cure your mouth of its condition. It's wrong to burn a rug due to one flea. It would be wrong to shun you equally. Now sit down with us for a while, and share some stories, to reveal the brain in there. He sent the first slave to the bathhouse then, and said, scrub well, and come to me again. He told the ugly slave, you're smart, well done. You're worth 100 slaves, not merely one. You're not as bad as that slave tried to claim, when he would jealously give you the blame, saying, he's crooked and he's stolen much. He's bent and cowardly and such and such. This slave said, he speaks always truthfully. No man I've met has shown more honesty. It is his nature to tell just what's true. Refuting him I'm not prepared to do. I don't think he's corrupt, grace fills his head. I'd rather just suspect myself instead. Perhaps he can detect in me some flaws, which I can't see myself due to some cause. Whoever sees his own faults, if he's wise, will strive in self-reform until he dies. Most men are heedless of themselves, my brother. That's why they pick at faults seen in another. Form worshipper, I don't see my own face. I see yours, and you see mine in its place. Whoever sees his true soul deep inside has more light than all creatures far and wide. Though he should die, his sight will last forever. His vision is the eye of the Creator. The light with which this man sees his own face is not the light we sense, but purest grace. The king said, all his flaws exposed to me, the way he spoke about you previously. So I can tell if you're my intimate, and fit to serve as my associate. He said, I'll tell you of his faults, although he is by far the best man that I know. His faults are kindness, love, and loyalty, deep friendship, knowledge, and sincerity. A tiny fault is he's too generous. He'd give his life because he's chivalrous. 100,000 lives God will bestow. If you're not chivalrous you'll never know. How can you be so miserly with life? If you have seen the light, why choose this strife? Water is hoarded by fools on the shore. Who cannot see the ocean offers more? The prophet said, if you knew certainly that your reward on judgment day would be 10 times as good as what he's granted here, you'd constantly be generous with good cheer. Chivalrous men can see the change ahead. This knowledge rids them of all fear and dread. Meanness is failure to see what's in store. Seeing the pearl makes divers' spirits soar. No one should be a miser here today, for no one gambles all for naught away. Thus eyes inspire all acts of chivalry. This realm's transcended by the visionary. He also lacks conceit, the slave then said. He looks for faults within himself instead. He is his own worst critic, I have seen. Him kind to all, though to himself he's mean. The king said, don't rush to extol his ways. And, in the process, offer such self-praise. For I'll see him again soon all the same. And so you might yourself be put to shame. Out of sincerity and fidelity to his friend the slave swears that his opinions are true. He said, I swear that's not the case at all. By the King of this world, the merciful, who sent the prophets not due to his need, but as an act of grace, so we'd be freed. The mighty Lord who out of lowly clay created glorious heroes of the way. He cleansed them of the nature of terrestrials, and made them even overtake celestials. From fire he turned them into purest light, sent them above the rest and far from sight. That lightning flash reached spirits from his kingdom. So, from it, Adam could acquire much wisdom. What Adam missed Seth afterwards collected. And so as his successor was selected. When Noah found this jewel, then joyfully he scattered pearls across the spirit's sea. Abraham's soul, due to this powerful light, walked into flames without a trace of fright. When Ishmael fell into its stream, he laid his head before his father's sharpened blade. David's soul warmed thanks to this pure light's glow. His iron loom then melted just like snow. To Solomon when this light union gave, each demon then became his faithful slave. When Jacob bowed to fate submissively, through Joseph sent his eyes again could see. While moon-faced Joseph saw that sun's bright beams, and learned how to interpret people's dreams. And when the rod in Moses's right hand found light, it showed how small was Pharaoh's land. When Jesus found it, he rose up from here, like on a ladder, to the highest sphere. And once Mohammed had received this boon, in just 1 second he then split the moon. By Abu Bakr when this was perceived, Voracious was the name that he received. And, through the real beloved, with his heart, Omar learned to tell true from false apart. When to Osman's eyes such light was bestowed, he gained 2 lights from rays which overflowed. Ali dispersed pearls once he'd seen his face, as God's own lion in the realm of grace. Jonad saw his own army was so vast. Then this great Sufi countless stations passed. When Bayezid saw God's grace as the aim, God made the pole of mystics his new name. And when Karka watched over this deep stream, he led all mystics his soul was supreme. Prince Ebne Adam rode his horse this way, and turned into the greatest king that day. Once he'd traversed this path, Shakik became the son of judgment and earned much acclaim. Thousands of hidden kings, who'll never die, live in the other world with heads held high. Their names are hidden through God's jealousy. Not every beggar reads them easily. I swear by those made of pure light from him. Such men are fish which in his ocean swim. To call him ocean soul does not seem right. I'm looking for a better name tonight. By him from whom all things emerge as well. A kernel next to whom seems like a shell. My fellow slaves' good traits 100-fold exceed this small amount that I have told. What I know of my comrades' virtues, King, you won't believe, as they're astonishing. The king said, what are your own qualities? Tell us and stop describing his now, please. What do you have? Display your gains to me. Which pearl have you discovered in the sea? After death, sense perception is in vain. Have you the soul's light, through which hearts can gain? When in the grave earth robs your eyes of sight, do you have what can give your vision light? And when your limbs are torn off on that day, will you have spirit wings to fly away? When this vile bestial soul dies with no trace, you'll need a soul which lives on in its place. Whoever comes with good deeds will gain more, if they've done good for God, not as a chore. In essence, are you human or an ass? Will you reach God when all effects must pass? Transient things, like fasting and the prayer, since they don't last, must vanish in thin air. Such things up to the Lord you cannot raise. But sickness from your essence they erase. And by such acts your essence is improved. Through abstinence diseases are removed. Striving in abstinence can change effects. The bitter mouth's made sweet, for it perfects. Through farming, soil can turn to crops you eat. Cream makes your hair curl up like fields of wheat. While sex is just a pretext which soon ends. Its purpose is the child that's born, my friends. If once a camel and a horse should mate, it's for the colt's birth at a later date. Planting an orchard is done simply so. The aim's fulfilled, that juicy fruit should grow. Alchemy is a mere technique to me. Present the gold produced through alchemy. And burnishing is no more than the means of purifying objects when one cleans. You claim I did that act, beyond dispute. So show us your results, the orchard's fruit. Be silent. Showing off like that is base. Don't slay a shadow in a camel's place. He answered, King, with anguish my heart bleeds, on hearing your dismissal of good deeds. Dear King, despair will make your slave's heart burn, if the good deeds he sends will not return. If there's no transfer at the resurrection, our words and deeds are vain, we face rejection. Each accident should change to a new guise. That hour with new existence they should rise. Each thing transforms to what's appropriate. For herds a shepherd seems the perfect fit. At resurrection all things gain new forms, which are well ordered, based on certain norms. Weren't you an accident once just the same? The writhing of your parents with one aim. Look at the buildings that men can erect. They're born in the mind of the architect. This house which seemed so fine to us, whose doors were well proportioned like its roof and floors. An accident, the architect's mere thought. The tools and all the pillars here has brought. What then is every worthwhile thing's first source? It is a fancy or a thought, of course. Each atom you see in the world today was once produced by accidents this way. First comes the thought and then the action, friend. The world was formed like this, please comprehend. Fruits are just inner thoughts initially, though they're made visible eventually. After we plant a tree, it's probable our primary aim will be made visible. Its branches, leaves, and roots appear first, though they all are sent just for the fruit to grow. And thus the secret of the heavens too became known as the Lord of but for you. This speech gives accidents a transformation, just like your favorite parables narration. All things were accidents once, such that they can show the truth of has there been one day. From images all accidents come here, and thoughts made those first images appear. This world's one thought from the whole intellect. Images are the envoys he'll select. This world is just the place for your probation. That world is where you'll find your compensation. King, when your servant sins, that accident becomes a chain and to the jail he's sent. So, if he serves well he can then expect from you a robe of honor to collect. Thus, accident and substance, egg and bird, produce each other. No, that's not absurd. The king said, tell me, slave, if this is true. How come yours failed to hatch some substance too? He answered, wisdom has kept it concealed, and to this transient world it's not revealed. For, if the shapes of thoughts were manifest, all men would worship and not face a test. If they were not veiled, but left clear instead, on each man's forehead they could then be read. Who then would practice still idolatry? To mock truth who'd have the audacity? And if the resurrection were today, who in the world would sin on judgment day? The king said, God has veiled what bad men meet from common folk, but not from his elite. If I throw in a dungeon one emir, I hide this from some, but not my vizier. God has shown me each deed's true reckoning, and all the images from which deeds spring. Show me one sign, so I can clearly see. The clouds won't veil the glorious moon from me. The slave said, then, what value is my speech? You know already, all's within your reach. The king replied, for this the world's been shown, to make completely clear what can be known, until he chose his knowledge to make plain. God didn't place inside this world deep pain. You can't keep still a second here without a good or evil action leaping out. And this demand for you to act is made, so that your inner soul will be displayed. How can your real like body now keep still, when the thread's end keeps pulling it at will? The sign of this pull is your restlessness, and idleness for you is like distress. Both worlds keep giving birth, each cause thus shares. In motherhood effects are what each bears. Once an effect is born, it soon will grow into a cause itself, and this will show. The generations are produced this way. Enlightened eyes can see this clear as day. The king had heard enough now to decide whether the slave showed signs of worth inside. Of course, this king had the required perception. But more than this I'm not allowed to mention. The first slave came back from the baths just then, and the great ruler summoned him again, then said, may you stay healthy now you're clean. You're gentle and the finest slave I've seen. I hope that all the things he said of you will turn out to be totally untrue. Whoever's seen your face has felt delight. More precious than the world is that fair sight. He said, please give me a small clue, dear king, what that vile wretch has just been whispering. He said that you're two-faced and insincere, that you are really poison we should fear. On being told, his friend spoke spitefully. A sea of rage boiled in him violently. He foamed and turned deep red at what he heard, and then reviled his friend with every word. From when he first was my associate, just like a dog he was so full of shit. He kept on cursing due to the king's bluff. The king then pointed to his lips, enough. The truth's now clear and cannot be denied. His flaw is on his mouth, yours is inside. You must sit with your vile soul far from me. He'll supervise you, serve obediently. Discern real praise from mere pretense instead. Like grass from piles of trash, the prophet said. Ignore a fair face which is just a cover, for inner ugliness will harm its lover. And though his face be ugly, if his state is good within, before him fall prostrate. The outward form must pass eventually. The inner realm survives eternally. How long will you adore the jug's design? Seek water, not the jug, however fine. You saw just forms, meanings escaped your eyes. Seek the pearl in the shell, if you are wise. These shells of bodies, though they are alive, through the soul's ocean in which they can thrive, not all of them contain a pearl inside. Look carefully with your eyes open wide. Ask what does it contain? Then choose with care. Because a precious pearl is very rare. Based on its size, a mountain is worth more than the fine ruby hidden in its core. Your hands, your feet, and hair as well in size are obviously much bigger than your eyes. But still it is quite clear to you and me. Superior are your eyes, with which you see. By just a single thought that's formed within, 100 worlds can soon be made to spin. The Sultan's form might be one of a kind, so great 1,000 soldiers march behind. And yet this king's form follows the decree of just one thought, which nobody can see. Due to a single thought thus thousands pass, just like a flood, across the earth en masse. That thought may seem to many very small, but like a flood it can control us all. So when you see that each skill by a thought was generated in this world from naught, that houses, castles, towns in which we dwell, and mountains, rivers, open fields as well, the earth, the sun, the ocean, and the sky, as fish need water, on thought they rely. Why then out of stupidity, Blind one. Count thought an ant and body Solomon. The mountain seems so massive in your view. Thought mouse like just that mountain frightens you. This world is great and awesome in your sight. The clouds and thunder make you shake with fright. But to the world of thought you feel immune. Because you're heedless you'll regret this soon. Since you lack wisdom and are form alone. You're not a human but a donkey's clone. You think the shadow's real and feel such joy. But what is truly real you deem a toy. Just wait until the day when thought should spread its wings, without a veil to hide its head. Huge mountains turn to soft wool you will see. And this vast earth become naught instantly. You won't see sky, nor stars, nor anyone. Apart from God, the living, loving one. A story, true or not, I'll now dictate. These truths I've told it will illuminate. How a king's assistants grew jealous of his favorite slave. A king showed to one servant special grace. By granting him the most exalted place. 40 commanders couldn't earn his pay. Nor his top-ranked viziers whom they'd obey. Through such good fortune from his stars ascendant. Just like Ayah's he was Mahmud's attendant. Before the body, his soul was created. And it was then to the king's soul related. Only such things which had been formed before. Should matter don't watch new things anymore. That which the mystic owns has worth alone. Because he's focused on what was first sown. Whether it is a wheat or barley seed. He'll notice it, and won't fail to take heed. This world that's night-like has created naught. But hot air just the odd foiled trick and plot. With tricks how can you make hearts smile and love? When you can't even see God's tricks above. The hunter just puts snares within a snare. Not even he can flee God's trap, beware. Though countless plants should grow, then fade away. What God has planted is what lives today. He sows new seeds on those he sowed before. These seeds are transient, those forevermore. The seeds sown first are of the perfect kind. The second seeds are rotten, left behind. Before the one you love discard all thought. Although from his thought yours have all been brought. What God has raised has actual worth alone. What grows in the end is what was first sown. Sow for his sake whatever seeds you sow. Since you're his captive lover watch them grow. Avoid the carnal soul and don't get caught in its traps. All but God's work is worth naught. The end of time may come, and, in that case, that thief will meet before the king disgrace. His stolen goods, his guile used for self-gain. From judgment day will on his back remain. 1,000 brains may try to set a snare. One different to that one which God's placed there. His snares for them they'll strengthen through persistence. To a strong wind how can straw show resistance? What's the point of existence, you now say? Your question must be worthwhile in some way. If it has no real worth, then why should I listen to it and not just pass it by? And if your question has a point to it, why think the world is of no benefit? Though from one point of view the world's worth naught, from other viewpoints it is worth a lot. Though your work seems to some inadequate, since you feel it is good keep doing it. The world loved Joseph's beauty, even though his jealous brothers felt he had to go. Many thought David's psalms were very good. Others judged their sound worse than banging wood. The Nile was purer than the draught of life. And yet deniers found their blood and strife. Martyrdom brings new life, believers claim. Hypocrites say it's death deserving blame. What single blessing in the world is there, of which one group is not denied a share? Can sugar benefit the cow or ass? Each has its own food, not all can eat grass. If you find food bestowed not to your taste, you need good mentoring for such a waste. Or, like a sick man, one might chew the ground, imagining that it is food he's found, ignoring his true source of nourishment. For what brings sickness and bewilderment? Giving up honey, poison he will eat. He thinks the source of sickness tastes like meat. For men, God's light is the original food. Animal food, for them, is far too crude. But, due to sickness, now some men assume that clay and water's what they should consume. With weak legs, a frail heart, and pallid face, they turn from heaven and its paths of grace. The grace of God is food for his elite. Without a mouth or throat such men can eat. The sun's food comes from the light of the throne, while wicked men feed from the grave alone. True martyrs are still nourished, that's their fate. Their food requires no mouth nor serving plate. The heart feeds off supportive company. From knowledge it acquires more purity. Humans are just like cups in form few see. The wine inside, their true reality. Meetings with men will nourish you, you'll grow from your encounters, and it soon will show. Planetary conjunctions, when inspected, reveal that both the planets are affected. A child is born when couples mate, it's known that sparks are made when iron's struck on stone. And after rain falls on the soil, we see fruit, vegetables, and herbs grow healthily. When men eat vegetables, this doesn't cease. They gain contentment, joy, and inner peace. When joy and pleasure fill your soul, then you will gain beneficence and kindness too. Our bodies will gain food that's spiritual, if we aim higher than what's sensual. Your blushes form when blood flows to your head. And blood comes from the sun which burns bright red. Red is the best of colors, it's the one that comes down to us all from the great sun. But land which joins with Saturn is instead barren, infertile land that's almost dead. Concurrence sparks potentiality. Demons control men of hypocrisy. From the ninth heaven these truths have been brought to much acclaim, though that was never sought. The pomp of people is a borrowed thing, but it's intrinsic to the Lord, our King. Men will abase themselves just for their pride, for pomp, and to become self-satisfied. In hope of glory for a single day, they'll struggle till their thin necks waste away. Why don't they come where I now stand, for here I bask in the bright sun's grace, far from fear? A pitch-black tower's where your sun must rise. The sun of grace, though, is beyond all skies. He has no rising place that's known to men. His essence doesn't rise and set again. I'm like one of his motes that's left behind. Sunshine without a shadow you can find. Revolving round the sun is what I do. And this is due to that sun's splendor too. The sun's aware of all the causes, but from him the rope of causes has been cut. Good friend, I gave up hope repeatedly. In whom? In that most generous sun, trust me. But don't trust me when I say I can stand my exile. I feel like fish on dry land. If I lose hope, the deep despair you'll see was once created by the sun in me. Can things be cut off from their own creator? His being apart, where can existence pasture? Existence all graze on this pasture's grass. Be they Borak, a stud, or lowly ass. The blind horse grazes blindly, though that's why it is refused, the grass it passes by. Not knowing movements all come from the ocean. Some change the prayer niche they face in devotion. They drink salt water from the sweetest sea, which will make them turn blind immediately. The sea then calls out, come back. That's not right. Drink using your right hand, regain your sight. Here right hand means opinion that's correct. Where good and bad come from it can detect. The spear must learn its thrower has no trouble in making it now straight and now bent double. Through love of shams, I'm sapped of strength tonight. Or else I would give all the blind folk sight. Hossam, pure light of truth, heal one for me of blindness which is caused by jealousy. Fast acting, healing balm for failing eyes. Darkness destroying cure for doubts and lies. Rubbing the blind man's eyes with your balm clears the darkness of 100,000 years. Heal all the blind except the envious few, who jealously keep on denying you To those who envy you don't give new life. Even if I should be one, send down strife. Those jealous of the sun and its pure light, resenting its existence, like the night, have this incurable disease, my friend. Trapped deep inside this pit until the end. They still demand the sun should not remain. Though it's eternal, so they wish in vain. The falcon is trapped among owls in the wilderness. The proper falcon will return one day. The blind one will instead soon lose her way. One strayed into the jungle, where she found herself trapped by some owls who'd gathered round. She was pure light once, the most holy kind. But fate, that strong commander, made her blind. It threw a lot of sand into her eye. So she'd end up in ruins where owls fly. But that mean stratagem was just the start. The falcon's wings these owls soon tore apart. The owls then shouted out, "It's obvious. To steal our home this falcon flew to us." They acted like a pack of dogs who block a dervish's path and then bite his frock. The falcon said, "With you I don't belong. I've turned down better places, you're so wrong. I'm leaving now, for I don't want to stay. I will return to my great king today. Don't fret, you owls, for I would not stay here. I'm going to my homeland. Is that clear? This ruin seems so thriving to your eyes. But the king's forearm is this falcon's prize. The falcon's tricking you," an owl then said. "To drive you from your homes, don't be misled. Through cunning, from our grasp our homes she'll wrest. And by pretense she'll tear us from our nest. This fraudster acts as though she is content. In truth, she's greedy and malevolent. As if it's honey, she lusts after clay. Who'd trust a bear with sheep? She acts this way. She boasts about the king, and his hand too. Just to mislead mere simpletons like you. Even if she should be the king and reign. Don't listen to her if you've half a brain. Is this bird someone that a king would meet? Is garlic suitable for something sweet? These words are just deceit and trickery. My king will rage and come and search for me. It's unbelievable, absurd hot air. This vain boast aims to catch us like a snare. If you believe her, you're a stupid fool. Can such a scrawny bird know kings who rule? If one of us should crack her skull right here, the king's defensive forces won't appear." The falcon said, "If you touch me, the king will then uproot your homes with one great swing." What is an owl? If falcons bother me, or try to make me suffer agony, the king will climb up mountains, race for miles, and with their skulls he'll make 100 piles. His grace protects me, so I have no fear. Wherever I should go, the king is near. My image stays inside the sultan's heart. Without it, his huge heart would split apart. And when the king tells me to fly away, I soar to the heart's zenith like his ray. Just like the sun and moon you'll see me fly. I tear apart the veil across the sky. My thought gives intellect's illumination. The sky split open due to my creation. Even the phoenix is amazed by me. How can mere owls perceive my mystery? For me the king thought of his jails again, and freed 100,000 captive men. He made me mix with owls for a short time. My breath turned them to falcons, it's sublime. Happy the owl who, in my path of flight, luckily of my secret catches sight. To be exultant, cling fast to me now. You owls will turn to falcons, don't ask how. Whoever is in love with such a king won't be a stranger while she's wandering. And if the king's the cure for someone's pain, though she has wailed much, she won't grieve again. I rule a realm, I'm not a worthless stray. The king now beats the drum from far away. The falcon drum beats out return, which shows God is my witness still despite you foes. Though I'm not like the king, since he's the best. Pure light from him I still can manifest. Essence and form don't mean we are apart. Water unites with soil in a plant's heart. Wind joins with fire in substance like its food. Wine joins with humans and affects our mood. Since we're not of the king's class or his kind. To reach him we must leave ourselves behind. The Lord remains alone once he removes our ines, dust beneath his horse's hooves. Souls turn to dust in which his signs are found, as hoof prints which his horse left on the ground. If you become the dust beneath his feet, then you will be the crown of the elite. Lest my appearance drive you far from me, eat sweets before you hear my homily. Form has caused many men to fall astray, though some chased form and reached God anyway. Body and soul are joined to some degree, although they have no similarity. The eyeball fills with light which gives it sight, and drops of blood contain the heart's pure light. Kidneys house joy, the liver grief and pain. Intellect, candle-like, lives in the brain. Of how they're all joined we are ignorant, to work out why our brain is impotent. With human souls the absolute's connected. From him, rare pearls each human heart collected. Like Mary, we're made pregnant, through that touch. With the Messiah we adore so much. Not the Messiah who walks in this place, but that Messiah who's beyond all space. The soul, once pregnant with the Holy One, then makes the whole world pregnant too, in turn. Thus to a second world this world gives birth. So resurrected souls see that world's worth. If I discuss this till the final day, there would remain a lot more left to say. These words themselves are really just a prayer, which aims to catch a sweet breath he might spare. Who can stay silent and not give his all? When here I am, he answers to man's call. This here I am, you cannot hear, although you can still taste it clearly, head to toe. A thirsty man throws bricks from the top of a wall into a stream. There was a high wall very near a stream. A thirsty man sat there, in pain he'd scream. What blocked him from the water was this wall. He'd writhe, like fish placed on dry land, and bawl. He threw a brick into the stream one day. To him the splash it made had much to say, with words from the beloved and divine. That splashing sound soon made him drunk like wine. He liked this splash so much he couldn't stop. He took more of the bricks and let them drop. The water's splashes asked him, please explain. From throwing bricks in me what do you gain? I gain 2 benefits, the man then said. So I don't want to stop until I'm dead. Of benefits from this sound, this is first. It sounds like a robab to those who thirst. And it resembles Esrafil's deep blasts, which raise the dead to life that truly lasts. Or like in spring when thunder starts to roar, and gives the garden flowers men adore. Or like when for the poor there's charity. Or when a captive learns that he'll be free. Or like the merciful breath from the Yemen, which reached Mohammed on its way to heaven. Or like the prophet's scent, which intercedes for every sinner who repents and pleads. And also handsome Joseph's scent, which spread as far as Jacob's soul from his son's head. From throwing bricks my second benefit is that near gushing water I can sit. By taking bricks off till there's none at all, I will eventually remove this wall. Lowering the wall leads to a higher station, and its removal aids annihilation. Prostration breaks cement effectively. So let's bow down to gain proximity. But if the wall stands tall and proud instead, it then prevents the lowering of the head. On water of life nobody can pray, unless they've left their bodies made of clay. Whoever facing this wall has more thirst, will manage to pull all its bricks out first. For water's sound whoever is more keen, tears more bricks off the veil to the unseen. The water's sound fills this man up with wine. Others hear splashes, but perceive no sign. How great to take the opportunity to pay one's debt while still so young and free. In those prime years when one can boast good health, strength, power, courage, and much inner wealth. In youth, which like a fresh, moist garden, brings, without restraint, much fruit, and lovely things. while fountains of desire and strength still flow, to feed the body's land and make crops grow. When its high-roofed house is well built and tall, its pillars straight with no supports at all. That is, before old age binds necks with force, a halter of palm fibers its rope's source. When soil turns barren, weak, and crumbly too, and plants won't grow no matter what you do. When strength and power's waters are both drained, and help from other people can't be gained. When eyebrows hang down and are almost white, and eyes grow moist with tears and failing sight. When you look wrinkly like a lizard's back, your teeth hang loose, the sense of taste you lack. The day now late, the ass lame, the road long, the body wrecked, its functions all gone wrong. The roots of bad traits firmly in the ground, the strength to dig them up not to be found. The governor tells a man, dig up the thorn bush you have planted in the road. A rough but clever talking man one day planted a thorn bush straight in people's way. Pedestrians reproached him, they would bawl, dig it up now. He wouldn't move at all. The more that wicked rascal's thorn bush grew, the more their feet were cut and bleeding too. The clothes of passers-by would all get torn, and paupers' feet would get pricked by a thorn. The governor said, dig it up, young man. He said, okay, I'll dig it when I can. Tomorrow, he'd repeat, it wasn't long before the thorn bush grew robust and strong. The governor said, honesty you lack. Complete this now and don't try turning back. He answered, there's still time left, so please wait. The governor said, debtors can't be late. You who repeat tomorrow need to know, each day that passes when you are too slow, that wicked bush grows younger with more guile. The digger, though, feels weaker all the while. Each day the thorn bush strengthens further still. The digger ages, weakens, and falls ill. The bush grows fresher each day that goes by. The digger gets more withered and more dry. While it grows younger, you keep growing old. So hurry, don't delay, do what you're told. View as a thorn bush your bad qualities. They wound you frequently like a disease, and you've grown sick of them increasingly. But now you've no more sensitivity. If you don't feel for others' sorry fates, because of your repulsive, selfish traits, then you deserve the wounds that torture you. For you torment yourself and others too. Strike with an axe now if you are a man. Break Kabar's gate like Ali if you can. Or with the rose the thorns you must unite, and join your fire with the beloved's light. Your fire is put out by light he bestows. This union turns your thorn into a rose. He's the believer while you stand for hell. Believers can extinguish fire so well. The prophet said, concerning hellfire's speech, that it will beg believers near its reach. Pass quickly, please. Go back the way you came. Your light has stopped the burning of my flame. The fire's death comes from the believer's light. Against this opposite fire cannot fight. Fire is light's opposite on Judgment Day. Flames come from wrath, from grace comes each light ray. If you would like fire's evil now to die, pour grace's water into the flame's eye. To be its spring is the believer's role. The water of life is the saint's pure soul. Yourself will try to flee him, that's its aim. For he's of water while it is aflame. From water, flames will always want to flee, as they're put out by water easily. Your thoughts and feelings are of fire, but those of Sufi sheiks are light which God bestows. On fire, if water from such light should pour, the flames will leap up high and start to roar. Die now, in pain, this fire must now be told, so that the hell fire of yourself turns cold. Then your rose garden won't be burnt like wood, nor your just nature and will to do good. The seeds which you sow after that will yield herbs, tulips, and wild roses in your field. I have digressed again with what I say. Return now. But where is the proper way? You jealous man, we wish just to make clear. Your ass is lame and home is far from here. Hurry. The sowing season will soon end. With nothing left but sin and shame, my friend. The worm bored through roots of your body's tree. Uproot it and then burn it totally. Traveler, beware, now that the day is late. Life's sun has set within the well of fate. Hurry while strength remains and you still can. Act chivalrously like a strong young man. Gamble away the seeds you have left, so in moments a new plant might start to grow. While this jeweled lamp burns on, you must be quick. Pour more oil into it and trim its wick. Don't say tomorrow, life is short. Take heed. Don't let days pass till sowing a good deed. The body is an obstacle for you. Out with the old, if you yearn for the new. Close your lips. Open now your palm of gold. Don't be so mean. Be generous and bold. Chivalry means abandoning all lust, which will prevent you rising from the dust. Chivalry's from the tree of paradise. He who lets go must pay a heavy price. Abandoning lust, that is the firmest rope. This rope will draw your soul above, have hope. Act well, so chivalry will thus begin to take you up, back to your origin. You're handsome, Joseph, this world is your well. The rope is trust in God's will, can't you tell? Joseph, the rope has come now, so cling fast. Don't miss it, for the time has almost passed. Thank God this rope was lowered down to you. And grace and mercy have mixed with it too. So you might see the world with a new soul. One manifest but still invisible. This non-existent world looks real to you. Only because the real world you can't view. The dust is carried by the wind, to play illusion tricks and make veils in this way. That dust in motion is the husk, of course. The hidden one, its kernel and its source. In the Lord's hands the dust is like a tool. While wind is lofty, noble, fit to rule. Mere human eyes see dust alone in front. The eyes which see the wind are different. Each horse knows other horses of its kind. Each rider knows what's on a rider's mind. Your eye's the horse, the rider is God's light. Riderless horses are a sorry sight. So train the horse in the way of perfection, or else it will deserve the king's rejection. By the king's eyes the horse's eyes are led. Without his eyes its eyes are filled with dread. Unless you lead your horse towards some hay, it neighs no, and refuses to obey. Thus God's light must mount sensual light, before the soul can yearn to go to God once more. Riderless horses cannot find the way. A king who knows the path they must obey. Follow your senses when his light's their rider. His light controls them then like an insider. God's light makes earth's light beautiful and bright. This is what's meant by light on top of light. Earth's light will pull you to the world you see. God's light takes you beyond miraculously. Perceptibles are from a lower sphere. God's light's the sea, the senses one small tear. But you won't see that rider, other than through worthy deeds and righteous speech, good man. Even mere sensual light is kept from you. Inside your pupils, where you cannot view. How will you see that holy man's pure light, when you can't see the earth's with your poor sight? That sensual light is hidden from your eyes. More hidden is that light beyond the skies. Like straw which by a heavy wind is blown. This world is helpless next to the unknown. It spins it high, then brings it back down low. Repairs it now, then breaks it like a foe. Sometimes to left, sometimes to right it's born. It makes a rose garden, then makes a thorn. The hand is hidden but the pen can write. The horse trots, though the rider's out of sight. The arrow flies, the bow remains unseen. The soul of souls no human's ever seen. Don't break the arrow from a king, it came from one aware, it has a certain aim. God said, when you threw then you did not throw. God's acts have precedence, as life will show. Don't break the arrow but your rage it's blind. If it thinks milk and blood one of a kind. So kiss the arrow, which you ought to bring. moist with your blood stains to the glorious King. What can be seen is feeble, helpless, chained. While what's unseen is fierce and unrestrained. We are the prey to whom belongs the snare? We're polo balls, who is the batting player? He tears and then he sows, but where is he? He blows and burns like fire, but we can't see. Now he may make a saint an infidel, then turn an atheist to a monk as well. The seeker is in danger of the snare, until he's purged of self, clear as the air. And on this path fierce brigands lie in wait. You'll need God's help to flee from a grim fate. Not a pure mirror yet, the aspirant has not caught the prized bird at the king's hunt. Once he completes the path, then he'll be free, safe in a station of security. No mirror turns to iron in retreat. No bread returns to being stacks of wheat. Ripe grapes don't turn to the disliked sour type. Once grapes are ripe, they don't become unripe. When ripe, far from the realm of change, take flight. Like Borhani Mohaktek, turn to light. Escape yourself and you'll be proof today. A slave becomes a sultan in this way. For those who wanted to perceive it here, Salah would open eyes and lead them near. Every eye blessed with God's own light could see in this man's face deep mystic poverty. Like God, the sheikh will teach without a tool. Without words his disciples he will school. Like soft wax in his hands the heart's the same. Sometimes his seal brings fame, and sometimes shame. His seal brings up a seal ring in my mind. Of what then does the bezel's form remind? The goldsmith's image this sends to my brain. Like one more part of a connected chain, whose voice has filled the mountain of the heart, which wasn't full but silent at the start. He is the sage, wherever he may be. May his voice fill my heart perpetually. One mountain doubles voices, and I'm told another echoes them 100-fold. The mountain gushes at that voice's sound. 100,000 pure springs from the ground. When grace pours from the mountain like a flood, the mountain's water will turn into blood. For Moses' sake Sinai changed this way, with rubies covering it straight away. Wisdom and life mere stone came to possess. My people, are we humans then worthless? From our souls no such springs have yet been seen. Nor are we, like the angels, dressed in green. I still have not heard longing's passionate roar, nor seen a saki with pure wine to pour. Where are the longing men who with an axe can cut through mountains like the softest wax? Perhaps the moon some beams might radiate, which through the mountain might just penetrate. Each mountain is uprooted from its place. At resurrection who can stop this grace? This inner resurrection is supreme. That one's a wound, this one a soothing cream. Whoever's seen this salve will feel no pain. Those who see goodness good traits too will gain. The ugly one near beauty feels so blessed. But beauty fades if it is autumn's guest. When bread becomes life's close associate, it gives new life to those who feed on it. When wood joins fire and then is set alight, the darkness disappears and all is bright. When a dead donkey falls in a salt mine, it gains new life, no longer asinine. The color of God is his dying vat. All things become one colored mixed in that. If you tell one who's fallen in, arise. Don't blame me, I'm the vat itself, he cries. Just like that saint who I'm the truth once said. He still was iron, but he burned bright red. The iron's color is effaced by flames. It's silent while the fieriness makes claims. In color when it is the same as gold. Without a tongue it shouts, I'm fire, behold. The fire's effect leaves iron glorified. I'm fire, it now repeats with pride. I am fire too, if you have any doubt. Test me by touching me, you'll soon find out. I am fire too, does this claim seem untrue? Bring your face close to mine and I'll show you. When man receives God's light, the angels fall to bow to him, God's chosen over all. as do those who like angels have forced out from their souls all rebelliousness and doubt. What fire? What iron? Shut your mouth now please. Don't show off with your clever similes. Don't dirty now the water with commotion. Silence your tongue as you approach the ocean. It can engulf 100 men like me. But I can't keep away from this vast sea. For it, my mind and soul I'd sacrifice. This mystic sea has paid my soul's blood price. I'll swim in it until my legs feel dead. And then, like ducks, I'll float on it instead. Those present, though they may be unrefined, are better off than those who've stayed behind. Polluted body, go now to the pool. You can't be washed outside it, stupid fool. Even a clean man who should stay away from cleanliness is bound quite soon to stray. The purity of men's hearts is eternal. The purity of bodies just external. Because the heart's a pool which secretly possesses its own path towards the sea. Your finite purity needs something more. Expenditure reduces what you store. The water told a dirty man, "Come here." He said, "I'm too ashamed to stand so near." The water said, "How will shame leave you then? How will you ever be made clean again?" Such men who hide from water prove it's true that shame prevents faith. Don't let this stop you. The heart is mudded by the body's pond. The body's cleaned by the heart's pool beyond. My son, come to the heart's pool, and beware of steps towards the body's pond down there. Body and heart seas clash, their waves are tossed. But still a barrier's there which can't be crossed. Whether you're straight or crooked, move ahead. Try to run forward, don't crawl back instead. Though there is danger near the king, don't fear. Those with high aims can't bear not to be near. The king is sweeter than sweet sugar, so towards his sweetness souls should want to go. Fault finder, stick to safety if you must. If you seek peace you're weak and lack full trust. My soul's a furnace, happy when it's lit. To be the fire's home is enough for it. In love there is such burning you are not a furnace if you can't feel love that hot. When yours is dervish poverty's pure breath, you've gained eternal life and have fled death. When anguish just increases joy in you, your soul blooms roses and pure lilies too. What others dread is your security. The duck, unlike the sparrow, loves the sea. Physician, once more I have turned insane. Beloved, I am frenzied once again. How multiform are your chains rings which bind. Each one gives madness of a different kind. Each ring's gift is unlike the rest, in me. Each breath I feel a new insanity. This proves the proverb madness is diverse. Especially from this prince who's glorious. My madness crosses furthest boundaries. Now madmen come to give advice to me. How friends came to the madhouse for Zoel-Nun al-Mesri. It happened thus to Zoel-Nun al-Mesri. Inside him was such wild insanity. This frenzy started to intensify. It reached beyond all hearts, above the sky. Mere earthbound men, don't try now to compare your frenzy with that of the pure, beware. His madness no men could endure to see. His fire burned their beards of pomposity. When flames burned these men's beards, they gathered round to take him to the jail, where he was bound. There's no way one can pull back love's long rein, though for the path the vulgar show disdain. Mystics fear vulgar men for they are blind. And so these lofty kings are hard to find. When scoundrels rule, the likes of great Zoel-Nun will be led to the prison very soon. The great king rides alone across the lands. Can this rare pearl be kept in children's hands? This pearl's an ocean in a drop, my friend. A sun inside an atom, comprehend. A sun appeared as a mere atom once, perceived just by men with intelligence. All atoms were effaced in it, and then the world got drunk and sobered up again. When judgment is by traitors, then for sure you'll see hang on the gibbet poor Mansur. When those in power lack intelligence, they kill the prophets is the consequence. Through folly, to the prophets those astray complained, we think you're bad luck. Go away. Ignorant Christians seek security still from that Lord who was hung cruelly. That he was crucified by Jews they say. So how can he protect them all today? Pure Jesus's heart bled for them, so how can while you're with them help the Christians now? The danger to the goldsmith and pure gold from counterfeiting cheats is 20-fold. Josephs hide from the people's jealousies. They'll jump in fires to dodge their enemies. Josephs are in the well due to deceit. His brothers left him for the wolves to eat. How Joseph suffered from such jealous lies. Envy is like a huge wolf in disguise. For Joseph, Jacob always used to fear, especially when he knew wolves were near. The outward wolf did not harm his fine son. The wolf of jealousy surpassed that one. This wolf attacked instead in that wolf's place. With the excuse, we had gone out to race. 1,000 wolves don't know such trickery. This wolf will be disgraced eventually. Without a doubt the envious will transform on judgment day into a vile wolf's form. All greedy, mean, and carrion-eating men will be forced to take on a pig's form then. The fornicator's genitals will stink, as will the mouths of all who love to drink. Filth which before was sensed by just a few, on judgment day will be so clear to view. Man's being is a jungle, so defend against it if you're from beyond, my friend. Thousands of wolves and swine exist within. Good traits and vile ones, pious deeds and sin. Whichever one is stronger will take hold. More gold than copper makes the compound gold. Behavior which you now choose as your norm, at resurrection you'll adopt that form. A wolf may enter in a human's head, or radiant Joseph might come in instead. From breast to breast pass gentleness and spite, through a root which is hidden from your sight, and from a human to a cow and ass. Virtue and worthy knowledge too can pass. The wild horse can be trained in how to walk, a bear to play, a billy goat to talk. For dogs to learn to lead is not that hard. They can be taught to herd sheep, hunt, and guard. The 7 sleepers dog gained their pure light. A seeker it became in its own right. Each moment in the breast new species rise. Demons and angels, beasts in every guise. From that great jungle lions know of best. There is a way towards the hidden breast. So steal a pearl the mystics keep within. You who are less than a mere dog, dive in. If you steal pearls, make sure to snatch the best. If you bear loads, then pick the loveliest. The disciples understand that Zoel-Nun has not gone mad, but has acted that way deliberately. Zoel-Nun's friends came to see him at his cell, skeptical of reports he was unwell. Perhaps this is deliberate from the sage, for he's God's sign, the Qibla of the age. Far be it from his wisdom like the sea, that madness should make him act stupidly. And God forbid this moon, whose rank so high, should be veiled by the clouds now in the sky. He's chosen to hide from the public there. The loathsome intellectuals he can't bear. The shallow intellect's vile infamy has led him to go mad deliberately. Whip me with a cow's tail now, he has said. Don't question me. Come, strike my back and head. So I'll gain life, like that corpse long ago. Whipped hard with Moses's cow's tail each blow that I receive will leave me feeling thrilled. Like that man who in this way had been killed. That man came back to life miraculously, as copper turned to gold through alchemy. That murdered man sprang up and pointed out his gang of killers, so there was no doubt. This group killed me, he then said publicly. And now they're stirring trouble up for me. When this material body should fall dead, a new existence comes alive instead. Both paradise and hell this spirit sees. It knows so clearly all the mysteries. Who its own killers were it will declare. and then display deceit and falsehood snare. This path requires the cow's death, so the soul might be revived by its tail. That's the goal. So kill the cow, your carnal soul. Don't mourn. This way your hidden spirit will be born. Resumption of the story of Zo-el-Nun. When those friends came to see him in the jail. "Hey! Who are you?" "Beware," they heard him wail. They said politely, "We've come from afar. We're friends who want to find out how you are." "How are you, sea of wisdom? Please explain. The lies that madness has destroyed your brain. Can smoke rise from the furnace to the sun? A phoenix by a crow can't be undone. Don't hide the truth from us, explain it please. We are your lovers and true devotees. One shouldn't drive away well-meaning lovers, nor dupe them, hiding underneath the covers. Divulge your secret clearly, Lord of Grace. Bright moon, don't hide behind the clouds your face. We're lovers with pained hearts, sincere and true. In both worlds we have fixed our hearts on you." He started first to utter foul abuse, then gibberish as though his tongue was loose. Next he threw sticks and stones, and they would duck and run away, afraid they might be struck. Zo-el-Nun then laughed aloud and shook his head. "Look at the hot air of false friends," he said. "What friends? Where is the sign that they're sincere? To proper friends such pain is something dear. How can you flee a friend's pain when he yells? Pains are the kernels held in friendship's shells. Isn't the sign of friendship happiness? Though you experience pain and deep distress. A friend is gold while pain is fire, we know. True gold feels joy inside the flame's red glow." How Lachman's master tested Lachman's wisdom. Lachman, a pure slave, showed this memorably. He would serve day and night efficiently, and was the best slave in his master's view, who valued him more than his children too. For though Lachman was a low slave by birth, he'd mastered lust, and thus increased his worth. A king once told a sheik, "Hey there, good man. Ask me to grant you something while you can." He said, "Don't you feel shame, your majesty, to talk in such a vulgar way to me? I have 2 slaves, both vile and wretched too. But these 2 worthless slaves rule over you." The king asked, "What are they?" "Don't be unjust." He said, "The first is rage, the second lust. For kingship, real kings do not have concern, since their light shines without need for the sun. Treasure belongs to those with gold as essence. The foe of false existence boasts existence." Lachman's own master was so outwardly, but he was Lachman's slave still inwardly. In this world such things are not a surprise. A pearl is less than straw in some men's eyes. The desert place of safety some have called. By its false looks their brains have been enthralled. For some, clothes tell of people's worthiness. They call men vulgar for the way they dress. Some fall for false asceticism's show, though light's required its actual worth to know. Light free from imitation's harm one needs, to know a man before his actual deeds, to enter his heart through the intellect. Free from all gossip, his worth to detect. Knowers of the unseen, God's own elite, are spies of hearts whom you can never cheat. Such men, like thoughts, can enter into you. Your secrets are unveiled for them to view. What does the sparrow have that she should be veiled from the falcon's intellect? Tell me. The secrets of God's essence are revealed. To them how can men's secrets stay concealed? These men can travel quickly through the sky. Walking on land's not hard when you can fly. Iron became like wax in David's hand. What will become of wax? Please understand. Lachman was just in form a slave, no more. Slavery was simply like a badge he wore. Some masters, when they travel somewhere new, dress slaves in their own clothes, and they change too into their slaves' clothes, so men are misled into believing that a slave's the head. The master walks behind as good slaves do. so no one looking on will have a clue. The seat of honor is what you must use. He tells the slave, I'll follow with your shoes. Be harsh and curse me, so none will suspect. Towards me from now on don't show respect. Your duty now is to stop serving me. For here I've sown the seed of trickery. Like slaves such masters willingly would act. So it's believed that they are slaves in fact. With being powerful masters they've been sated. They do such work to be annihilated. Slaves of desire though are a different kind. Although they claim they rule their soul and mind. From masters come the paths to true effacement. From lust slaves naught but slavery's abasement. Compared with this world, that world that's unseen is topsy-turvy, you've seen what I mean. His master understood this situation. For he'd seen tokens of Lachman's true station. He learned the secret and felt satisfied. To do his own path's duties he then tried. He would have set him free immediately. To please Lachman was his priority. Lachman desired that nobody discover that he was God's brave devotee and lover. To hide your secrets from foes isn't strange. Hiding them from yourself, though, makes a change. Hide from your own eyes struggles you endure. So from the evil eye you'll stay secure. Surrender now to his reward's great snare. Then from yourself steal something, unaware. To wounded men some opium first they give. And then take out the blade so they might live. One man was torn with pain the hour he died. His soul left while he was preoccupied. Whatever thoughts you give your heart up to, that moment something will be snatched from you. So occupy yourself with what is best. And then they'll take from you what's ugliest. Dear prudent one, whatever you achieve, once you feel safe the thief with it will leave. A trader's goods fall in the stream, so he grabs hold of the best goods immediately. Since in the water something will be lost, it's best to save what has a higher cost. The excellence and wisdom of Lachman become manifest to those who wish to test him. The food for Lachman's master that they gave, he would immediately send to his slave, so that Lachman could taste it first of all. He'd then eat what was left, however small. The master ate what he'd left and felt bliss, but threw out what his servant chose to miss. And, if he ate some, it was not through lust. Their special bond was an eternal trust. They brought a melon as a gift. He said, please call Lachman, my son, to eat instead. He passed a melon slice for him to eat. Lachman ate it as though it tasted sweet. He gave more to him due to what he'd seen. Of relish in him he ate 17. With one slice left, the king said, that's for me. How sweet this melon is I now shall see. Lachman ate them with obvious delight. Everyone here now longs to have a bite. Its bitterness burned up his throat, his tongue was blistered by it, pain filled up each lung. The king was stunned and lost his wits a while. Then said, my soul and life, this tastes so vile. How could you eat such poison and not mind? How could you think the host was being kind? What tolerance and patience I did see. Perhaps you feel your life's your enemy. Why didn't you just leave the poisoned food? And say, excuse me, please, if this seems rude. Lachman said, I've now eaten from your hand. So much that I feel shame. Please understand. Refusing one thing bitter from you, I thought shameful, kind sage whom I won't defy. I owe all to your generosity. Drowned in your snare and bait as in the sea. If I complain about one bitter thing, throw dirt on me and make me feel shame sting. Delight in your hand which bestows sweet sugar. Became that melon's bitter tastes remover. Through love the bitter turns sweet, as we've told. Through love all copper too becomes pure gold. Through love the goblet's dregs turn clear and pure. Through love the pain we feel becomes our cure. Through love some even can revive the dead. Through love the king becomes a slave instead. This love results from knowledge, so how can the throne be taken by a stupid man? To love, deficient knowledge can't give birth, but only to what's lifeless and lacks worth. By what looks pretty it is easily stirred, as though the true beloved's voice is heard. Deficient knowledge can't discriminate the lightning with the sun it would equate. The prophet called deficient men cursed once. He meant deficient in intelligence. The physically deficient gain God's grace. Therefore to curse such men is a disgrace. Much worse than that is weakness in the mind, that merits cursing, being left behind. Perfecting wisdom is achievable. Perfecting bodies is impossible. Each unbeliever's infidelity was due to a weak mind's deficiency. Physical weaknesses are not the same. God sent relief, for blind men there's no blame. Lightning is transient, unreliable. You can't tell what lasts from what's temporal. The lightning laughs to ask at whom, one might. It laughs at those devoted to its light. Such light is flawed, unlike light which is best. That which is far beyond the east and west. Lightning we know will take away men's sight. Eternal light though helps men in their plight. To ride on foam from waves next to the sea, or red in lightning flashes patchily, is failure, for you'll fail to see the end. It is to mock your heart and mind, my friend. The intellect should know what's finally planned. It is the self that cannot understand. Intellect turns to self when devastated by self, as if by Saturn it's checkmated. Even misfortune you should contemplate. Gaze on the one who brought you such a fate. If you reflect on the tide's ebb and flow, you'll see how good luck often follows woe. To different states he keeps on moving you. In this way opposites to bring to view. Your deep dread of the left side will display hope for the right side on the final day. In this way, you'll have two wings who'd deny that with one wing alone no bird can fly. Either let me keep quiet, or instead command me to complete what I have said. If you want neither it is up to you. About what you intend we have no clue. Abraham's soul one needs, to gain the light, which can, through flames, bring heaven to one's sight. And to climb rung by rung up to the sun. And not be stuck in this dominion. Traverse the seventh heaven like God's friend. Say, I don't love the ones that said ascend. This carnal world we live in leads astray. All men except those who resist lust's sway. Conclusion of the story about the jealousy of the king's entourage for the special slave. The tale about the king's slave whom some eyes in court watched jealously, since he was wise, was left unfinished due to my digression. We must return to it for one last session. The kingdom's blessed gardener can see the differences between each single tree. The tree that will be bitter to the core, and that tree which is worth 100 more. He won't judge equals when each one first grows, since each one's outcome he already knows. That different fruit they'll bear eventually, though now they're similar superficially. The sheik who sees by God's light is aware of both the start and ending of this pair. He shuts his eyes to this world for the friend, preferring that eye which perceives the end. Those jealous men were like bad trees, which are bitter and ruled by an unlucky star. They boiled and their mouths foamed in jealousy. In secret they made a conspiracy, for they wished to behead that slave and tear his roots up from this world just like his hair. His soul's the king's soul too, how could he die? The Lord protects his roots from those who'd try. The king learned of their thoughts and secret plot. But, like Bulletin Bakaro Bobby, he said naught. He viewed the hearts of those who schemed with lies, but simply would applaud before their eyes. Some devious people tricky traps prepare, to make a king get caught inside their snare. A mighty king who's limitless in grace can't be ensnared, you asses. Know your place. To trap this king they knitted still a net. From him they'd learn this skill such fools forget. The pupil who begins a rivalry with his own master wretched luck will see. With which one? With the whole world's master, who Both clear and hidden realms can easily view. He sees by God's light all things clear as day. He's torn the veils of ignorance away. The pupil's heart has holes like rugs that age. And yet he puts a veil before that sage. His own veil laughs at him and what he's done. Its mouth's a window for that glorious one. The master tells the pupil angrily. Then dogs, you seem to have less loyalty. You don't think I'm a master of that kind. Whose rule is strong you think, like you, I'm blind. Haven't I nurtured both your brain and heart? Water won't reach you, if you choose to part. My heart's the workshop for your fortune, son. Would you destroy this workshop, wretched one? You boast you'll lead him to your fire to burn. But, through the window to your heart, he'll learn. For through this window he can read your mind. Your heart reveals all to men of this kind. Suppose he simply smiles and won't react. Because he's generous and knows how to act. It's not your flattery that makes him smile. But due to your thoughts he reads all the while. With falsehood thus his falsehood you have won. Deal a small blow, be dealt a massive one. If he'd smiled in approval, judged you true, 1,000 flowers would have bloomed in you. For when his heart approves things, then the sun will enter Aries and lift everyone. This makes the spring smile and the weather fine. Blossoms and meadows at this time combine. 1,000 doves and nightingales cry out. The songs this world has had to do without. Your spirit yellows like the leaves with age. So how can you not sense the ruler's rage? The king's son in reproaches zodiac. Like print in books, with shame makes faces black. Mercury's pen on our souls' leaves will write. Each page is balanced thus with black and white. But he'll write orders soon in green and red. So that our souls flee weakness, fear, and dread. Green and red are spring's abrogating power. They're like the rainbow, lovely as a flower. How reverence for Solomon's message was reflected in the heart of Belkis, the queen of Sheba, by means of the wretched form of the hoopoe. May Belkis, queen of Sheba, now be blessed. 1,000 intellects this queen possessed. From Solomon a hoopoe brought a message. A sealed note with inside it a key passage. She read those pithy words which were so wise. Chose then the messenger not to despise. She'd seen a hoopoe form with phoenix soul. Her eyes saw foam, her heart sees as a whole. The intellect for this cause fights our senses. The prophet fought his foes for such offenses. They judged him just a human far too soon. Not having seen the prophet split the moon. Throw dust now on your outward eyes false vision. The foe of intellect and true religion. God called the outward eye blind, mean, and low. A worshipper of idols and our foe. It sees the foam but not the waves behind. Today but not tomorrow thus it's blind. Although time's master is in front of it. It cannot see his treasure, not one bit. One word from that sun if an atom gave. Our son would long to be that atom's slave. One drop sent from the sea of unity. Bewitched our 7 seas eternally. A handful of mere earth, at his dictate. Was sent to make the heavens fall prostrate. Adam was made God's deputy, then came the angels bowing to his earthly frame. The heavens were all torn apart but why? An earthling opened up a mystic eye. Like wine dregs, clay in water will descend. So how can clay beyond God's throne ascend? It won't receive from water such a lift. But from the bounteous source it gains this gift. He can make air and fire sink to the ground. And thorns surpass the finest roses found. We know that God does what he wills, he reigns. He can form cures out of the source of pains. If air and fire he should one day throw down. And turn to dregs, which are thick and dark brown. Then raise up earth and water very high. And make the path above one men can try. You raise up whom you will be made clear. He told an earthling, with wings fly up here. And he told fire, turn into Satan. Go. Deceive men in the basest realm below. So, earthly man, transcend the stars. Soar high. Make fiery Satan in the dirt now lie. I'm not like the four natures and first cause. I'm constant and control without a pause. Without a reason, my deeds are correct. They're predetermined, use your intellect. I'm free to change, whenever, what I do. And, when I choose, I'll put to shame some too. Become filled up with fire. I tell the sea. To fire turn to a rosebush. I decree. I tell the mountain, be as soft as wool. I tell the sky, come down. It's possible. And I command the sun, join with the moon. Then I'll change them to black clouds very soon. I make the sun's fount turn as dry as flour. And change blood into musk through my great power. The sun and moon like two black clouds, no joke. God next will place upon their necks a yoke. A philosopher rejects the Quranic verse, if your water should have seeped into the ground. A man read from the holy book one day. If water seeps in soil, I've blocked its way. The water in the soil's depths I will hide. And make the spring like deserts I have dried. Who can bring water to the fount but me? I have no peer in grace and majesty. Then a philosopher with education passed by in earshot of this recitation. And when he heard this man recite, he said, we are the ones who dig it up instead. With spades and axes, wells by men are found. Who raise the water up then from the ground. That night he dreamt a lion-like man came. And punched him, blinding him was this man's aim. Then said, from these light found eyes guiding you, dig up some light if what you say is true. He jumped up to confirm what he had feared. His eyes were blind, their light had disappeared. If only he had begged then for forgiveness. That light would have returned, for God is generous. Seeking forgiveness isn't in our hands. Not every drunk sips this, nor understands. His actions and denial blocked the way. From his heart to repentance straight away. His heart became then just as hard as stone. In stone, repentance a seed can't be sown. Where can Shoaib and his true prayer be found? To turn a mountain now to fertile ground. Abraham's firm faith made him capable of following what seemed impossible. A Copt once begged the Prophet for his aid. Stony ground into fertile land he made. In contrast, though, an infidel's rejection turned gold to copper, peace to war's dejection. It caused an ugly change thus on its own. Turned cultivable land to barren stone. Not every heart's allowed to fall prostrate. Grace won't reach all who eagerly await. Beware then, don't do things that are depraved. Thinking, I will repent and thus be saved. Water and heat are needed for contrition. Thick clouds and lightning are a precondition. To ripen, fruit needs water and much light. With clouds and lightning they will turn out right. Without tears and bright lightning in your heart, how shall you put out anger's flames which dart? How shall the meadow of his union grow? How shall pure fountain springs be made to flow? How shall a flower bead tell grass what it feels? Or violets with jasmine trees make deals? Or plane trees open up their palms to pray? Or other trees, like drunkards, lean and sway? And how shall blossom shake off from its sleeve its wealth, unless it does so by God's leave? How shall a blood-red tulip shine so bright? A rose take gold from its purse that's sealed tight? And how shall nightingales smell roses too? Or doves, like men who search, cry out cuckoo? How shall the stork call lack lack, friend of mine? What does that mean? The kingdom, God, is thine. The secrets in its mind how shall earth show? Without the sky how shall the orchard grow? From where were all these marvelous garments sent? From the most noble and beneficent. All of those marvels witness special men, who've soared to him and then returned again. They've seen the king, whose signs delight them too. While those who've never seen him have no clue. The mystic's spirit at a last could see his Lord, and so it felt drunk instantly. He has drunk wine, so he detects its smell. If he had not, would he know how to tell? Wisdom's our camel, though it be astray. And, like a guide, to kings it shows the way. You dream of someone with a lovely face, who gives this promise of a sign of grace. Once you see this sign, your wish will come true. A man tomorrow will come up to you. He will be riding at a steady pace. Then, once he reaches you, you'll both embrace. Another sign is that this man will smile when near you, with his arms crossed all the while. On the next day you must not share the news with anyone, or all I've told you'll lose. God ordered Zechariah, for 3 days. You mustn't speak, this is a crucial phase. Keep silent for 3 days and nights, and then John will be born, a star among the men. Don't breathe a word in these days to a soul, for silence is required to reach the goal. Don't speak at all about this sign, beware. Retain it in your heart and hide it there. You'll then be told of other signs in store. They're nothing though, as he has hundreds more. These are the signs designed to let you know that rank and power you crave God will bestow. You will soon weep all night with sleeplessness, and then at dawn you'll burn with neediness. Your day will have turned dark without him here. So thin your neck will then start to appear. You will have given what you own away, like those who gamble all just to obey. You'll have forsaken both your health and sleep. Thin like a hair, your head too you won't keep. For long, like incense, in flames you'll have stayed. And, like a helmet, bowed before the blade. A million acts of helplessness and need belong to those whose hearts forever bleed. The morning after having had this dream, through hope, triumphant your next day will seem. You'll keep on looking to your left and right, thinking, where is that token from last night? You'll tremble like a leaf and say, alas, if I don't find it and this day should pass. You'll search each nook and cranny, everywhere, like one who's lost a calf and feels despair. Men will ask you, why run thus to and fro? Who is it that you've lost? How long ago? You'll answer, all is well, but nobody will hear about the brilliant news from me. If I tell you, my sign will pass me by. If that should vanish, then I'd rather die. You'll look in every rider's face, and they will shout, don't stare, you mad fool. Look away. You'll say, I've lost a friend, distinguished man. And now I aim to find that man again. May your most noble fortune last forever. Please pardon now and pity this poor lover. When you search hard it's not of no avail. Tradition says, endeavor does not fail. Then suddenly a rider will appear. This holy man will hold you very near, making you lose your wits and every sense. The ignorant will say, it's mere pretense. What do they know of fervour of this kind? To union with him and its signs they're blind. The sign is meant for those who recognize. How can this sign appear to others' eyes? Each instance that from him a sign's arrived, the viewer's soul has always been revived, like thirsty fish when water is provided. These are the book's signs, by which we are guided. The signs appearing as a prophet's share are meant for just the souls which are aware. This talk remains short of stability. Forgive me for my wild insanity. How can one count all atoms? It's in vain. Especially when love has snatched your brain. The leaves inside the park shall I then count? Or calculate to what bird squawks amount? This can't be counted, but I'll do my best to guide those who must undergo this test. Jupiter's good luck, Saturn's bad luck, none can calculate their power, it can't be done. Yet aspects of these two one can explain, such as how they can make men lose or gain, so that a clue about the Lord's decree is made known to all people equally. He who has Jupiter as his ascendant will feel much happier and seem resplendent. But if it's Saturn, then one must beware. Caution will be required in each affair. Of Saturn's fire if I don't help him learn, the poor and helpless wretch is bound to burn. Remember God, he said on catching sight of us immersed in flames, he sent his light. Though I transcend your zekra and piety, and images aren't suitable for me, still, when you're drunk on fancies in your mind, it shows your need for aids of such a kind. Outward remembrance is inadequate. Royal descriptions are too high for it. He's not a weaver, one man might declare. About his king is he then unaware? Moses condemns the prayer of a shepherd. Once Moses overheard a shepherd pray, O God, he heard this shepherd say, where do you live that I might serve you there? I'd mend your battered shoes and comb your hair, and wash your clothes, and kill the lice and fleas, and serve you milk to sip from when you please. I'd kiss your little hand, and rub your feet, and sweep your bedroom clean and keep it neat. I'd sacrifice my herd of goats for you. This loud commotion proves my love is true. He carried on in this deluded way. So Moses asked, what's that I hear you say? I speak to my Creator there on high, the one who also made the earth and sky. Moses replied, you've truly lost your way. You've given up the faith and gone astray. It's gibberish and babble, stupid twit. You'd better learn to put a cork in it. Your blasphemy pollutes the atmosphere, and tears to shreds that silk of faith so sheer. While socks and shoes might be superb for you, how can they fit the sun? Have you a clue? If you don't shut your mouth immediately, a fire will burn up all humanity. You don't believe? Then please explain this smoke, and why your soul turned black when you just spoke. If you're aware that he is God, our Lord, why act familiar when that is abhorred? Such stupid friendships truly enmity. The Lord's above such acts of piety. For relatives reserve your generous deeds. God has no body, nor material needs. Milk is for creatures who must drink and eat. Shoes are for those who have a need for feet. Even when you address his chosen slave, select your words with care, don't misbehave. Since God has said, I'm he and he is I. When I was ill you never once stopped by. He wasn't left alone with his disease. That servant who through me both hears and sees. Don't talk to saints without the reverence due. It blocks your heart, and blots your record too. If you address a man by Fatma's name, though man and woman are inside the same, he'll still seek vengeance for it if he can. Even if he's a calm and patient man. That glorious name which women all revere, can wound a man more deeply than a spear. While hands and feet are great for you and me, they just contaminate God's purity. He was not born, nor does the Lord beget. But reproducing beings are in his debt. Those with a body were once born, and must remain until death in this realm of dust. That is because we wither and decay. Unlike our Maker we must fade away. The shepherd said, your words have struck me dumb. Regret now burns my soul, and I feel numb. He breathed a heavy sigh and ripped his cloak. Then in the desert disappeared like smoke. God rebukes Moses for what he said to the shepherd. A revelation came down instantly. You have just turned a slave away from me. Was not to lead to union why you came. Is causing separation now your aim? As far as possible don't separate. Above all else divorce is what I hate. I've given each one his own special ways, and his unique expressions when he prays. What he thinks virtuous you deem scandalous. This person's meat to you seems poisonous. I stand immune to all impurity. Men's pride and cunning never bother me. I don't command for my own benefit, but so my slaves themselves can gain from it. For Indians their own dialect sounds best, but folk from sin think theirs the loveliest. I'm not made any purer by their praise. They gain in eloquence and godly ways, and I pay no attention to their speech, but their intentions and the heights they reach. I know when men's hearts have humility, even if they should speak too haughtily. The heart's the essence, words are mere effects. The heart's what matters, hot air he rejects. I'm tired of fancy terms and metaphors. I want a soul which burns so much it roars. It's time to light one's heart with pure desire. Burn thought and its expression with this fire. How far apart the meek and well-behaved from ardent lovers, who may seem depraved. Each moment lovers burn themselves away. A ruined village has no tithes to pay. Don't pick at faults and call him a disgrace. Don't wash the blood upon the martyr's face. It suits a martyr better that he bleeds. And that's worth more than countless pious deeds. Men in the Kaaba and the Qibla rule. What use are boots when swimming in a pool? You don't seek guidance from those drunken men. So why insist they mend their rags again? God's lovers stand beyond all faiths, as they are shown by God himself a higher way. A gem which lacks a seal remains a gem. Though sorrows rain down, love's not changed by them. A revelation comes to Moses, excusing the shepherd. Then in the depths of Moses God concealed such secrets that can never be revealed. Into his heart poured words, pure and refined, transparent just like speech and sight combined. He lost his wits and then found them anew. From pre to post eternity he flew. If I describe this it will be in vain. What lies beyond words how can I explain? This mystery would smash your brain to bits. When writing it the firmest stylus splits. Once Moses had heard God's reproach, he ran towards the desert, searching for that man. He followed footprints that the shepherd laid, scattering dust throughout the track he'd made. Footprints of drunkards are a special kind, distinct from those the sober leave behind. He starts just like a rook, steps straight ahead. Then bishop-like diagonally instead. Sometimes just like a wave's crest rising high. And then as if a fish has slithered by. Occasionally he'd write his thoughts in sand. Like fortune tellers reading what is planned. On reaching the poor shepherd finally, Moses announced, I bring you God's decree. Don't bother with good manners anymore. But let your heart express what's in its core. Your unbelief is faith, your faith God's light. The world through you is also safe and bright. Absolved by God, who does what he should will. Speak out, and don't be scared I blame you still. He said, I passed that stage right at the start. I'm drenched in blood now from my love-torn heart. I've passed that low tree found at heaven's end. 1,000 spheres beyond, I still ascend. You cracked the whip, which made my stallion vault above the heavens with a somersault. May God stay close to human beings like me. And may he bless your hand eternally. With words my current state can't be expressed. What I have said give just a hint at best. The image in the mirror which you see is yours and not the mirror's obviously. The breath inside the reed its player's blown is not the reed's but the reed player's own. Whenever you should praise God, be aware. It's like this shepherd's crazy sounding prayer. Though yours seems better and more accurate. Still, for the Lord, they're both inadequate. So when the veil is lifted don't protest. What's now revealed we never could have guessed. Through kindness he hears Zechar you dedicate. And women's prayers though they still menstruate. Blood makes her prayer impure, likewise in you. Your doubts and questioning pollute prayers too. Polluting blood is washed away with ease. Within you there are worse impurities. Which, if you lack his water of pure grace, will not be rubbed off from your inner face. When you're prostrate, if only your attention were on the meaning of the prayers you mention. Say, just like my existence, it's worth naught. You give good things for bad things I have brought. Earth has the mark of God's great clemency. With dung it raises flowers seasonally. Thus it will hide our filthy, smelly shit. And, in return, buds start to grow from it. An infidel saw that he was behind. mere soil in giving help and being kind. From his existence flowers didn't grow. And so to pure things he became a foe. He said, I'm going backwards as days pass. If only I'd remained mere dust. Alas! If only I'd not chosen then from clay to change, I would still nurture seeds today. While traveling it, my journey much has taught. But on returning I have brought back naught. His inclination was towards the earth. So in the journey he saw little worth. Turning away is lust and greediness. Turning to him is truthful neediness. Each plant which longs to reach above soon grows, and flourishes with life that God bestows. But those that bend towards the ground will be sapped of their strength and wither rapidly. If your soul longs to soar up through the sky, you will gain much and soon return on high. But if your head points downwards, don't forget, you'll sink, and God loves not the ones that sit. Moses asks God about the mystery behind why oppressors prevail. Moses said, Generous God, remembering you. For one breath earns a life that's long and true. In humans I've seen such deformities. Like angels, I've complained of forms like these. Saying, why make such forms in which to sow seeds of corruption? I demand to know. Why light the fire of tyranny and sin? And burn things down, like mosques and those within. Their tears and blood are made to flow this way, in order that they humbly beg and pray. There's wisdom, I believe, to each decision. But I seek certainty which comes with vision. Keep silent now, my faith demands of me. While my desire screams, seek it fervently. Your secret to the angels you've made known. That honey can be worth the sting you've shown. And Adam's light to them you made appear. Difficulties to them you thus made clear. Death's secret resurrection day displays. The secret of the leaf its fruit conveys. What blood and sperm make is soon known to all. Thus great things are produced by what seems small. The students wipe their tablets clean before they scribble on those tablets words once more. He turns the heart to blood and tears, and then writes all the secrets on it with his pen. So when you wash this tablet, realize it will become a book before your eyes. To make sure new foundations will be sound, one first digs up the old ones in the ground. And everyone must dig up mud at first, that gushing waters might then quench their thirst. As it is healed a child weeps bitterly, ignorant of the treatment's mystery, while men pay healers gold that they've collected, and welcome then the needle that's injected. Towards the heavy case the porters run, before the others can pick up that one. Over this case the porters even fight, as do the ones competing for truth's light. Huge burdens are the prelude to repose. Bitter things lead to bounties he bestows. Heaven's reached through things you dislike, hell's fires await those men who follow their desires. Your lust is a fresh, healthy branch today. Burn it with love and reach cause are this way. Whoever's suffering in a prison must have earned this fate because of greed and lust. Whoever lives in castles like a lord, through suffering hardship has earned his reward. And those with too much gold for men to count, must have been patient to save that amount. With true sight one can disregard causation, but you must heed it till you reach that station. With souls beyond this natural world's domain, such mystics can break through causation's chain. They see that prophets' miracles are free from earthly causes and dependency. Physicians are required to heal the sick. An oil lamp is dependent on its wick. So for your lamp you change the wick each night. The sun does not need wicks, though, to shine bright. Your ceiling must be plastered, but the sky does not need plastering, so don't you try. Ah, our beloved soothed our aching hearts. But the retreat must end as daytime starts. The moon's face only in the night is shown. You'll find him through a burning heart alone. Forsaking Jesus for your ass, you'll stray. And like a donkey you'll be forced away. In Jesus is the knowledge that's divine. Not donkeys, you who are so asinine. You hear the donkey and feel motherly. It orders asinine ways stubbornly. Feel sympathy for Jesus, fool, instead. Don't let your bestial nature rule your head. Just let that sensual nature weep all day. So, by this means, your soul's debt you can pay. You have obeyed that ass for years, you gave your life to walk behind it as its slave. Your sensual, carnal soul put it behind. It must stay last while first comes the pure mind. Just like an ass is your base intellect. It only thinks of straw it can collect. Jesus's donkey gained a heart as prize. A station next to those who are most wise. The self's ass weakened wisdom thus could win. A heavy rider makes the ass grow thin. But if your wisdom weakens, then that donkey becomes a dragon, making you its monkey. If life with Jesus makes your heart feel pain, he'll give you health soon, so with him remain. O Jesus, you have suffered for God's sake. Because no treasure is without its snake. Jesus, how are you coping with deniers? Joseph, how are you with those jealous liars? For stupid men's sake, you bear endless strife. So selflessly you can replenish life. With those sick, useless ones how do you live? Apart from headaches, what can such trials give? You're radiant like the morning sun, while we fill our time with fraud and hypocrisy. You're honey while we're vinegar, these two, when mixed together form a healing brew. We've added too much vinegar, please pour more honey in, don't hold back anymore. This type of action's frequent from our kind. Too much sand in the eye makes one turn blind. From you the act that would be typical is granting wretches something valuable. Your heart was roasting in the tyrant's flame. Yet guide my people, was what you'd exclaim. Since you are incense, if they make you burn, to a sweet-scented realm this world will turn. You're not that incense flames diminish, and you're not a soul trapped by depression's hand. The source of incense can't be set alight. How can the wind put out your holy light? From you the heavens gain their purity. Your wrath tastes sweeter than your grace to me. Unkindness from a sage is better than the kindness coming from a stupid man. Enmity born of his intelligence is worth more than love due to ignorance. How a prince troubled a sleeping man into whose mouth a snake had entered. A wise prince saw a snake begin to slide into a man's mouth, which was open wide. On seeing this he didn't hesitate to hurry there, but he arrived too late. Not only wise, he liked to help all men. He hit the sleeping man awake again. This made the man run off in dread and fear, to hide beneath a fruit tree which was near. A lot of rotten apples from that tree had fallen off. The prince said, "Eat. They're free." So many apples then he gave to him, that they spilled out, his throat full to the brim. "Prince, why come after me? What did I do? Was there a time when I had bothered you? If you've a problem with me, raise your sword. Kill me immediately, my noble lord. What bad luck to have now come to your view. Happy are those who don't set eyes on you, when no misdeed or crime has been committed. No one believes such cruelty is permitted. With words blood gushes from my mouth as well. God give what he deserves, send him to hell." He kept on cursing him, while that wise one continued beating him and shouting, "Run." The blows made him run at a rapid pace. And so he'd keep on falling on his face. He felt weak, stuffed with food, and sleepy too. His face and feet became soon black and blue. The prince on horseback drove him on so fast. By evening this man vomited at last. Out of him came both good and rotten food, as well as that snake which had dared intrude. On seeing that a snake came out, he ran, and fell prostrate before the helpful man. Once he had seen that vicious, ugly snake, his pain subsided, gone was every ache. He said, "Are you the angel Gabriel? Or God himself? You are so merciful. Blessed the moment I came in your view. I then was dead, now I've gained life anew. Just like a mother you came after me. And, like an ass, from you I tried to flee. A mule flees its own master, what a fool. Due to his kindness, he pursues that mule. Not due to thought of loss or benefit. But lest the hungry wolf should ravish it. Happy the men who get to see your face. Or suddenly arrive near to your place. The purest souls will sing aloud your praise. My previous prattle could I but erase. O Lord and King, O eminent Amir. Ignorance spoke, not me, don't be severe. If I'd got wind of this and found a clue, I wouldn't then have said such things to you. I would have sung your praises constantly. If you had given just one hint to me. But you stayed silent, frightening me instead. Without a word you pounded on my head. My head became so giddy, filled with pain. To start with it had just a little brain. Forgive me please, you handsome, virtuous man. Forget my gibberish please if you can. If I had given hints, the prince then said, your bravery would have dissolved through dread. If I had told you all about the snake, sheer terror would have made your spirit quake. The prophet said, if I should let you know that in your soul you have a wicked foe, gallbladders of the bravest would then burst, and none would move or act, as if they're cursed. Its helplessness no man's heart then would bear. His body wouldn't have the strength for prayer. Like mice before a cat each man would die. Or lambs who see a huge wolf passing by. No plan of action would for him remain. That's why I helped but chose not to explain. Just like Robabi, silently I smile. Iron I bend like David all the while. Because my hand can do unheard of things. Such as provide for wounded birds new wings. God's hand is over their hands is well known. God thus declares our hands are like his own. A very long hand he let me acquire, which stretches past the heavens, and much higher. My hand displayed its skills once to the sky. The moon was split when these skills caught its eye. My silence was because of your weak brain. God's power to weak men one can't explain. Lift up your head from slumber, comprehend. God knows what is the best course in the end. The strength to eat enough you'd not have found, to make you spew it all out on the ground. I carried on, your curses I ignored. I prayed in silence, make things easy, Lord. I didn't have permission to tell you. But still I had to show you what to do. And due to inner pain I prayed inside. They know not, God, my people please still guide. That man who'd just escaped from death like this. Bowed down before him, saying, what sheer bliss. May you gain your reward from God, good man. This wretch can't thank you in the way he can. God will say thanks to you, my chief and guide. My small mouth can't contain fit praise inside. Hostility from sages is like this. Their poison will instead fill you with bliss. An idiot's friendship, though, leads to perdition. As shown to you by this profound tradition. On putting trust in a bear's fawning and good faith. One day a dragon dragged a bear behind. A brave man came to help, for he was kind. The succor of this world is men like these, who heed the shrieks of victims and their pleas. The cries of victims everywhere they hear. And, like God's mercy, brave men will rush near. These props supporting this world's weaknesses. These healers who cure hidden sicknesses. Are justice, mercy, and love that is pure. Like God, they can't be bribed or made impure. Ask one, why do you help immediately? He'll say, they're helpless and in agony. Lion-like men hunt chances to be kind. Pain is the medicine they wish to find. Wherever pain is, there the cure will go. Where hills slope down the water's bound to flow. Since you need mercy's water, bend down too. Get drunk from mercy's wine which flows to you. Mercy keeps filling up your head with grace. Don't sink for one delight to a low place. Courageous man, ascend now like a dove, and hear sweet Sama music from above. Take out the plugs of evil whispering, so shouts from heaven in both ears will ring. Remove the hair which covers now your eye, to see the lofty cypresses on high. Cough up the phlegm that's blocking up your head, so God's wind fills your nostrils up instead. Don't let a trace of bile and fever stay, so you'll taste sweetness in this world today. Don't keep it limp, insert man's remedy, and make the women climax rapturously. The fetters on your spirit's feet undo, so it can soar up as it used to do. The shackles on your hands and neck now break. New fortune then from heaven you can take. If you can't reach the Kaaba of His grace, your helplessness before the Lord to place, then your recourse is weeping bitterly. His mercy is the nurse and remedy. Nurses and mothers both anticipate the baby's cries, to comfort them they wait. God made your needs like babies, so He'll hear. When you should weep, then milk He'll make appear. Call upon God. God said keep weeping, so the milk of His kind love will start to flow. If winds should howl and rain clouds start to pour, it's for our grief be patient a bit more. God said, find in the sky your daily bread. Why cling then to this lowly place instead? Like a ghoul's voice, your fear and desperation will lure you to the pit of degradation. The calls which beckon you beyond the sky have come down for your ears' sake from on high. But every call that beckons you to lust is howling from a wolf you shouldn't trust. Height here is not a physical dimension. The soul's and wisdom's peak is the intention. Causes are higher than effects, men say. Iron and stone than sparks they send away. Higher than vain men sits the true fakir, though next to them this great man might appear. Nobility determines who comes first. The seed placed furthest from the top's the worst. Iron and stone in action's course are prior, and so it seems that these two should rank higher. That spark they send out, since it is their aim, must be superior to them all the same. Iron and stone may come before their goal, but they're the body while the spark's the soul. In sequence even if the spark's posterior. In nature, still it is that pair's superior. The branch precedes the fruit found on the tree. The fruit's worth so much more though obviously, because fruit is the branch's aim, it's true. Fruits first, branch last, although the branch first grew. When that bear screamed for help, a lion heart released it, pulling those huge claws apart. He showed such cleverness and manliness to slay that dragon which had caused distress. The dragon has much strength, but lacks a mind. Above yours too there's a superior kind. Your own intelligence you see, why then do you not see its source? Head there again. What now is low came from above, so turn your gaze to lofty heights and you will learn that this gives light with which to truly see. After a period of perplexity, accustom now your eyes to those light rays. Unless you are a bat, fix there your gaze. Seeing conclusions proves you've gained that light. Feeding your lusts means that your grave's in sight. Great men see all potential traps ahead, but fools hear of just one and are misled. That single trap makes them stray even faster. Proudly each one will even shun his master. Like samurai, who'd learnt one skill with pride from Moses, and then vainly turned aside from Moses though he'd learnt his cherished skill. He closed his eyes to his great teacher still. Moses then used a new skill suddenly, which stunned and left for dead vile samurai. Book knowledge fills your head seductively. It beckons you and seeks authority. Don't lose your head. Be like your own foot's sole, and then take refuge with the mystic pole. Though you be kings, don't look down with disdain. Though you be honey, seek his sugar cane. Your thought's a form, while his thought is the soul. Your gold's false, mine's belong to this great pole. Now seek yourself in him, you're really he. Fly to him, coo as doves do constantly. If you don't want to serve him now with care, you're in the dragon's jaws just like a bear. Perhaps the teacher will deliver you and pull you from all harm as he can do. You have no strength, so weep in fits all day. You're blind, so from the guide don't turn away. Are you less than a bear? Cry when in pain. The bear which cried found pain would not remain. God, melt like wax this stony-hearted man. Make his cries sweet and worthy, as you can. A blind beggar said, I have two types of blindness. There once was a blind man who used to say, I'm blind in two ways, pity me and pray. Be twice as merciful and twice as kind. I'm stuck with this sad fate, I'm doubly blind. Someone said, one of them we all can see. But what's the other blindness meant to be? He said, my voice is ugly like the bray of donkeys, doubling blindness in this way. My ugly voice induces so much grief. It steals all listeners' love just like a thief. Wherever it is heard it will create much grief and rage, and it makes people hate. Double your mercy for two blindnesses. Make room for one who always trespasses. Through his complaint, his voice's ugly sound made people in compassion gather round. Because he'd owned up, he would soon rejoice. His heart's voice gave his tongue a lovely voice. But if his heart's voice had been bad as well, three blindnesses would have locked him in hell. Those saints who share God's grace unselfishly could then have touched him as a remedy. When this man's voice turned soft and sweet, it then could melt like wax the stony hearts of men. The infidel's cry is an ugly sound. It won't find sympathy from those around. Be silent, has an ugly voice in mind, that of bloodthirsty dogs among mankind. The bear's wail draws compassion, different from your unpleasant and ignored lament. With Joseph, like a wolf you have behaved. Innocent blood you drank, for you're depraved. Empty yourself of what you've drunk, be sick, and seal the wounds at which you'd always pick. Completion of the story of the bear and that fool who trusted that it would show good faith. When from the danger that bear was set free by that kind man who showed much bravery, just like the dog of sleepers in the cave. It then became that man's most faithful slave. Its master rested, for he'd struggled hard, and so the bear served as his bodyguard. A passerby asked, what has happened here? How come the bear treats you as someone dear? The dragon's story he began to share. The passerby said, never trust a bear. Friendship with fools is worse than enmity. It should be chased away immediately. You speak from jealousy. Heavens above. Don't focus on its wildness but its love. Love from a fool is false seduction, friend. My envy will prove better in the end. Join me, drive off this bear, leave it behind. Don't choose the bear, forsaking your own kind. Mind your own business. I loathe jealousy. This is my business, but you cannot see. Good man, I'm not less than a savage bear. Be my companion, leave that wild beast there. My heart now trembles with concern for you. Don't walk with such a bear as fools would do. My heart's not stirred without a cause or aim. It is from God's light, not a specious claim. A true believer, I see by God's light. Flee this fire temple of your sorry plight. The things he said had no effect at all. Men's ears are blocked by their suspicion's wall. The good man took his hand, he pulled away. You are no friend of mine. You've gone astray. So leave at once. Don't show concern for me. Meddlesome fool, stop now your sophistry. I'm not your foe, the passerby then said. It would be best to come with me instead. He snapped back, I am sleepy. Let me be. The passerby said, friend, submit to me. To sleep in the protection of a sage. Safe with a mystic from the wild bear's rage. He doubted still this passerby's intent. and turned away to show his discontent. Perhaps this liar wants to injure me. He is a thief or beggar obviously. Perhaps he made a bet with friends that I would prove an easy man to terrify. Not one good thought came to his mind. Confusion ruled him because his mind had much pollution. All positive thoughts he saved for the bear. The two belonged together like a pair. Before a sage a bear he chose to trust. This fool thought it affectionate and just. Moses says to one who worshipped the golden calf, "What happened to your intelligence and skepticism?" Moses stopped a deluded man to say, "You're cynical because you've gone astray. About my prophethood you had such doubt. Though I had strong proof and am good throughout. Many miraculous feats you saw me do. But doubts and fancies just increased in you. The devil's whispering tricked you, so you would sneer sceptically about my prophethood. I forced apart the sea's waves perfectly, so that from Pharaoh's evil you'd be free. 4 years from heaven manna was bestowed. And, through my prayers, from stone fresh water flowed. These things and many more just as diverse did not reduce your false doubts your perverse. A golden calf once moved through sorcery. And you prayed, "You're my God," immediately. Bowing to it succeeded then to sweep your doubts away, your cold brain went to sleep. Why didn't you doubt all the lies it said? Before that object why bow down your head? Why didn't you suspect its idle claim? To trap you with its magic is its aim. You dogs, who is that liar samurai? To carve a god out for humanity? Why let his lies make you all of one mind, leaving all thought of problems far behind? Why worship a mere calf when it has lied? Although my prophethood you all denied, you bow to it through sheer inanity. Your brain is samurai's prey tragically. From God's light you have turned your eyes away, because you're ignorant and far astray. Your brains be damned, and what you choose to do. It is correct to kill vile fools like you. What did the golden calf say when it spoke? The love in your hearts how did it provoke? Much greater miracles I have displayed. By worthless men, though, God is not obeyed. Base men are smitten with stupidity, as futile men admire futility. Since each one is beguiled by its own kind. A bull and lion playing you won't find. For Joseph can the wolf feel sympathy, unless through cunning, as his enemy. If it leaves wolfishness, it's then a friend. A dog can be a human in the end. When Abu Bakr could identify the prophet, he said, "This face doesn't lie." Buledinyal did not feel empathy one bit. He turned away although the moon was split. We hid the truth from mystics with love's pain. But hidden from them it did not remain. Those ignorant, who from love's pain are free, were often shown the signs but couldn't see. One must keep clean the mirror of one's heart, to tell the lovely and the vile apart. The man who gave advice leaves behind the one deluded by the bear after counseling him as much as possible. That passerby left after that attack. "God give me strength," he said and then went back. I gave advice and argued how I tried. But vain thoughts in his heart just multiplied. Blocked is the way of counsel for this man. And so withdraw from them, is my sole plan. When your cure makes the sick man's brain unsound, find a true seeker and read from he frowned. The blind man's come to seek God earnestly. Don't force him off due to his poverty. You're eager for the notables to turn to Islam, so the rest from them will learn. Mohammed, you have seen some chiefs tonight. And so you're happy with the thought they might become supporters of your new religion. For they rule Arab men and Abyssinian. To Basra and Tabuk you hope such news will spread their king's faith subjects always choose. That's why you turned away from one who's blind. But rightly guided this upsets your mind. This is a chance that's very rare, you said. You can return another day instead. So why now while I'm busy bother me? This counsel is not due to enmity. Mohammed, that blind man is worth much more to God than mighty emperors by the score. Remember, people are like mines, take heed. One mine in worth 1,000 may exceed. One ruby or cornelian mine is worth much more than all the copper mines on earth. Mohammed, copper here gives us no gain. A breast is needed full of love and pain. Don't shut the door. A blind man full of light has come, give him advice. It is his right. If a few fools reject you, persevere. Don't be made bitter even if they jeer. If a few fools should charge you with a crime, God will serve as your witness in good time. I don't seek recognition now, he said. When God's one's witness, one feels no more dread. If a bat should gain something from a sun, that proves the sun's not an authentic one. The curses of such bats is evidence that I'm the bright sun with true radiance. To rose water if beetles ever crawl, that proves it's not true rose water at all. If counterfeits for touchstones should cry out that they are proper touchstones, we must doubt. The burglar longs for nights and not for days. I'm day not night, I shine with such bright rays. I am discerning and act like a sieve. For chaff, room to pass through me I won't give. The chaff from wheat I strive to separate, the differences between them to relate. I serve as God's own weighing scales this way. The light from heavy I make clear as day. Calves think that cows are gods, they fantasize. For donkeys this is fitting merchandise. I'm not a cow that calves may call with moos, nor a rough thistle that a camel chews. My enemy thinks that he's wounded me. He's wiped dust from my mirror helpfully. How a madman sought to ingratiate himself with Galen, and Galen became afraid. Galen told his companions, bring for me such and such medicine and remedy. Master of all the sciences, one said, that's medicine to treat the mad instead. Far be such drugs from your superior brain. He said, I was stared at by one insane. He gazed at me with joy and wouldn't leave. Then tried to flirt and fiddled with my sleeve. If there were no congeniality, how could that wretch then turn his face to me? He must have seen his own sort in his mind, to have approached, and not a different kind. When a connection's made between a pair, there must at least be one thing that they share. Birds of a feather fly together, while fools dig their graves by sitting with the vile. The reason why a bird flew and fed with a bird of a different feather. A certain wise man said, once I could see a crow content in a stork's company. Amazed, I sought to find a telling clue about what was in common for these two. I was perplexed, but when near them I came, I noticed then that both these birds were lame. Would a great falcon, one of noble birth, keep company with owls of lowly earth? The former is a lofty sun, while that vile latter type is like a hell-bound bat. The former, free from flaws, reflects pure light. The latter begs because she's lost her sight. A moon that shines upon the Pleiades, next to a worm in dung beneath the trees. A Joseph, who is Jesus-like as well, next to a wolf or ass that needs a bell to placelessness while one has flown away. The other like a donkey longs for hay. A rose tells beetles, with a mystic tongue, disgusting stench, you smell much worse than dung. You flee our rosebush proud of your rejection, but that's due to our rosebush's perfection. Since I'm protective, I bang on your head. Wretched one, keep away from us. I've said, if you stay longer in my company, people might think that you belong with me. For nightingales this lovely field is fit, but beetles all belong on piles of shit. Since God has spared me from contamination, why would he raise filth near my lofty station? The vein in me like theirs God cut away. Evil-veined ones will not reach me today. The sign of man from pre-eternity is angels bowing when his rank they see, and Satan still not bowing down his head. I am the chief and king, he claimed instead. If Satan had bowed down to, then mankind would have been creatures of a different kind. Prostration, for the angels, was a trial. Man's witnessed also by that foe's denial. His proof is in the angel's recognition. And also in that petty cur's sedition. This discourse could go on, but let's return. The ending of this tale we want to learn. The outcome of the reliance of that deluded man on the bear's fawning. As the man slept, the bear pawed flies away. But they would whiz back there without delay. Repeatedly it pawed them from his face. But they kept whizzing back at rapid pace. The bear grew angry and went off alone towards a hill to fetch a massive stone. When it returned it saw a small fly leap onto the man's face while he stayed asleep. It raised the stone and slammed it heavily, hoping to force that pesky fly to flee. It crushed its sleeping master's head instead, proving the truth of what the wise have said. The fool's love is just like love from a bear. His hate is love, his love hate, so beware. The fool's word is so unreliable. Believing him is not advisable. Never believe him, even if he screams. Liars break oaths, and none is what he seems. This one lies even when he doesn't swear. So don't fall for such oaths and lies, beware. His brain's the prisoner, his self the chief. He'll swear on the Quran to claim belief. Don't heed his promises. He doesn't care. If he should break them he will easily swear. Sometimes his ego will become enraged, that with a serious oath you want it caged. If prisoners shackle their own ruler, he will break those shackles off immediately. Then pound them on their skulls which lack a brain, and throw the oath at them with much disdain. Don't wait for him to honor oaths he swore. Don't tell him, keep your promise, any more. The one who places in the Lord his trust will cling to him and shun the realm of dust. How the Prophet visited a companion, and an explanation of the benefit of visiting the sick. A notable companion once was sick, and looked so thin he seemed more like a stick. The Prophet came to visit him one day, since kindness was his nature and his way. There's benefit in visiting sick men. The good will soon come back to you again. The first is that the man who's suffering might be a mystic chief or lofty king. Lacking the heart's eye, stubborn man, how could you tell mere kindling from pure aloes wood? There's treasure in this world, so don't despair. In every ruin you'll find treasure there. Approach each dervish who can now be found. Find proof he's true, then don't stop circling round. Since you can't see beyond a person's skin, assume that all have treasure deep within. Though not a master, he may seek the light. Though not a king, he may still be a knight. You need a fellow traveler on this course, whether he goes on foot or on a horse. If he's a foe, good still comes from this act. Kindness turned many foes to friends you lacked, or it at least made their hate dissipate, because it is a balm which can heal hate. And there are further benefits, my friend. But it would take too long to reach the end. The gist is, be a friend to everyone. Carve friends from stone just like the sculptor's done. And if they make your caravan grow longer, it can fight robbers off when it is stronger. God spoke to Moses, why didn't you come to visit me in sickness? God once told Moses off, you who've been blessed, and even seen the moon rise from your breast. With my own holy light I made you shine. When I was ill where were you, friend of mine? Moses said, God, who's free from any flaw. What riddle is this? I am filled with awe. God asked him then, why didn't you inquire about me then, as friendship would require? Moses said, Lord, you've no deficiency. My mind's confused, explain this please to me. A special slave of mine fell ill, God said. He is I, understand these words you've read. His weakness is as if it were my own. His sickness too, I don't leave him alone. Whoever wants to be near God must sit With God's saints this has the same benefit. If you're cut off from them, then your starved soul will seem a part kept separate from the whole. For if the devil keeps you separated from such great people, you'll feel alienated. If you should stay apart a little while, I warn you it's due to the devil's guile. A gardener divides a Sufi, a jurist, and a sharif from one other. A gardener one day saw behind the leaves, inside his orchard, three who looked like thieves. A saint, a sayyad, and a jurist, who each looked a knave and rascal in his view. The gardener thought, I have much evidence, but as a group they'll give a strong defense. Against three men I cannot cope alone. I have to split them, trap each on his own. I'll lead each to a different location, then fool each one when he's in isolation. To send the Sufi off he used deception, then changed his image in his friend's perception. He told him, please go to the house and bring a rug for these friends, one fit for a king. And when the Sufi left, he told the others, Jurist and Sayyad, listen now dear brothers. From jurists' fatwas, we learn what to eat. Their knowledge helps to make our faith complete. And you're a prince of high nobility, a Sayyad, from the Prophet's family. Who is that Sufi, mean and greedy too, to sit beside as lofty kings as you? Split his head open when he comes this way. Then in my orchard as my guests please stay. What's a mere orchard? I'd die willingly. For your sakes, for you are so dear to me. With sly suggestions he beguiled the pair. Don't split so readily from friends, beware. They'd sent their Sufi friend to fetch a rug. Now after him with a stick went this thug. The brutish gardener asked, did Sufism teach you to enter my land on a whim? Was this taught by Jonad or Bayezid? Which one said, stroll in, to ask there's no need. He struck the helpless Sufi on the head, splitting it open, and left him for dead. The Sufi cried, my life will quickly end. Protect yourselves. Learn from your former friend. Did you consider me a foreigner? I'm less one than this bastard murderer. What I have drunk, for you too still remains. Each base wretch this reward for certain gains. The world's a mountain and the words you say are echoes which return to you one day. After the gardener killed the Sufi, then he used a pretext of this kind again. Dear Sayyad, please go to the house for me. Tell them, bring breakfast down immediately. Tell Kamas when you reach the orchard's gates, to bring the goose and cakes on silver plates. He then said, once he'd sent him on his way, wise friend, you are a jurist, men obey. But he claims he's a Sayyad for a pose. The things his mother did who really knows? His mother's words will you count as sufficient? Trusting a woman their brains are deficient. Links with the Prophet and Ali he'll claim. This world has many fools who say the same. Each person who was born through fornication thinks saints are just the same despite their station. When whirling gives a man a giddy head, he thinks the building is what spins instead. What that vile gardener said is just the same. The Prophet's family are far from blame. If he were not some sick apostate's child, the Prophet's kin he wouldn't have reviled. The jurist soon agreed with this cruel plan. He hurried then to kill the trusting man. Ass, to my orchard who invited you, was stealing what the Prophet passed to you. A lion's cub resembles him, but how are you like the great Prophet, tell me now? This wretch who praised the Prophet's family did what a Kharajite did to Ali. How long will monsters like Shemra and Yazid show hatred for his kin in word and deed? He struck the Sayyad savagely, who said, Jurist, from dangerous waters I have fled. You're now alone, stand firm, your time has come. Endure the body blows now like a drum. Even if I were not a Sayyad, still I'd be no worse than this beast who would kill. To this cruel enemy you handed me a dreadful recompense you're bound to see. The gardener killed the Sayyid, then returned. What kind of jurist are you? Have you learned that it should be your fatwa, amputee, to enter and not bother asking me? Did you find proofs for this in the Mohit? Is it addressed at length in the Vazit? He answered, beat me. You know well the rule. Deserting friends earns this fate in our school. Resumption of the story of the sick man and the visit of the Prophet. Love's bond demands you visit friends who are ill. And it has more demands you must fulfill. The Prophet soon decided to drop by, and saw his follower about to die. If you stay far from God's elite, you are from the Lord's presence also very far. Parting from your companions brings distress. So how can parting from such kings cause less? Seek the king's shadows. Hurry up and run. Their shadows make you brighter than the sun. If you should travel, leave with this intention. And if you stay home, give this full attention. A sheikh tells Bayezid, I am the Kaaba, so circumambulate me. For Mecca Bayezid one day set out to make the pilgrimage of the devout. At every town he passed along the way, he'd seek what local sages had to say. He'd wander asking, who here has the light? Who only leans on truth supporting might? God said, when on your travels always seek the few who take from me each word they speak. Seek this real treasure, not mere worldly gain. This world is secondary, let me explain. Wholesome wheat is the reason why we sow their seeds, but straw as well from them will grow. If you were to sow straw, no wheat would rise. So seek a holy man, he's the true prize. Head for the Kaaba when it's time to go. And you'll see Mecca too, as all must know. On the Miraj, God was the Prophet's aim. He saw the throne and angels all the same. A story. A new disciple built a house one day. The master passed and saw it on his way. Then questioned his disciple as a test, knowing that his intentions were the best. Why did you put a window over here? To let the light come in to make things clear. That's secondary, it's not like breathing air. Your primary needs to hear the call to prayer. While traveling, Bayezid searched far and wide to find his epic's Hizr, the perfect guide. He came across a master very soon, who spoke like saints, though hunched like a new moon. His heart received light, though his eyes were blind. Like elephants seeing India in their mind. With eyes closed, you see things that cause delight. But when they're opened none remain in sight. While you're asleep the mysteries are all shown. Your heart's a window viewing the unknown. The mystic even dreams while wide awake. Bow down and feel the ground beneath him shake. So Bayezid then asked him, how are you? This man was poor and had a family too. Well Bayezid, why did you take this road? Where is it that you're carrying that load? Complete the Hajj is what I aim to do. When you move on, what will you take with you? 200 silver coins is all I've got. I've tied them to this garment with a knot. Just walk around me 7 times instead. That's better than the Hajj, the old sheikh said. Then hand your coins to me, my generous friend. Complete your Hajj thus. Reach your journey's end. You've run to Safa, entered purity. You've done the Umrah, live eternally. He judges me much loftier, I swear, than that mere house of his. Let us compare. That Kaaba is the home of piety. But I contain his deepest mystery. Inside the Kaaba no one's ever stepped. And my pure heart none but God will accept. When you have seen me, you have seen God too. You'll circle then the Kaaba that's most true. To serve me is obeying God's decree. So don't suppose he's separate from me. Open your inner eye, see if you can perceive the light of God inside a man. This mystic truth pierced into Bayezid, just like an earring, making him take heed. For he had gained much wisdom from this friend, enabling him to reach the journey's end. How the Prophet perceived that the cause of that man's sickness was arrogance in prayer. The Prophet saw the man was sick, and gave kind care to his companion in the cave. On seeing him, that man recuperated, as if that moment he had been created. Sickness bestowed good fortune thus on me. This Sultan came to visit generously. Well-being and good health came when this king, without attendance, chose relief to bring. Thank God for sickness, fever, and distress, and for the agony of sleeplessness. For in my dotage God has sent for me, through his kind mercy, every malady. Kind God has sent this backache too, so that at midnight I will wander like a bat, so I don't sleep at night like buffaloes. Through grace and mercy God such pain bestows. God's mercy stirred by my fragility, and even hell has now stopped threatening me. Pain is a treasure, blessings lie within. The fruit's flesh shows once you have peeled the skin. Dear brothers, living in the dark and cold, and bearing grief and pain as well, we're told, is life's draught and the pure intoxication. Since all ascents must rise from a low station. In autumn, spring lies dormant till its turn. And autumn does in spring too, you'll soon learn. So stay with desolation, grief, and strife. And, in your own death, hope for a long life. But when yourself says it is rotten here, since it opposes truth, choose not to hear. Oppose it, as from prophets this instruction has come down to us, fight your own destruction. Consulting others is a must, my friend, so you will not be left shamed in the end. Prophets knew stratagems that could confound all men, and turn the hugest millstones round. Yourself seeks to destroy you, to mislead and dazzle simple men, so please take heed. The people asked, whose counsel do we need? The prophets said, the sages you should heed. Can a mere woman or a child lead to? One asked, when they've no brain or point of view. Still seek out their advice, the prophet said. But do the total opposite instead. Worse than a woman is your carnal soul. For she is just a part, while it's the whole. If you consult your carnal soul, then do the opposite of what it tells you to. If it commands to fast and pray a lot, it is a trickster hatching a new plot. Follow your carnal soul's advice this way. Do just the opposite. Do not obey. You can't cope with its clever sophistry. And so you need to find good company. Through other intellects, much strength we gain, as sugar is perfected in the cane. From the self's plots I've seen such shocking actions. Its magic steals one's vision through distractions. It makes you promises from its rich store, which it has broken many times before. If for a century your life extends, each day it will give new excuses, friends. False promises it claims are really true. It ties up all the power left in you. Come, light of God Hosamatan, I know. Without you plants in such weak soil won't grow. From heaven's peak a curtain has been spread, by curses from a lover whose heart bled. It's fate alone that can transform this state. Brains are made giddy by the power of fate. The snake can turn into a fiery serpent, but on this path it soon becomes subservient. Serpents become mere sticks and snakes can too. The soul of Moses falls down drunk through you. Grasp it and do not fear, the Lord has said. So, in your hand, snakes turn to sticks instead. King, please show us your hand which has turned white. Reveal a new dawn from the darkest night. A hell has blazed forth, won't you breathe a spell? For that's more threatening than the sea to hell. The self so tricky it shows foam to you, or hellfire to show it can warm things too. Small to your eyes this foe likes to appear, so you might think it's weak and have no fear. It's like an army which was large in size, but still seemed tiny in the prophet's eyes. So, fearlessly, he launched a swift attack. If he'd known its true size he'd have held back. That was God's favor, yours deservedly, Mohammed, so you'd not be cowardly. God made jihads of both kinds seem so small to you and your companions who stand tall, to make it simpler thus to live with ease, and spare you hardship and anxieties. Their seeming less brought victory that day, for God was his friend, teaching him the way. If you can't boast of God's support like that, don't dare mistake a lion for a cat. If you mistake 100 foes for one, deluded, you will fight instead of run. Zulfikar too may look like a mere stick, and rampant lions like meek cats. This trick will make the fool feel brave and join the brawl. This ploy will easily entrap them all. The fools will journey fast on their own feet towards the fire, ignoring deadly heat. He'll show what seems a blade of straw one day. You'll blow on it, to send it far away. That blade has pulled up mountains, so beware. It makes the world weep while it has no care. God made the river seem a shallow pool, so that the giant Og would drown the fool. Blood flows, but looks like musk on his command. The deep sea too can look just like dry land. Blind Pharaoh thought the sea was dry, and tried to walk on it with arrogance and pride. He stepped into the bottom of the sea, for Pharaoh's eyes could not see properly. Encountering God brings vision to your eyes, but God won't meet with fools who fantasize. Poison which kills looks tasty to this fool. He'll take the path which leads straight to the ghoul. Heavens, you look down on our tribulation. Don't spin too quickly, treat well God's creation. You're a sharp dagger pointing down at us. Your murderous blade is long and poisonous. Heavens, learn from God's mercy for our sakes. Don't hurt the harmless ants as well as snakes. By the truth of that one who made you spin above the realm that we are living in, so you might change with mercy in your heart, and choose then not to tear our roots apart. You nurtured us, for light you would bestow, so that from soil and water we might grow. By the truth of that monarch who created you pure, through whom you've been illuminated, who made you flourish and for long endure. So some claimed, they're eternal. We are sure. Prophets revealed your origins, and so we thank God they were sent to let us know. A man knows that a house is really transient, but that poor spider hanging in it doesn't. Gnats cannot know the garden's age, they fly. But, born in spring, by winter they will die. The lowly tree worm has no clue at all about how its tree looked when it was small. If one should know, its essence then is known as intellect, a worm in form alone. Intellect takes on many different guises. Distinct from them, it constantly surprises. Born higher than the angels long ago, you're now a gnat descending far below. Although your intellect could soar the skies, blind imitation will not let you rise. Knowledge through imitation is man's bane. A borrowed thing they've thought is theirs in vain. Ignorant knowledge all of us must flee, and then embrace complete insanity. Flee now from profit to the furthest end. Drink poison, not the water of life, friend. View those who praise you as your enemies. Give up your wealth and other niceties. Leave safety, head for danger fearlessly. Swap your good record now for infamy. I've tried to think for too long with my head, but now I'll make myself insane instead. Dal Cake excuses himself to the ruler who asked him why he had married a whore. The ruler asked Dal Cake, "Did you propose in haste to that whore?" Dal Cake, "Heaven knows. You should have told me what you planned to do, and we'd have found a good, veiled bride for you." He said, "I've married 9 like that before. All caused me grief, since each became a whore. I chose this whore, who's not at all devout, because I wondered how she might turn out. So many times I tried to use my brain, but now I'll seek the fruits of being insane." How an inquirer managed to trick a clever man who had feigned madness into talking. A man once said, "I seek a man who's wise, to tell a problem, hoping he'll advise." In our town, he was told, your quest's in vain. There's only one sage here and he's insane. He rides a cane as if it were a horse, and runs with children, showing no remorse. But he has wisdom which inspires the sky, is not as vast, the twinkling stars as high. Life to the cherubim his glory gives. Hidden in depths of madness this man lives. Don't think all madmen have worth mystically. Don't worship calves just like a samurai. A real saint has so clearly shown to you a million mysteries and secrets too. But, lacking light, you've still not understood. Confusing filthy dung for aloes wood. Saints veil themselves with feigned insanity. How can the blind tell their identity? Open the eye which makes things truly known. A master you'll then see beneath each stone. To such an eye, which can serve as a guide, each cloak hides someone Moses-like inside. It takes a saint to make a saint well known. To whom he pleases he grants this alone. You can't know who he is just by your brain, because he makes himself appear insane. When thieves steal something from a man who's blind, can he detect it simply through his mind? He can't know who they are if he can't see, even if they should taunt him spitefully. If a dog bites a man with failing eyes, that rabid mongrel he can't recognize. A dog attacks a blind beggar. A dog attacked a blind man down a lane. Just like a lion no one can restrain. Dogs like to bite the dervishes they hate, though to such men the moon will sink prostrate. The dog's barks made him feel so vulnerable. He told the dog it should be honorable. He said, "Brave lion of the hunt, of you I beg don't hurt me, though you're able to." Once when obliged, a sage praised to the sky a donkey's tail with titles which rank high. This blind man said, compelled, "What will you win? Great lion, from a man like me, rake thin. Wild asses are what other dogs pursue, while you've trapped this blind man who's feeble too. Your peers hunt the wild asses in the plain, while you've trapped me in this dark, narrow lane. The wise dogs hunt wild asses, you will find. The worthless dogs alone attack the blind. If dogs should learn the truth, false paths they'll flee, to hunt their prey in forests lawfully. Clever dogs fight with cunning like a knave. One even joined the sleepers in the cave. Such dogs of the hunt's leader can catch sight. How do they see him, God? What is that light? The blind don't recognize him from his glance. Not due to lack of sight, but ignorance. They're not more sightless than the earth below. And yet the earth, through God's grace, sees its foe. It hated Moses, since it saw his light. But then it swallowed Korah in one bite. It quaked to blow apart each false pretender. To swallow, earth, it hurried to surrender. Earth, water, wind, and fire are unaware of us, yet of the truth remain aware. We humans easily recognize most things, but not God's warners and the truths each brings. They shrank from it, as their imagination was blurred too much by mixing with creation. We all detest this life, wise men complained. With animals alive, from God detained. You'll feel like orphans if you live apart from people, but God seeks this kind of heart. When a thief steals from blind men, you will hear each blind man start to wail in desperate fear, until the thief tells them, "I was the one who stole from you, it was so easily done." How can the blind their own thieves recognize, when there is no light coming to their eyes? When the thief speaks, grab him and hold him fast, until he tells you what he pinched at last. The real jihad means grabbing the thief too, and making him tell what he stole from you. He stole the coal through which your eyes gained light. Once you retrieve it, you'll reclaim your sight, the wisdom which your heart used to contain. From the heart's master you must now regain. Despite your eyes and ears, if you are blind, you can't trace thieves from marks they leave behind. Seek from the man of heart, not marks instead. Next to him, other men are like the dead. The man who sought advice approached his goal, and said, "Advise me, master of my soul." He answered, "We are closed, so go away. We're not revealing mysteries today. If I could find the way to placelessness, I'd sit like sheiks free from this world of stress." How a law enforcer summoned to jail a drunkard who was totally drunk. One night, a law enforcer, standing tall, noticed a drunkard sleeping by a wall. He shouted, "Wretched drunk, what did you drink?" "What filled the jar?" he answered with a wink. "But what was that? I want this clarified." "That which I drank. The truth don't try to hide." "What kind of drink?" "I'm sure it was forbidden. I drank what in the wine jar was kept hidden." Like this they went on, reaching no conclusion. A donkey stuck in mud knows such confusion. He told the drunk, "Say, ah," without ado. The drunk instead would shout aloud, "Who? Who?" I said, "Say, ah." "Why then shout who, at me?" "Because I'm glad while you're in misery." An ah expresses suffering and distress, while drunkards' chants are howls of happiness. Get up right now. I cannot comprehend. Your clever sophistry, drunk, has to end. What is my state to you? Please go away. You're drunk. I'm taking you to jail today. Leave me alone. Your efforts are in vain. Since I possess naught, what can you now gain? I would have gone straight home if I could walk. Then we would not have met and had this talk. If I had reason and ability, I'd sit like sheiks on thrones of dignity. The inquirer once again draws that great one into conversation in order to learn about his state. That seeker asked, "Great horseman on a cane, ride your steed here a moment. I'll explain." "Speak quickly then," he came to him and said. "My horse has a bad temper and wild head. If you're too slow, it's bound to buck and kick. Explain what you are seeking, make it quick." He felt this wasn't the right situation, and so he joked instead on this occasion. "I seek a good wife from this neighborhood. For my type, do you know one who'd be good?" The types of women in the world are three. One, treasure trove, two, which cause misery. The first is yours completely when you wed. The second, half yours, half apart instead. The third's not yours at all, not for one day. Now that you've heard this, I'll be on my way, so that you won't be kicked at by my horse, and fall flat on your face due to its force. The sheik rode with the children, so this man shouted to him then loudly as he ran, "Come back and give a proper explanation. Please clarify your wife classification." He said, "The virgin is yours totally. Through her you'll be released from misery. A childless widow is half yours alone. And one who's had a child you'll never own. By her first husband she became a mother. And so her love and care is for another. Get going now before my horse kicks you. It can cause much harm, if it chooses to." The sheik went off and started soon to roar, calling the children to himself once more. The seeker shouted out to him again, "I have another question, pride of men." The sheik went back and said, "Speak, don't delay. That darling boy I love now wants to play." He asked, "When you are so refined and wise, why act so strangely? What's this exercise?" True intellect could not have clarified the things you know, why now in madness hide? He said, "From vulgar people I must flee. For as the city's judge they've chosen me. When I refused, they stubbornly screamed, 'No. There's no one who knows half the laws you know. It would be wicked and unlawful too, for someone else to judge instead of you. Islamic law does not give us permission to choose a man who has less erudition. So I've become mad through necessity. Though inwardly I'm as I used to be. I am a ruin hiding a rare brain. Showing that treasure would make me insane. Madmen are really those who've not gone mad. They don't flee, though the situation's bad. My knowledge is the truth and absolute. The vulgar, common folk it doesn't suit. I am just like a field of sugar cane. I eat it and it grows from me again. Knowledge from reason or blind imitation is ruined by the audience's negation. Since it does not enlighten, it's mere bait. Like worldly knowledge, which one shouldn't rate. Men will seek knowledge for so many goals, but not to find a way to free their souls. They burrow at each angle like a mouse, which has been driven too far from the house. Though it can't find a way back to the light, it keeps on struggling in the dark all night. If God sends wisdom's wings, this mouse will soar like birds, and be a lowly mouse no more. But if it doesn't seek wings, it will fall, and have no hope of reaching stars at all. Rational knowledge, which lacks soul inside, loves just to see its audience satisfied. During debates it boasts and brags a lot, but if its customer leaves, it's worth naught. My buyer's God, he drags me up above. For God alone has bought us through his love. The beauty of the Lord meets my blood price. Its lawful nourishment and will suffice. So leave the penniless here, let them die. What can a piece of worthless clay now buy? Never seek, buy, or eat clay. Those who still insist on eating clay will soon fall ill. Consume your heart with love, stay young through grace. Theophanies bring color to your face. Lord, your bestowal we could not have earned. Your mercy's ways are hidden, as we've learned. Take our hands. By us. Lift the veil in front. But please keep covered our embarrassment. Buy us again from this vile self of dirt. Its knife has reached our bones and makes them hurt. This solid chain who'll loosen and undo. For helpless ones like us, pure King, but you. Apart from you, with your grace like the sun. Who'll open this strong lock, all-knowing one? Let's turn to you now from ourselves. You're dearer than our own selves, to us you're truly nearer. You taught this prayer as well through your kind grace. How else could roses grow in this vile place? Except through your supreme munificence. Flesh and blood can't convey intelligence. And how could light rays give sight to each eye, so that our vision should reach to the sky? And how else could a simple flap of skin enable streams of wise words to begin to flow to airs, which are no more than holes, and from these to the orchards of men's souls? Such orchards are the realm of the divine. Ours are derived from them, which is a sign. Those are the founts of joy which he'll bestow. Quickly recite, beneath which rivers flow. Conclusion of the Prophet's advice to the sick man. The Prophet asked this question to discover his good friend's ailment, so he might recover. Did you pray in a way that's dangerous? Or, unaware, eat something poisonous? Try to remember now the prayer you said, when your self's plots consumed you with such dread. He said, I can't remember, help me, please, to bring back to my mind that prayer with ease. The Prophet's light bestowing presence led his thoughts back to the last prayer that he'd said. That window which links all hearts it passed through, and flashed light which tells false apart from true. He screamed, Dear Prophet, it's come back to me. That prayer I said before so foolishly, when I was overwhelmed by sin, the cause of my attempts in vain to clutch at straws. Your threat to sinners had filled me with dread about the heavy punishment ahead. I felt so helpless, in a state of shock, bound in strong chains with no key for the lock. No point in patience, no route from this hell. No more repentance, no chance to rebel. Like Harut and Marut, I deeply sigh with sorrow, my Creator, tell me why. Harut and Marut chose from harm to flee to Babylon's pit, there immediately to be chastised, instead of in the grave. And each of them was a most cunning knave. By doing this they might have chosen well, enduring smoke instead of flames in hell. The trials in that world sound limitless. So suffering pain in this world seems much less. Happy is he who fights a true jihad. Against his body, steers it from what's bad. In order to flee what awaits him there. The yoke of worship here he'd rather bear. My prayer was, in this short life, please deal out the punishment that you have warned about. So in the next world I might be exempt. Begging God like this I chose to attempt. Then I was filled with suffering and alarm. Grief has deprived my soul of peace and calm. I can no longer meditate or pray. I've lost awareness of all things today. If I'd not seen your face just now, oh you, with holy scent and pure all the way through. In bondage like this, I'd have died alone. But, glorious King, kind sympathy you've shown. He said, don't make again that supplication. Never uproot yourself from your foundation. You feeble man, have you the strength now to carry the mountain which he'll place on you? He said, my Sultan, I repent. Hear me. I'll never brag again so recklessly. This world's the wilderness Jews wandered in. Your Moses, we are stuck here due to sin. Moses's people traveled constantly, but ended up at the start tragically. For years we have been traveling like his nation. But we are also trapped at this first station. If Moses had been with us satisfied, the proper path he would have clarified. But if we'd made him feel despair and frown, how could a feast from heaven have come down? How then could fountains have gushed out from stone? How could we have survived out there alone? Rather, fire would have come in the feast's place, flames darting up towards each person's face. Since Moses has been in two minds, we know. He's sometimes like a friend, sometimes a foe. His anger sets fire to what we possess. His mercy drags back arrows of distress. To clemency how can such anger change? From you, Great One, this kindness isn't strange. To praise one when he's present will bring shame. So I instead use Moses's sweet name. Otherwise, how should Moses still allow mention of others while you're here right now? 1,000 times we broke our covenant. But yours seems, like a mountain, permanent. Our covenants like straw in winds of change. Yours like a mountain, no, a massive range. Commander of all changes, by your power, have mercy on our changing every hour. We've seen ourselves and realize our shame. King, don't put us on trial. We've tasted blame. From further shame protect us from today. Most generous God to whom we humans pray. You're limitless in beauty and perfection, while we're prone to distortion and defection. Send down your limitlessness, generous Lord, to wipe out the corruption of this horde. We were a patch, but now a thread is all that's left, a ruined city now one wall. Save what is left, Lord. Listen to our plea, so that vile devil won't dance joyfully. Not for our sakes, but out of that same grace, through which you first helped men who'd lost their place. You've shown your power, please show mercy too. Our form is flesh and blood now due to you. If this prayer makes your wrath grow even more, teach us the right prayer now, Lord, we implore. Just as when, from your garden, Adam fell, you helped him flee from Satan and from hell. Adam is not less than that evil cheat. So, in this fight, how could he taste defeat? It led to Adam's gain eventually. But Satan was soon cursed with jealousy. Being short-sighted, he sold all his gains to win one bout, but the real war remains. He set fire to their fields, where seeds were sown. But winds blew that same fire back to his own. Due to the curse, the devil could not see, and thought his tricks could harm his enemy. But all his guile harmed his own soul instead. So Adam was his devil, whom he'd dread. A curse is something which distorts your sight, making you jealous, proud, and full of spite. Hiding the fact, whoever does a wrong, it will come back to him before too long. He'll see all master strokes, but back to front. So he'll be in checkmate and impotent. But if he sees himself as naught, he'll view his honor as destroyed and worthless too. He will feel pain if he should look inside. And this pain will remove the veil of pride. Until the mother's womb with pain feels torn, there is no way her baby can be born. The covenant is in your pregnant soul. Enlightened counsel plays the midwife's role. There is no pain, the midwife has to say. But there must be some pain to pave the way. The one without pain is a thick-skinned thief. He'll say, I am God, and still feel no grief. To say I in this way is a disgrace. But, when it's true, to say I has a place. Mansur's I was a blessing certainly. Pharaoh's I was a curse eternally. Cocks crowing at the wrong time lose their head. A warning that one mustn't be misled. Slaying the self is true decapitation. In holy war, and pure renunciation. It's like removing scorpion stings, then who would need to kill them for harm they might do? Or pulling out a poisonous snake's fangs, so it might be spared the rocks that men would throw. The self slain by the master's shade alone. Hold tightly his cloak's hem. Yourself disown. It's through God's aid that you perform this action. The strength you find comes from his own attraction. Heed well, you didn't throw that time you threw. Whatever your soul gains comes from him too. He'll take your hand, your burdens he will bear. Long for a breath from him. Do not despair. Don't lose hope, though you've stayed away for long. You've heard he holds on and his grasp is strong. For long his grace has held you in embrace. Not for one breath is he not where you face. If you still need proof and an explanation, choose by the morning as your recitation. Since bad things too come from him, you feel doubt. His grace can have no flaws, it's pure throughout. Giving bad things is part of his perfection. Just listen to this tale which aids reflection. A painter painted two works on a wall. One stunning and one with no worth at all. He painted Huri's and fair Joseph's face. Then demons' heads in the remaining space. Both types of forms show his intelligence. It's not his ugliness, but eminence. He makes the vile as ugly as can be. All ugliness surrounds them totally. To manifest his knowledge's perfection, deniers of this fact must face rejection. Don't claim he can't make ugliness as well. He makes the faithful and the infidel. Belief and unbelief both testify that he is God, the pair prostrate will lie. Believers fall prostrate, obedient, hoping that he will be with them content. The infidel bows, but against his will. His worship's goal is something different still. The king's fort he must keep in good repair. But he claims he commands, though it's hot air. This rebel claims the whole fort he now owns. Although the king will take back what he loans. Believers conquer just for their king's sake. For them no personal profit is at stake. The ugly tell God, you made our forms too. Since you make fair and ugly, we blame you. Great King of beauty, beautiful men say. You've made me free from flaws, to you I pray. How the prophet gave advice to that sick man and taught him a supplicatory prayer. The prophet told that sick man, pray each night. O you who makes what's difficult seem light. In this world give us good things, this I pray. And also give good things on Judgment Day. Make our path like a garden in the spring. You are our destination, noble King. Believers at the gathering will say, dear angel, isn't hell along the way? Which infidel and faithful men pass by. But we did not see flames and wonder why. Here is the paradise and court of grace. So where precisely was that wretched place? The angel will reply, that greenery, which at a certain point you all could see. That was hell, where men face horrific trials. To you it was an orchard raising smiles. Since you waged war against that vile deceiver, your firebrand self, which is an unbeliever, to make your soul become completely pure, and quenched its fire for God's sake, You're secure. The fire of lust with flames that steal men's sight has changed into true guidance's soft light. Anger's fire turned to gentleness through you. And ignorance you've changed to knowledge too. Greed's fire is now unselfishness instead. That thorn like envy now a flower bed. Since you have put these flames out on your own, ahead of time and for God's sake alone, and turned to orchards fiery selfishness, and sown in them the seeds of faithfulness. So now the nightingales of chant and prayer sing sweetly by their streams without a care, and answered God's call to attract down here water to make your self's flames disappear. Our hell seems a rich pasture now to you. It's rich with rosebuds from your privileged view. What's the reward for acting well, my friend? Kindness and goodness with a pleasing end. We are self-sacrificing, you would say. Before his attributes we pass away. Whether insane or a sharp, cunning knave, the sake he made us drunk with wine he gave. We lay our heads down to the Lord's commands, gambling our lives, which we place in his hands. While in our hearts is the beloved's portrait, our works to serve, and our own souls to forfeit. Wherever suffering's candle has been lit, a million loving souls are burned in it. The lovers who are found inside this space are moths around the candle of his face. Head to where they are straight with you, dear heart. Where coats of mail from harm keep you apart. Where, when you're victimized, they'll comfort you and make room for you in their own hearts too. Inside their hearts they'll make for you a place, then fill you like a cup with wine of grace. Settle among their souls and do it soon. Make your home in the heavens, radiant moon. They'll open the heart's book like Mercury, to thus reveal to you each mystery. Stay with your kin, don't roam like a lost foal. A stray piece of the moon must seek the whole. Why should a part stray far from its own source? Why mix with those who'll block the path by force? Watch how one type transforms into another. How hidden things are brought to view, my brother. Like fickle women you love flattery. From such vain falsehoods when will you break free? Sweet words and flattery you choose to buy. And like vain women you don't question why. Reproachful slaps from mystic kings help more than praise from those who've strayed far from his door. Take these king slaps, shun honey from the base. Become a real man through the saints' pure grace. Bestowing robes of honor is their role. Through spirit, body can be changed to soul. If you should see a destitute man here, that he has left his teacher will be clear. His heart's own fancy he preferred to find. His efforts failed, though, since his heart is blind. His teachers wish for him if he'd achieved high rank and honor he'd then have received. The one who for the world's sake flees his master is fleeing from good fortune even faster. You've learned skills, so material wealth you'll earn. Now a new mystic skill you need to learn. In this world you've become rich and well dressed. But in the next how will you pass the test? Learn mystic skills, so in the next world too, you'll profit from the mercy shown to you. That world's a city bustling with much trade. Don't feel content with worldly gains you've made. The earnings in this world, God has declared, are toys when with the next worlds they're compared. Your children wriggling on each other too. Imagine having sex as adults do. Children act like greengrocers when they play their pointless game to pass the time away. The grocer goes home hungry with no gain. When shoppers leave, alone he must remain. This world's a playground and the night is death. You go home empty-handed, out of breath. Mystical gain means inner zeal and love. Capacity to catch light from above. Your vile, base self wants just material gain. For worthless profit you'll endure much pain. But if your self seeks noble gain from you, this is a plot, be careful what you do. Satan wakes up Moav, saying get up, it's time for prayer. Moav was fast asleep one day inside his palace, while the rest would pray. He had locked up the palace from within, tired of his subjects' visits and their din. Someone shook him, but when he looked around, whoever it had been could not be found. None has the right to enter, he declared. To show such brazen arrogance who's dared? He searched for him, so he could have him banished. But found no trace at all, for he had vanished. Behind the curtains then Moavia tried, and found the culprit had gone there to hide. He shouted, "What's your name, wretch? Answer me." He said, "I am cursed Satan, can't you see? You came to wake me up just now, but why? Answer me truthfully and don't dare lie." How Satan tried to fool Moavia with pretense and how Moavia answered him. He said, "The dawn prayers period nears its end. You must run quickly to the mosque, my friend. Rush to good deeds before they disappear." The prophet shared this pearl which is so clear. Moavia said, "It's not your intention to guide me to good deeds with what you mention. For if a burglar in my house should say, 'I'm guarding it for you, my friend, today,' should I then trust that thief? How can thieves know about good deeds and what God will bestow?" Again Satan answers Moavia. He said, "I was an angel at the start, traveling the path of God with all my heart. Mystical travelers, as good friends, I've known, including those who now sit near God's throne. You can't forget skills you learnt long before, just as your first love lasts forevermore. Although while traveling stunning sights you'll see, love of your home still lasts eternally. I've also got drunk from the wine he poured, when I was a famed lover of the Lord. My cord was cut for love of him alone, and in my heart seeds of his love were sown. From fate I've seen good days which made me sing. Water of mercy I've drunk in the spring. Wasn't I planted by his mercy's hand, raised thus from non-existence to this land? He showed such kindness that still can't be told. In his approval's rose garden I've strolled. His hands of mercy on my head he'd place, and open for me fountains of his grace. In my first days who found the milk for me? Who rocked my tiny cradle lovingly? From whom did I receive my milk, from whom? None but the one who fed me in the womb. That nature which with milk comes into men, how can that nature be drained out again? The sea of grace reproach to us might roar, but grace and mercy never close their door. The substance of his coin is loving grace, while wrath, to him, is like an alloy's trace. He made the world, so kindness we would meet. His sun caressed all atoms with its heat, his separations pregnant with his wrath. Only so we'll seek union like a moth. This separation's meant to make souls burn, so union's value they can truly learn. The prophet said once, it has been related, God said, "For doing good deeds I created. I made the creatures, so they'll gain from me, so that my honey they'll eat joyfully. Not so I would myself make any gain. I don't snatch coats from paupers in the rain. He barred me from his presence a few days, but on his face I kept my constant gaze. Amazing wrath from such a face. I sighed. With lesser things the rest are occupied. I don't look at effects, they've little worth. Mere transient things to transient things give birth. I look at grace, from which the rest all start. Subsequent transient things I tear apart. I spurned prostration as I was possessive. It was through love, my act was not dismissive. All jealousies we feel arise from love, the wish to sit with none but him above. Love's natural outcomes are such jealousies, like saying bless you, after people sneeze. There was no other space left on the board. When make your move, I was told by the Lord. I made the one move open, lost the game, and threw myself into the trial of blame. In agony I taste deep pleasure still. I've been checkmated by him, that's his will. Good man, how can we ever find release, when we're trapped here like a backgammon piece? From the whole one how can its part escape? Even one given such an ugly shape? Whoever's in this realm lives in the flames. But God can help us reach the loftier aims. Both faith and unbelief are equally His own work, part of His rich tapestry. Again Moaviyah exposes the deceitfulness of Satan. Moaviyah said, "This may be correct. But your role here I totally reject. You've pounced and robbed so many men like me. Digging holes, sneaking in the treasury. You're fire, and you'll burn me, I understand. Whose clothes have not been ripped by your base hand. Bonfire, since it's your nature thus to burn. You've no choice, no direction left to turn. That He makes you burn things is your own curse. And you rule all the thieves and make them worse. You spoke with God directly long ago. Who am I to face up to such a foe? Like hunters' whistles is your sophistry. Attracting birds to traps deceitfully. 100,000 birds we have seen falling. Thinking your sound's a true friend who is calling. Each hears from far above your whistle's sound. And then swoops down to get trapped on the ground. Your trickery made Noah's people mourn. Their hearts were roasted and they felt forlorn. You helped destroy the Ayad community, throwing them into fits of agony. You had a part in stoning Lot's vile nation. They drowned in filth for their abomination. You shredded into long strips Nimrod's brain. You've caused so many troubles and much pain. Like a philosopher's was Pharaoh's mind. His cleverness was false, you made him blind. Buladin Lahab you led into flames to burn. Buladin el-Hakam to Buladin Yal you helped to turn. On this world's chessboard of extreme disasters. You have checkmated millions of grand masters. Your challenging game plan when you attack has burned our hearts while yours has turned pitch black. Ocean of plots, our guile is just one drop. Mountain, we're simple atoms, so please stop. Who is spared plotting for which you're renowned? Except those God protects, the rest get drowned. The brightest stars you have made disappear. And you have weakened armies most would fear. Satan again responds to Moaviyah. Satan told him, untie the knot, behold. I am the touchstone which detects real gold. I give God's test to dogs and lions too. Like gold and counterfeit I see what's true. How can I ever blacken gold that's real? Like money changers I can only deal. I guide to goodness every passerby. And break off only branches which are dry. Why is it that I place the fodder here? So that the beast's identity is clear. If to a deer a wolf should bear a child. And you're unsure if it is tame or wild. Drop grass and bones before it to discern. From the direction it should choose to turn. If it moves to the bones, then it is clear. That it's a wolf, if to the grass a deer. Forces of wrath and mercy were once mated. The world of good and evil they created. Put bones and grass before men in their bowls. Food for their selves and food good for their souls. If one devours the self's food, he is base. If the soul's food, a credit to his race. If you should serve the body, you're a fool. If you dive in the soul, you'll find the jewel. Though good and evil are two separate things, they both do one job for the King of Kings. The prophets all do good deeds and obey. Their foes serve lust and they live in its sway. I can't make good men bad, I'm not their maker. I call to God's path, I'm not their creator. I can't make fair men ugly suddenly. I'm just a mirror for each kind, you see. An Indian burnt his mirror when in pain. This makes men's faces look black, he'd complain. It's not my fault, the blameless mirror said. Blame the one who has polished me instead. He made me tell the truth and never lie. The fair from ugly to identify. I am a witness, jail is not for me. I don't belong there. God will make you see. When I see a fresh sapling taking root, I nurture it until it bears some fruit. But when I see a dry and bitter tree, I chop it down, so musk from dung can flee. The dry tree asks the gardener, with such force. You chop my head off, don't you feel remorse? Shut up, you ugly thing, this man will yell. Your dryness is your own fault, go to hell. I'm straight not crooked, then the tree will say. How can you chop remorselessly away? If you were blessed and lucky, he'll reply. Even if crooked, you'd be moist not dry. Water of life you would have then been shown. And thus become drenched, not dry as a bone. Your seed and root were bad initially. And you're not grafted to a healthy tree. If one grafts bitter branches with the sweet, those sweet ones soon a sorry death will meet. Moav is severe with Satan. Moav said, you must stop your lying. You can't convince me, so don't bother trying. I am a foreign trader, you're a con. I won't buy clothes from you or put them on. Don't stare at my belongings, infidel. No faithful man to you his goods would sell. You're not a customer whom I would choose. You act like one, but it is just a ruse. What does he now have hidden up his sleeve? God save us from this foe who can deceive. If he says one more clever thing to me, he'll rob me of my wits then totally. Moav complains to God about Satan and asks for his help. Oh God, this talk of his is just like smoke. Please help or it will blacken my new cloak. I can't beat Satan in debating bouts. For in both base and great men he sows doubts. Adam, to whom he taught the names, can't race. This wretched cur who moves at lightning pace. From paradise he forced him out as well. Just like a fish in Satan's net he fell. We've wronged ourselves, he cried out in distress. His cunningness and guile is limitless. For every word he speaks, harm lurks behind. 1,000 evil tricks are in his mind. Men's honor he'll tie up and cause to dwindle. While men's and women's lusts this foe will kindle. Satan, man-burner, trouble-stirrer, why did you awake me? Tell the truth, Satan again exhibits his deceit. Whoever has bad thoughts, then Satan stated, can't hear the truth though often it's related. For everyone who nurses doubts soon finds. Doubts grow when reason enters in their minds. Words enter minds and make those people sick. A knight's sword changes thus to a thief's stick. Silence is the correct form of reply. Talking with fools is madness, don't you try. So why complain to God about my role? Complain instead about your carnal soul. Too many sweets will cause spots in the end. And fevers which destroy your health, my friend. You swore at blameless Satan, but denied that this deception comes from deep inside. It's not from Satan, but from fickle you. Like foxes you are chasing sheep's tails too. If a sheep's backside should attract your eyes, it is a trap, but you don't realize. Because that backside now controls your brain. Hot lust is something you fail to restrain. The prophet said, love for things makes you blind and deaf, by your own soul you're undermined. Don't see things upside down, and don't blame me. Since from greed, spite, and evil I am free. I did a bad thing but am now contrite. I wait for day to end my mournful night. People accuse me of their own vile sins. The blame for sins on me each person pins. Although the helpless wolf is hungry, still they claim it's spoiled and always eats its fill. When it's so weak it can't move, all the same. It's overeaten, look, such people claim. Moav again stands firm before Satan. Moav said, truth will set you free. Justice demands you speak the truth to me. So tell the truth to flee a grasp so tight. Your trickery won't make me stop this fight. Satan said, truth from lies how can you tell? When futile fancies hold you in their spell. The prophet gave a sign which makes me bold. The touchstone which tells false gold from real gold. He said, lies give your hearts uneasiness, while honesty brings joy and peacefulness. Lies cannot calm one's heart, try as you might. Water and oil won't mix to give out light. True speech is comfort for the heart when shared. Truth is the bait with which the heart is snared. The heart falls ill if it fails to discern the taste of different things it needs to learn. From sickness when a healthy heart recovers the taste of truth and lies it then discovers. When Prophet Adam's greed for wheat increased, it harmed his health, strength in his heart decreased. He listened then to your lies and seduction, and drank the poisonous drink of self-destruction. He couldn't tell a scorpion from wheat grains. When drunk with lust discernment leaves men's brains. People are drunk with passion and with lust. That's why in your false tales they place their trust. From passions if a man has separated, with mysteries he'll be illuminated. A judge complains about the trial of holding his office, and his deputy responds to him. A new judge was once seen begin to cry. The deputy asked, "Judge, please tell me why." "It's not the time for tears and lamentation. It's time for joy and much congratulation." He said, "Can someone who's unsure give judgment on those who know what happened while he doesn't?" Those two foes know the truth about their case. So, when the judge does not, where is his place? He's ignorant of facts and their conditions. So with their lives how can he make decisions? These two foes should remember what is right. But they're unsound, while you shine out God's light. For you're not biased and won't compromise. Immune to flaws, you give light to our eyes. Lust blinds those two and makes their thoughts unsound, burying all their knowledge in the ground. Flawlessness can make ignorance transform to knowledge, while unsoundness will deform. So long as you don't take bribes, you will see. If greed rules you, you'll lose sight totally. I've kept my nature free from greed's thick rust, by eating fewer morsels of vile lust. My heart has grown as radiant as the sky, for it can tell what's true and what's a lie. Moav Yah makes Satan confess. Moav Yah demanded, "Why wake me, when you are wakefulness's enemy? Like opium you put everyone to sleep. Like wine all wisdom from our minds you sweep. Confess the truth to me now, I implore. I know what's right, so don't cheat any more. From others all I hope is that they'll show what their true nature is, so I will know. I don't seek sweetness out in vinegar, nor take a weak man as a warrior. Unlike the infidels, I do not yearn for idols as gods to whom I can turn. From dung I don't expect to breathe musk smell, nor seek dry bricks from rivers or a well. I don't expect from Satan this convention, that he should wake me with a good intention." Satan spoke many words of trickery, but he resisted them all critically. Satan says truthfully to Moav Yah what was on his mind. Reluctantly then Satan chose to tell. "It was for this I woke you, so heed well. So you would join the others for the prayer. Follow the prophet thus by reaching there. For if the prayer's time passed while you were sleeping, in deep despair you would have started weeping. In shame and pain, tears would have filled your eyes, and flowed as if from flasks or heavy skies. From acts of worship all gain a sweet taste. So missing out seems such a tragic waste. Than this deep pain 100 prayers earn less. What's prayer next to light gained through neediness? The excellence of the remorse felt by that pious one for having missed congregational prayer. A man approached the mosque to join the prayer, but saw men coming out as he reached there. He asked, "What's happening to all these men? Why are they exiting the mosque again?" "The prophet has already prayed," one said. The congregation's prayers the prophet led. "Why have you come so late? Do you not care? The prophet has already led the prayer." He breathed such a deep sigh it gave off smoke, and spread his heart's blood scent, which made men choke. The man who'd prayed said, "Give me that deep sigh, and take my prayer's rewards, which it can buy." He said, "I'll give my sigh and take your prayer." The other grabbed that sigh which seemed so rare, and in a dream that very night was told, "Water of life now and the cure you hold, in honor of the wise way you've selected. The congregation's prayers are all accepted. Conclusion of Satan's confession of his deceit to Moav Yah. Satan then said, "Majestic Prince, now I must clarify the reason for my lie. If you had missed the morning prayer today, you would have sighed and moaned in deep dismay. That aching neediness and lamentation would have earned more than prayers and meditation. I woke you up for fear that such deep sighs would burn away the veil before your eyes. So such sighs wouldn't come to your possession. So you'd not learn to sigh with desperate passion. Envious, I did it out of jealousy. Lying through spite, I am the enemy." Moav Yah said, "Now the truth you tell. Deceit comes from you and you suit it well. You are a spider, your prey is the fly. I'm not a fly, my rank is much too high. I'm a white falcon prized by royalty. How can a spider weave webs to catch me? While you still can, go out and catch some flies. Call all of them to your trap with your lies. If you call them to honey that is pure, they will instead find yogurt or manure. You woke me, but to deep sleep actually. You showed a boat, but then tried drowning me. You called me to good purpose on this day, from better things to drive me far away. How a burglar escaped when someone called the owner of the house who had already almost caught him. A burglar was seen in a house one day, and by the owner he was chased away. The owner chased him for a mile or more, and quickly tired as sweat began to pour. When he had almost caught up with the wretch, and could have grabbed his collar at a stretch, someone inside his house screamed, "Come and see." These indications of calamity. Hurry up. Come at once. Please turn around, so you can see the tragic things I've found. The owner thought, another burglar might be there, and that could be a much worse plight. To my sweet wife and children he'll creep near. How will it help to tie up this thief here? A good man's helping me now with his call. If I don't head back, I'll regret it all. Hoping for kind help from that man, he then let the thief go, to head back home again. "Good friend, what's happening?" he then yelled out. "What are these screams and moaning all about? A burglar's footprints, look, they are so clear. That bastard burglar must have walked through here. Look at the footprints. You'll soon apprehend the scoundrel, if you follow them, my friend." "Is that all, idiot?" the owner said. "I'd almost caught him, but turned round instead. Because I heard you shout, I let him go. That you're a stupid ass I didn't know. What gibberish and nonsense comes from you? I'd found the truth, what good now is a clue?" He said, "A vital clue I chose to show. Though the entire facts I already know. You're stupid or pretending that you care. No, you're a thief, that's how you are aware. I'd nearly grabbed and tied my enemy. But you screamed, 'Here's a clue,' and set him free. You talk of signs, but I'm beyond that station. Signposts have no use at the destination. If veiled from attributes, watch his creations. God's attributes are seen from higher stations. But in God's essence if annihilated, his attributes then can't be contemplated. When you are swimming in the deepest river, why wonder then what is the water's color? To check the color if you should swim back, you're swapping silk for a moth-bitten sack. The common man's good deed is the saint's sin. To saints, their unions are veiled states therein. For if a king should make his own vizier a law enforcer, this would be severe. A big sin that vizier must have committed. For not without a cause is this permitted. However, if he'd been one from the start, he might have loved this job with all his heart. All good viziers would feel most disappointed if as a law enforcer they're appointed. If from the threshold he has summoned you, then driven you away, this is a clue that you've done something inappropriate. And ignorance has brought this twist of fate. You might claim that this was your destiny. Was it just luck before then? Answer me. Ignorance has deprived you of your lot. Worthy men make their portion grow, not rot. The story of the hypocrites and their building of the mosque of opposition. A similar parable I offer next. You would have read it in the holy text. The hypocrites played such a crooked game. When to Medina first the Prophet came, for the sake of Muhammad's faith, they said, we'll build a mosque. But they sought sin instead. They cheated in the game that they'd selected. A new and separate mosque these men erected, with floor and dome so finely decorated, hoping that Muslims would be separated. They then approached the Prophet in petition, kneeling the way that camels take position, and pleaded, would you trouble your pure feet to come and see our mosque across the street? So, through your footsteps, this most humble place might benefit, may yours be lasting grace. This is a mosque for dark and cloudy days, for poor folk suffering a needy face, a stranger's shelter offering charity. This place of service might grow rapidly, and our religion's rites more men might learn. With friends' help, bitter things to sweet can turn. Please grace us with your presence for 1 hour. Purify us. On us your praises shower. Please bless this mosque and us, we are the night. While you're the moon, with us 1 hour unite. So, through your beauty, night will seem like day. You send each soul illuminating ray. If only they had meant what they had said, their wish might then have been fulfilled instead. Soundest proofs on a tongue that's insincere are like grass placed on ash heaps, so keep clear. Observe them from a distance and then run. They are not fit to swallow down, my son. Don't let talk from the insincere tempt you, for it's an old, weak bridge which looks like new. If a fool steps on it, the bridge will break, and his feet will be crushed by this mistake. Whenever a large army tastes defeat, it's due to weaklings who are too effete. One joins with arms as if he's really brave, and men say, he's a comrade in the cave. But he will scamper if their foes attack, and his escape will break his army's back. These issues are vast, and expand as well. Explaining would delay what we must tell. The hypocrites tried to deceive the Prophet, so they might take him to the mosque of opposition. They chanted to God's Prophet spells like these. Riding the steed of cunning, they'd beg, please. That generous messenger whom God had sent answered with naught but smiles and kind assent. He thanked them generously, as they soared high, with joy on hearing his polite reply. Like hair which floats on milk he then could see each single aspect of their trickery, but spoke as if it were invisible. Thus to such milk he screamed, how wonderful! 100 hairs of trickery were there, and yet he lowered his eyes, and would not stare. That ocean of pure kindness made it clear. I'm kinder to you than yourselves, don't fear. I sit next to a fire that's devastating. Its flames are deadly and for you they're waiting. And just like moths you rush there, come what may. My hands, like swatters, must swipe you away. The Prophet thus agreed there to be led. But then don't listen to the ghoul. God said, they plotted trickery, so you must know. The truth's the opposite of what they show. Their aim is only to bring shame to you. Don't seek concern for your faith from their Jew. They built a mosque upon the edge of hell, and played the game of cheat with God as well. The Muslims they would split up and displace. How can such meddlers recognize God's grace? From Syria, they want to bring that Jew, whose sermons give them hope they'll challenge you. The Prophet said, I will, but not today. To our next battle we are on our way. When I return from my next distant raid, I'll come and see this mosque which you have made. Before he went, he sent them home again. Thus played tricks with the trickiest of men. On his return, the tricksters came once more, to seek what he'd agreed to do before. God then said, Prophet, show their treachery. And if a war should break out, let it be. He said, be silent, Liars! Don't go on, or I'll reveal the truth to everyone. He then revealed some clues about their ruse. And they grew scared of what they had to lose. Their leader then returned to him, to say, Allah forbid that we should act this way. Holding Qur'ans, each hypocrite then came. To trick the Prophet was their only aim. They took oaths as a shield for self-protection. Taking oaths is the crooked man's convention. Because to the religion he's not true. Each moment he will break his oath to you. The truthful don't need oaths, they can sense lies. Because they see the truth with their own eyes. Breaking a covenant is so disgraceful. Keeping one's word reveals that someone's faithful. Should I accept your oaths, the Prophet said. Or is the word of God the truth instead? They took some more oaths, holding the Quran. Each one as though he were a righteous man. Saying, on the Quran, this oath I take. Building the mosque was solely for God's sake. No falsehood or deceit is found in there. Just space for meditation and for prayer. The Prophet said, God's voice to me is clear. Just like an echo sounding in each ear. But God has sealed your ears due to your choice. And so they'll never get to hear his voice. God's voice comes to me as a revelation. And it is free from all contamination. Moses once from a bush heard God's voice say, you lucky, fortunate one, and knelt to pray. Also, lo, I am God from it he heard. With lights accompanying every word. Once startled by God's revelation's light. Those false men took more oaths in utter fright. God called oaths shields, and nobody will see an enemy drop his shield willingly. The Prophet called them liars once again. He said, you lied, to these deceitful men. One of the companions went away, asking himself, why doesn't the Prophet throw a veil of discretion over their situation? One of the Prophet's followers that day disliked the Prophet acting in this way. He thought, such virtuous, pure, and pious men. The Prophet is embarrassing again. To hide their faults is generosity. The Prophet should not let the others see. But then he begged forgiveness with much haste. Since faulting him will leave a man disgraced. The hypocrites will bring bad luck to you. If you befriend them, you'll turn ugly too. He begged, you who know my deep secrets well. Don't let me think still like an infidel. I don't control my heart like my two eyes. I'd burn it now in anger otherwise. He then lay down, so he could sleep a bit. And dreamt these people's mosque was made of shit. Its bricks were laid in filthy shit throughout. And from those bricks a foul black smoke blew out. Smoke filled his throat and made it sore and red. Due to its bitter stench he leapt from bed. Then fell prostrate and wept in fits at once. It's due to my denial and arrogance. In this case, treating them like foes is right. Kindness risks stealing from my heart faith's light. Form worshippers' deeds if you should compare. You'll see they stink like onions, layer by layer. Each one more empty than the one before. While, for good men, each new deed is worth more. Around their cloaks 100 belts they bound. The mosque of Koba to raise to the ground. Like those who with an elephant once came. Whose house of worship God had set aflame. They tried to crush the Kaaba in return. About what happened to them you should learn. Disgraced men like this group do not have tools. Apart from plots which trap the weakest fools. All the companions then could clearly see that vile mosque's nature in reality. If these men's inner states I should spell out, all doubters would see they were pure throughout. The truth about their states I dare not share. One has to treat such men with extra care. They know God's laws without blind imitation. Gold coins without a touchstone, that's their station. Quranic wisdom's the believer stray. Each knows his own stray camel straight away. The story about a man who was looking for his stray camel and asking after it. You've lost a camel, now you seek it out. On finding it, that it's yours you won't doubt. You've lost the camel you are used to riding. It has escaped your hold and now is hiding. The caravan is ready to move on. They have all packed up, but your camel's gone. With parched lips you are searching left and right. The caravan sets off, and soon it's night. Your things have just been left there on the ground. While in your search you have been wandering round, asking, who's seen a camel come this way? It fled its stable earlier today. About my camel pass me information, and I'll give you a generous compensation. You seek a clue like this from everyone, so all the scoundrels see you and poke fun. Jesting, we saw a camel head that way. A reddish camel, searching for some hay. One asks, was it crop-eared, and quite perplexed. Its saddle was embroidered, claims the next. Another asks, did it have just one eye? The next, was it sick and about to die? Each wretch in hope of a reward from you presents to you his fabricated clue. On becoming perplexed due to different schools of thought, and how to find escape and deliverance, all men try to describe the mystery of truth, each one of them so differently. Philosophers describe it in one way, while theologians counter what they say. Another one refutes them both, and he whose soul is blind tries to refute all three. About the true path each informs a bit, such that you might think they belong to it. They are not all correct in what they say, and neither are they totally astray. Without the real one there would be no fake. False gold for real gold simple men mistake. If in this world there weren't authentic gold, how could a counterfeit of it be sold? Without the truth, how can there be a lie? All falsehoods on the true facts must rely. Men buy a bent thing, thinking that it's straight. Poison appeared like sugar, so they ate. Were there no wheat which men prefer to eat, none would then pass mere barley off as wheat. Don't say all talk is wholly counterfeit. False talk attracts since some see truth in it. It's all mere fantasy you might insist. Without truth, fantasy would not exist. Truth's like the night of power, which makes your soul check each night to tell which fulfills this role. Not all nights are the night of power, just one. Neither are they all void of power, my son. Among those who wear dervish garb today, just one is true, find him without delay. Where's the discriminating, faithful sage, to tell the base from great men in this age? If nothing flawed or counterfeit were made, simple men too would try their hand at trade. Choosing the best goods would be easy then, so who'd know competent from useless men? Knowledge won't help if everything's flawed too. Why bother then perfection to pursue? The stupid man says everything is true. A man who says all's false is foolish too. Those who trade with the prophets gain in kind, while those who seek material things turn blind. In eyes which seek wealth, snakes will soon appear. Rub well your eyes so this will be made clear. If you think profits will bring happiness, remember Pharaoh's and Hamad's distress. Keep looking at the sky above your head, for turn your gaze back there. God clearly said, on testing everything until its good and bad traits become apparent, take more than one glance at the dome of light. Look often. Are there any flaws in sight? He has told you to look up frequently. Like someone seeking flaws, not leniently. Like when we must inspect dark earth in full, to make sure that it is approvable. A huge amount our intellects endure, so as to tell the dregs from men who are pure. The trials faced in winter and in fall, the summer's warmth, spring's gift of life to all. Winds, clouds, and lightning all from God come here, so that all differences can be made clear. So that dust-colored earth will then make known what it contains, a ruby or mere stone. So many things dark earth grabs stealthily from bounty's ocean and God's treasury. God's viceroy, Providence, says, earth, admit what you have pilfered, every bit of it. That robber, earth, claims, not a thing, I swear. The viceroy grabs and wrings it like a bear. This viceroy may speak like a sweet, kind man. Then later speak as harshly as one can. So that all hidden things, through wrath and grace, fear and hope's flames reveal to us their face. Spring sends God's kindness, but, lest men forget, autumn shows them God's terror and his threat. The winter is the inner crucifixion, when, hidden thief, truth is made clear from fiction. At times the holy warrior feels expansion. At other times pain, torment, and contraction. Our earthly bodies try with all their might, denying and then stealing our soul's light. God places grief and pain, hot things and cold, upon our bodies, so you must be bold. Poverty, hunger, handicaps, and fear are sent so the soul's nature is made clear. He has made promises and threats of terror. Due to the good and bad he's mixed together. The truth and falsehood have been muddled up. Like putting real and false gold in one cup. A mystic touchstone therefore is required. One who has seen trials and has been inspired. In order to discern all falsehoods, and to organize things just as they were planned. Mother of Moses, give him milk, we scream. Don't worry when you place him on the stream. All who have drunk milk at a last can test, to find out which milks from their mother's breast. If you would like your child to learn this skill, suckle him, Mother of Moses, so he will know how his mother's milk tastes, stop his head from reaching evil nurses' breasts instead. Explanation of the moral of the story about that person searching for his camel. You've lost a camel that belongs to you. And everyone is offering you a clue. You don't know where that camel chose to go. But that their clues are false you clearly know. A man who hasn't lost a camel now competes with you in searching anyhow. He'll claim, I've lost a camel, everyone. I'll give a big reward for her return. To share your camel is this mimic's aim. Because he covets yours, he plays this game. From false clues he can't tell a truthful clue. But, for this mimic, your words serve as cue. If you declare, that clue's false, you will see him do the same, but it's just mimicry. And if a man gives clues you think are true, sureness which leaves no doubt then comes to you. Such clues heal your sick soul of all its pain. Your health, strength, and complexion you regain. Your eyes light up, your feet feel quick anew. Body like soul, and soul like spirit too. You were right, truthful friend, you then will say. These clues are messages as clear as day, in which are signs of truthful information. You have truth's license and you've earned salvation. When someone's given such a clue, you'll say, it's time for action, so please lead the way. Truth teller, I will follow from behind. With this clue my lost camel you will find. To that man who did not before possess that camel, but who seeks it nonetheless. More certainty will not come from this clue, unless it's through a man whose search is true. He'll see from your zeal that the clue is serious, and that your screams of joy are not delirious. That liar has no claim, but still I say, he'd also lost a camel in a way. Desire for someone else's veils his mind, so he's forgotten what he'd left behind. The owner runs to search, he follows there. Through greed, the owner's pain he starts to share. A liar in the truthful's company will find his lies become truth suddenly. Where your stray camel is when you've been brought. This mimic finds his stray, which he'd not sought. He first recalls her when he sees her, then he covets no more those of other men. That mimic's search first starts thus when his eyes notice his own lost camel by surprise. He only seeks to find his camel when by chance he sees her, he'd not searched till then. From that point he learns to move on alone. Now having opened his eyes to his own, the truthful man asks, have you left at last? Is your concern about me in the past? He says, till now I simply would pretend. Desire made me your sycophantic friend. But now I sympathize deep in my heart. Though, through this search, we have been led apart. I stole descriptions of her straight from you. My soul was stunned, though, when mine came to view. I wasn't seeking her, if truth be told. Copper has now been overwhelmed by gold. My evil deeds were righteous deeds somehow. Folly has left and seriousness rules now. My sins became the means to reach the Lord. Don't criticize them anymore, applaud. Sincerity made you a seeker, while my search led me to it, and so I smile. Your search was due to your sincerity. Sincerity, through seeking, came to me. I sowed my fortune seed in fertile soil. Although I thought it would be fruitless toil. It wasn't unpaid work to my surprise. I sowed one seed and saw 100 rise. A thief had sneaked into a house at night. He saw it was his own house in the light. Be warm, cold one, so more heat reaches you. Accept the rough, so smoothness finds you too. There was one camel in reality. Words can't contain the depths of meanings see. Expression can't reach meaning's depth, instead. His tongue will falter, our great prophet said. Speech is just like an astrolabe, my friend. The mystic sky, how can it comprehend? That sky next to which heaven seems so small. Next to whose sun your sun's a tiny ball. Explanation of how in every soul there is the mosque of opposition. When it was clear this mosque was just a ruse. A wicked trap of lies set by the Jews. The prophet ordered that it be knocked down. And serve as rubbish heap for all the town. The owner, like the mosque he had erected, was false, this bait he'd carefully selected. The bait which draws the fish and makes it bite, is not the kind gift it seems at first sight. The mosque of Koba was inanimate. To stand near it that mosque was still unfit. Inanimates before had not earned shame. Like this the prophet set that mosque aflame. Lofty things, such as human essences. Among them too possess such differences. For one man's life is never like another's. Nor will his own death be just like his brother's. Nor will the graves where they will finally lie. On high, such differences will multiply. Check your work with a touchstone, to make sure. You won't build mosques like theirs, which was impure. Though you've mocked builders of that mosque with glee. You're just like them if you look carefully. Story about the Indian who fought with a friend about something and was not aware that he too was afflicted by it. 4 Indian friends went to a mosque one day to worship at the proper time to pray. They started by declaring their intention and humbly followed each approved convention. When the muezzin entered in the hall, while praying one asked, "Did you make the call?" These words escaped his lips. Another there said, "Brother, you have nullified your prayer." The third one said then to the second one, "Why bother him? Look at what you have done." The fourth one said, "God has protected me from falling in the same pit as those 3. The prayers of all 4 men were spoiled this way. These 4 fault finders thus went more astray. Blessed are those who their own flaws can see and will accept responsibility. Half of each human is by nature flawed. The other half, though, is linked to the Lord. Since you have 10 wounds on your head and need to treat them, so the pain might then recede. To find faults with yourself is your best cure. Have pity. Needs humility that's pure. Even if you don't have the same flawed trait, it may come to you at a later date. Since you've not heard from God his don't you fear. You can't assume that you're in safety here. Satan for years could boast much envied fame, but was disgraced. Now look at his deep shame. Once in the world he had a lofty station, but now he's cursed. Witness his degradation. Don't seek fame till you have security. Wash fear from your face, then let others see. Until your own beard grows, good man, don't dare to mock one whose chin lacks a single hair. The devil faced a trial, and then he fell. To serve as your own special warning bell. Don't fall in and thus warn that beast instead. Poison he drank, God's sugar you'll be fed. The Guz Turks strove to kill one man, so another might be frightened by this. One day blood-spilling Guz Turk warriors came upon a village, plunder their sole aim. They found 2 local men along the way, and tried to kill one of them straight away. They bound his hands to kill him, but he said, "Great noble men, by whom vast tribes are led. Before you murder me, please tell me why. You thirst for my cheap blood, why must I die? What is the point of killing one like me? I'm poor, and naked too, as all can see." One said, "Your friend we aim to terrify. So much he'll tell us where the treasures lie. But he's much poorer than this man implored. He's just pretending he knows where it's stored. We're both the same in your imagination, in guesswork's dubious and rough calculation. So kill him first, not me, as I'm not bold. And I will show you where to find the gold. Witness God's kindness to us, my good friend. That we've come later, closer to the end. Our cycle's better than those of the past. The prophet said, the best ones are the last. The sorry fates of Noah's and Hud's nations reveal his mercy to our generations. He killed them, wishing we'd be fearful men. If he had done the opposite, what then? Explaining the state of the self-conceited and those ungrateful for the blessing of the existence of prophets and saints. When good men warn of major faults and sin, and stony hearts and blackened souls within, and taking very lightly God's command, and not expressing fear of what he's planned, and being weak like women who feel lust, and loving this base world made of mere dust, and fleeing from our counselors' advice, avoiding meeting them at any price, and straying from our own hearts and from Gnostics, and being sly and false to noble mystics. You call them beggars so disdainfully, and jealously think them the enemy. You'll call each beggar if he should receive your gift, if not he just wants to deceive. Should he approach, you'll claim, he's covetous. If not, his arrogance is nauseous. Or, like a hypocrite, you'll try the plea. My time's spent working for my family. I don't have time to even scratch my head, let alone think about my faith instead. Remember me in your deep states, my friend. So I'll become a great saint in the end. Your type don't ever speak through inner pain, but mumble sounds then fall asleep again. You'll claim, I'm poor, I've no alternative. I must work hard for lawful means to live. Your blood's the only lawful thing I see. You're now as far astray as one can be, forsaking God but holding on to bread, abandoning faith to follow fools instead. You feel that you can't ever live without this world, but not the Lord who spread it out. You cling to comforts, niceties you hoard. But how can you go on without the Lord? You can't bear life without created things. Yet you would live without the King of Kings. Abraham left the cave and screamed, elated. This one's my Lord. Its form, though, who created? I'll look through both the worlds until I find the one by whom all objects were designed. If I don't see God's attributes, my food will stick inside my throat and spoil my mood. How can I swallow while I can't observe the rose garden of God, the Lord I serve? Save in the hope for God, how can one drink, unless one is a beast who cannot think? They are like cattle, only more astray. They're devious, smelly, and will not obey. Their tricks rebound on their own souls, my friend. And what remains of their lives will soon end. Like senile men, their brains become too slow. And when their lives end, nothing's left to show. Each one will claim, I'm thinking of that day. But that's a tale his ego loves to say. He is forgiving, each of them will cry. But that's their ego's way to cheat and lie. Through lack of food you grieve as if half dead. If he's forgiving, why do you feel dread? An old man complains to a physician of his ailments and the physician answers him. An old man told his doctor, I'm in pain. I'm suffering due to problems with my brain. Old age is where the cause of this pain lies. He then said, there are dark spots on my eyes. The doctor answered, that's old age as well. And next he said, my back now hurts like hell. Old age has caused that too, I must conclude. I also can't digest at all my food. Weak stomachs come with old age too, my friend. Breathing is hard for me, when will it end? Shortness of breath is common as are wheezes. Old age will bring a myriad of diseases. Can you say nothing more? The old man said. On medicine, is this all that you've read? Does this mean that your knowledge is so poor? You don't know for each pain God's made a cure? You are a stupid man of little worth. You're base, that's why you're trapped upon this earth. And so the doctor said, old man, this rage and temper is as well due to old age. Your body parts are weak, you'll now begin to witness that your patience has grown thin. Old men can't tolerate 2 words without a screamed retort, they drink then spew it out. Except wise elders who are intoxicated with God, the blissful life they've demonstrated. Each one just looks old, but is young inside. Like this, why do the saints and prophets hide? What are they if by most they can't be seen? Why do they turn base men through envy green? If they can't see God's saints with certainty, why do their foes hatch plots with enmity? And if unsure of judgment day's rewards, why do they throw themselves against their swords? One smiles at you, don't look back with a grin. Great resurrections he contains within. Heaven and hell are parts of this man, who transcends whatever is conceived by you. Whatever you conceive dies in the end. For only God can't be conceived, my friend. Why, at the saint's door, are some puffed with pride? Don't they know who it is that lives inside? The mosques are what the stupid venerate, while they attack the mystics with sick hate. Donkeys, your mosques are only transient things. The real mosques are the hearts of mystic kings. The saint's heart is the greatest mosque around, because that is the place where God is found. When a saint was attacked, and only then, did God first choose to put to shame some men. They fought the prophets, who looked just the same. To them, they only saw their human frame. If you have your forefathers' bad traits too, are you not scared the same fate waits for you? Those traits can be seen in you easily, for you are one of them. Where will you flee? The story of Joey and the child who lamented at his father's funeral. Before his father's coffin, once a child would weep and beat his head like someone wild. Where are they taking you? The child would say. That they are lowering you down this way. Is it a narrow house of pain down there? Without a carpet, like a house that's bare. No lamp at night and no meals there by day. Where even whiffs of food won't waft your way. No roof, nor doors that open properly. No neighbor who might offer sanctuary. Your eyes which were admired by all around. Surely to such a bleak, dark place aren't bound. A cramped and gloomy place that's unprotected, in which no sign of life can be detected. He listed features of this awful place. Wept tears of blood which trickled down his face. To his own father Joey turned to say, they're taking that man to our house today. His father scoffed, don't be an idiot. He said, but all the signs are accurate. He has described each one of them in turn. And they match our own house, if you discern. No rug, nor lamp, nor food is found inside. Nor roof, nor doors through which to reach outside. The vile display 100 signs like these. But, though they're clear to us, none of them sees. The heart's house starved of radiance totally. Lacks rays from the sun of divinity. Like a Danir's soul a cramped, dark waste. Of love's king it has never had a taste. Neither in that heart does the sunlight fall. nor does it feel expansion's joy at all. The grave is better than this wretched heart. Ascend from your own heart's grave and depart. You who are alive and seem so animated, must feel in this cramped tomb so suffocated. The Joseph of your age, the son of grace. Escape this well and jail, then show your face. You're Jonah, who inside a whale spent days, but managed to escape it through God's praise. The belly of the whale would otherwise have been his cell till that day all must rise. Through praising God, Jonah escaped at last. Praise is a sign which points back to a last. If you've forgotten now the inner praise, listen to mystic fish and learn their ways. Those who see God become divine, my friend. Those who swim seas become fish in the end. The body is a whale, the world an ocean. Spirit is Jonah, blocked from light and motion. If it starts praising God, it then breaks free. If not, then it's consumed there instantly. The ocean has fish of a mystic kind. But you can't see them, fool, because you're blind. Those fish for fun now bounce themselves off you. Open your eyes to verify it's true. Though your eyes cannot see them, my dear friend, your ears will hear God's praises which they send. To practice patience is the best of ways. Be patient, for that's the best form of praise. No praise is to a similar degree. Be patient. For relief it is the key. Patience is heaven's bridge which must cross hell. Beauties wait there, they're ugly slaves as well. If you flee from her slave, you'll be denied her presence, for that slave won't leave her side. Patience is still unknown to your weak heart, since from a beauty you're not kept apart. Real men seek glory through love's inner fights. The penis is what's loved by sodomites. They've left faith due to penis adoration. Their thoughts have caused their shameful degradation. Don't fear them even if they fly above, for all they've gained is vile, debasing love. Each leads his horse down a most steep descent, although he claims his aim is an ascent. Why fear the banners beggars wave ahead? Those banners are just means of gaining bread. A child is frightened by a huge man, who says, "Don't be scared, child, for I am not a man." A huge man found a child alone one night. What did he want? The child grew pale with fright. "Now rest assured, my handsome boy," he said, "that you will mount on top of me instead. View me as impotent, though I am strong. Ride me as if a camel come along. In form a man, but twisted actually. Outwardly human, devilish inwardly. Fat like the iod, he seemed a drum in form, on which the wind strikes branches in a storm. A fox released its prey, and then turned back, attracted by a drum like empty sack. On finding its drum empty, it complained. A pig is better than what has remained. Foxes fear drum beats, which make them act meek. The wise beat their drums hard to say don't speak. The story about an archer's fear of a horseman who was riding in the forest. An armed and frightening horseman rode ahead into a forest on a thoroughbred. An archer standing there saw him and drew his bow in fear, not knowing what to do. He aimed to shoot, the rider shouted out, "I'm weak, don't let my huge frame make you doubt. Please listen. Don't just judge me by my size. I'm weaker than a crone who sits and cries." The archer said, "Please pass, your words ring true. If you'd not spoken I'd have shot at you. Weapons kill those who hold them frequently, when they lack the required maturity. If you hold Rustam's weapons and feel fear, not man enough, your soul will disappear. So make your soul a shield and drop your sword. The headless will gain new heads from the Lord. Your weapons are your trickery and plots. They've wounded your own soul by taking shots. Since from your tricks you've gained naught in the end. Abandon them, so God good luck might send. Since from men's arts you've seen no actual gain. Seek bounties, Lord, and from such arts abstain. Men's sciences are not the fortunate kind. So be a dunce and leave bad luck behind. Then, like the angels, say, God, we know not, except the knowledge which you've kindly taught. The story about the Bedouin who put sand in a sack and was criticized for this by a philosopher. A Bedouin made his poor camel strain by loading 2 big sacks, one full of grain. He sat on them when he began to ride. A scholar questioned him, one puffed with pride. This scholar started thus a conversation, which was an eloquent interrogation. He asked, "What do those 2 big sacks contain? Tell me with what they're filled and what you'll gain." He said, "One of those sacks is filled with wheat. The other sand not fit for men to eat. Why bring a sack of sand with you today? The other might feel lonely on the way. Pour half the wheat which fills that sack instead into the other sack," the scholar said. "Lighten your camel's load, while you still can." The Bedouin screamed, "Bravo, learned man! You have a subtle mind, your judgment's sound. Naked and tired, why must you walk around?" He pitied the poor scholar, so his plan was to seat on his camel this wise man. He asked him next, "Well-spoken sage, please share with me a bit about your own affair. With such intelligence and talent too. A minister or king, which one are you?" "I'm just an ordinary man, my friend. Look at the way I dress and comprehend." "How many camels then do you possess?" "None." "Please don't ask what causes me distress. What kind of goods do you sell at your store?" "I have no store, don't press me any more." "Well, please inform me how much gold you own." "Peerless sage, whose good counsel is well known. You can transform this world with alchemy. And you boast precious and rare sophistry." He answered, "All the wealth that I possess can't buy food for tonight, it is much less. Barefoot and naked I must run around, heading wherever free food can be found. From all this art and wisdom all I gain is headaches and vain fancies in my brain." The Bedouin then said, "Get far away, so that your bad luck won't descend my way. Take your ill-fortuned wisdom far from me. It brings bad luck to our community. You go that way, I'll go this way instead. Or I'll walk backwards if you walk ahead. Mere sacks of wheat and sand are in my eyes worth more than being uselessly so wise. My idiocy's a blessing, I've no doubt, because my heart's content, my soul devout. If you want to reduce your misery, rid yourself of your wisdom, be like me." He meant the wisdom in one's outward nature, not that sort which is light from the Creator. With worldly wisdom doubts will multiply, while mystic wisdom makes your soul soar high. These days the vile, depraved men who are clever claim higher ranks than any mystic ever. Students of trickery themselves have burnt. Pretense and plotting is all they have learnt. Patience, self-sacrifice, and chivalry, which are real gains, they've thrown out heedlessly. Real thought is that which opens paths inside. The path is that on which the true kings ride. The proper king is king in his own right, not through his treasures or his army's might. And so he always will hold this position. Just like the glory of Muhammad's mission. The miracles of Ibrahim Adam on the ocean's shore. About Ibrahim Adam they say that he stopped on the ocean's shore one day and sewed his cloak while resting briefly there. A prince arrived and soon began to stare. As a disciple of this sheikh, he knew just who he was, and bowed as he should do. He was astonished at the garb he wore, for he'd transformed from what he was before. A comfortable life of prosperity. He'd given up to live in poverty. He thought, he has renounced enormous riches. Now, like a beggar, woolen cloaks he stitches. The sheikh could read this person's thoughts with ease. Hearts are the jungles which this lion sees. He enters in their hearts like hope and fear. The secrets of the world to him are clear. So guard your hearts, you useless slaves of greed. When near the masters of your hearts take heed. For worldly men, respect is shown outside. Since God the unseen realm from them will hide. For mystics though, respect's shown inwardly. Because their hearts see every mystery. You do the opposite, for a position. You'll kneel before the blind men in petition. You don't behave near mystics as you should. And so in fires of lust you'll burn like wood. Since you lack true perception of God's light. You put on makeup for men lacking sight. And for the mystics you rub on your face manure, then pose imagining you've grace. The sheik then tossed a needle in the sea. And called for its return immediately. Myriads of divine fish came to sight. Gold needles in their lips, which were pressed tight. They raised their heads thus from God's ocean and said, "Take God's needles, sheik, with your pure hand." He turned his face toward the prince and said, "The heart's wealth or the wretched kind instead. This is the outer sign, and nothing more. Wait till you see within what lies in store. Just one branch from the garden men bring down. They can't bring the whole garden to your town. When heaven's just one leaf of it, heed well that it's the kernel while this is the shell. If you're not rushing to the garden, friend, seek more scent to make your congestion end. And then the scent will give your soul delight, attracting you like light which gives eyes sight. Jacob's son Joseph, due to that scent's trace, instructed, throw it on my father's face. The prophet often said for that scent's sake. In ritual prayer the most delight I take. Our senses are connected, as we've shown. Since from the same root each of them has grown. Strengthen one and it will make strong the others. Each one becomes the saki for its brothers. Seeing makes love grow and intensify. And love gives truthful vision to each eye. Such true perception wakes your other senses to deeper and direct experiences. How the mystic's illumination begins with the light which sees the hidden world. When from its bonds one sense should be set free, the rest transform as well accordingly. If one sense sees what is invisible, then for all senses that's perceptible. When one sheep jumps across the stream, each one will copy then what that first sheep has done. Drive on your senses, sheep, so there they'll graze. He brings forth pastures, God's divine book says, where they can savor flowers, herbs, and trees, and find the rosebud of realities. Each sense will be a prophet for the others. So all of them reach paradise like brothers. Your senses of the secrets they'll inform. Without tongues, without meaning, without form. For meanings open to interpretations. And idle whims spring from loose estimations. But inner truths which are made manifest can't be interpreted, unlike the rest. When each sense is the slave of that first sense, the heavens too will show obedience. If there's an argument about the shell, the kernel's owner owns that shell as well. And if a quarrel starts about some straw, find out who owned the seeds. This is the law. The sky's the shell, the spirits light the kernel. One manifest, one hidden and eternal. Bodies are seen, spirits are what they hide. Bodies are sleeves, spirits the arms inside. Intellect is more hidden than that spirit, which gives us life, for senses can't perceive it. You know a man's alive if he should move. But that he has a brain you still can't prove, until he starts to move deliberately, and changes movements thus with alchemy. Through the appropriate manner his hands move. Intellect's presence you can easily prove. But revelation's spirit's more concealed. It's from beyond and seldom is revealed. The prophet's intellect was clear to view. His spirit, though, could be perceived by few. The spirit has clear movements of its own. But through the intellect they can't be known. Sometimes it thinks it mad, sometimes undone. Since it is veiled until they join as one. Like Hezra's each divinely guided action. Moses's brain grew troubled in reaction. His actions seemed so inappropriate. To understand them Moses was unfit. Unseen truths Moses couldn't comprehend. So what can a mere mouse perceive, my friend? Asterisk. Knowledge that's rote learned is what's usually sold. Its source of joy a buyer who brings gold. Experiential knowledge God will buy. His market's profit is forever high. Lips sealed, drunk on the rapid rate of business. Since God has bought them, shoppers here are countless. Angels will buy what Adam has to teach. But for the demons this is out of reach. Adam, to whom we taught the names, please share with us God's secrets, every detail there. A man who suffers from short-sightedness will be unstable and lack steadfastness. Since this man lives on earth I call him mouse. In soil is where you find the mouse's house. He knows some paths, but they're all underground. He's penetrated mud piles all around. The mouse soul is a nibbler ruled by greed. Its brain is in proportion to its need. Since God does not give anything for free, without there being a necessity. If this world gave us no real benefit, the Lord then wouldn't have created it. If shaky earth did not need to keep still, it wouldn't be pinned down by every hill. If there were really no need for the skies, He wouldn't have displayed them to our eyes. The sun, the moon, and stars that sparkle too. Except through need, how were they brought to view? Thus, need is the lasso which you must throw. According to your needs He will bestow. Increase your neediness now rapidly. His sea will surge with generosity. Beggars and handicapped men fill the street, to show their neediness to those they meet. Their blindness, their paralysis, and pain, they show, so they might from men's kindness gain. Does anyone say, people, please feed me, because I have food, wealth, and property? God hasn't given eyes to moles, since they don't need them to trap food in their own way. They can survive without sight, but not blood. They don't need eyes to live in dark, damp mud. They won't come out, unless they start to long for God to free them, cleanse them of all wrong. So they might gain wings, each fly like a dove, or angel, circling in the sky above. Then in thanksgiving's rosebush constantly, they'd sing like nightingales in ecstasy. You freed us from all ugliness and vice, and hellfire you transformed to paradise. To lumps of fat called eyeballs you give sight, and hearing to mere bones you have such might. The spirit and the body's links the same, as that between our knowledge and its name. Names are nests, knowledge birds that live therein. Bodies are ditches, spirit streams within. The streams flow, though they seem so motionless. The waves pass by, though one would never guess. If you, in truth, can't see the water flow, what do the passing twigs on it then show? Your twigs are forms which in your mind you see. These virgin forms arrive continually. They're carried on the flowing stream of thought. Some of them are delightful, some are not. The husks on flowing water all have been brought from the garden of the deep unseen. Seek out the kernels, it's not a vain dream, since from the garden to us flows the stream. If you can't see the water of life flow, look at the stream, watch straws slide to and fro. When water flows in greater quantity, the husks of forms too move more rapidly. And when the stream's flow is extremely fast, the mystic's conscience is stress-free at last. For when its flow is rapid, full, and strong, then nothing else but water flows along. A stranger reviles a sheikh and the sheikh's disciple answers him. A man pinned on a Sufi sheikh much blame. He's wicked and depraved, and he lacks shame. He drinks wine, he's a fraud, he's so astray. How can he lead disciples on the way? That sheikh's disciple said, observe respect. It's serious such great masters to suspect. For someone like him with such sanctity, a deluge can't reduce his purity. Don't make against such saints false accusations. Turn over a new leaf, stop fabrications. They're false, but even if your words were true, what harm to a huge sea can one corpse do? He's more than the two jarfuls and small pool. That one small drop could ruin him, you fool. Abraham's fire was not reduced one bit. So warn the Nimrods, be afraid of it. The self is Nimrod, spirit is God's friend. The self needs signs, spirits can view the end. Signposts serve those still traveling, since they, inside the desert, often lose their way. The eyes of those who've reached the destination don't care for signposts to another station. If such a man refers to signs, it's so. The scholars too can have a chance to know. A father for his child makes baby sounds. Even if his own knowledge knows no bounds. The teacher may have great ability. But still she'll start her class with ABC. To teach a toddler who can hardly stand, one must use words that he can understand. You must use the same words as children do, so they can learn new knowledge then from you. We are like children lagging far behind. While teaching us, sheikhs keep this fact in mind. The sheikh's disciple carried on this way, regarding him so dangerously astray. Don't slash now at yourself with a sharp sword. Don't start a fight now with this wondrous Lord. A pool next to an ocean in an instant removes itself, becoming non-existent. He is an ocean which is limitless. Your corpse can't make its value any less. There are constraints to infidelity. His light has no constraint or boundary. All transient things are worthless entities. All but God's face must perish, he decrees. Near him no faith nor unbelief can dwell, since he's the kernel, while they are the shell. We cover up his face like veils outside. The lamp beneath a bowl we temporals hide. Your physical head veils another head. An infidel veils one divinely led. Infidels doubt the sheikh's fidelity. Corpses can't see the sheikh's vitality. In life's test, knowledge is the thing that counts. If you have more, your life to more amounts. Animal souls to our souls are inferior, because in knowledge ours are far superior. But angel souls are higher than ours, friend, because the physical realm they transcend. But higher still are souls of mystic greats. Cease the bewilderment this fact creates. At Adam's feet, who was then the prostrator, his soul was therefore obviously the greater. For a superior being to prostrate to those worth less is inappropriate. The Lord's kind justice, which we count upon, won't let our rose bow down before a thorn. When the pure soul grows, passing every limit, the souls of other things must all obey it. Birds, fish, and every other animal. And even men it's incomparable. The fish make needles for his Sufi cloak. Threads follow needles just like trails of smoke. Remainder of the story about Ibrahim ibn Adam on the shore. Once the prince saw the sheikh's command fulfilled. He felt ecstatic and extremely thrilled. Mere fish of mystic masters are aware. We're cursed if we're unable to reach there. The fish can recognize, while we're unsure. Though we're the ones with wealth, we're much more poor. After prostrating, he felt love's deep pain. Through yearning for the gates, he went insane. Disgraced wretch, what is your concern and aim? Through envy whom do you now fight and blame? You're playing with the lion's tail, stand back. The angels, why do you wish to attack? Why speak ill of pure goodness? You have lied. You even say humility is pride. What's evil like then? Cheap, deficient copper. And sheiks? The alchemy which lasts forever. Copper which won't respond to alchemy. Can't harm it with its own deficiency. What's evil like then? Rebels filled with fire. Who is the sheik? The sea which won't expire. Fire always fears the water, but why should water fear being burnt like planks of wood? You're picking faults with the moon's radiant face. In paradise you seek thorns, vile disgrace. Thorn picker, if you go to heaven too, you won't find any thorn apart from you. You're covering the sun with mud, buffoon. You want to find chinks in a bright, full moon. How can a sun which shines so brilliantly be hidden for a bat's sake? Answer me. Dislike by masters will make things defective. Secrets are kept when masters feel protective. If you are far, through service cut the distance. Be fast and be efficient in repentance, so that you might be sent from them a breeze. Why block his mercies flow through jealousies? If you're far from them, wag your tail and sway. Wherever you are, turn your face his way. When an ass falls in mud, then you will see it try to get up, struggling constantly. It knows the mud is not appropriate, that it is not the proper home for it. Are you less than an ass? Has your heart blood? Why won't you jump away now from the mud? In mud you deem it worthy now to stay, as you don't want to pull your heart away. Since I'm compelled, it is allowed for me. God wouldn't punish helpless men, would he? He's punished you already, but you're blind. More hoodwinked than a blind hyena's mind. The hunters shout, hyenas aren't inside this cave, none hide in there, let's search outside. They say this just to trap one and creep near. And that hyena thinks, I'm safe in here. If these foes know my hiding place, then why would they shout, where is it, at passers-by? Someone claims, God will not punish me for sin, and Shoaib answers him. In the time of Shoaib, a man once claimed, God sees my faults, for which I should be blamed. He's seen so many sins of mine, yet he, out of sheer kindness, will not punish me. God whispered in Shoaib's ear from on high, so clearly that this would be his reply. You have just said, I've sinned so many times. God has not punished me though for my crimes. The truth's the opposite of what you say. You who have left the path and gone astray. Often I punish you, but you don't know. And you are trapped in chains from head to toe. Black pot, the layers of rust on you now cover, and spoil your inner face, as you'll discover. Rust has spread to your heart like a disease, making it blind to lofty mysteries. If we should put a clean pot in your place, heat from the flames would leave an obvious trace. Because through opposites all things are known. On something white, black markings will be shown. But once the pot's turned black, the fire's effect, no eyes will still be able to detect. And if the blacksmith is of the black race, the smoke will match the color of his face. But if the blacksmith is a pale-faced Greek, the smoke will leave black patches on his cheek. So he will quickly learn the price of sin, and then to beg forgiveness he'll begin. If you persist with sins of degradation, you'll throw dust in the eye of contemplation. You won't repent at all, your heart will swell with love for sins, just like an infidel. And so you won't perform remorseful prayers. Rust will form on your mirror many layers. Rust will erode its iron by its presence, reducing thus the value of your essence. If you write on some paper which is white, that writing can be read then at first sight. If you write on what others wrote before, it cannot be deciphered anymore. For black on top of black creates a mess, which is illegible and meaningless. And if to write a third time you turn back, you'll make it, like an evil soul, pitch black. Refuge in God apart, what else have we? Despair is copper, vision alchemy. Lay down despair before him, so you might escape this deadly pain, and end your plight. Shoaib told him these points, which caused the start of a rose blooming deep within his heart. That sinner's soul thus heard true revelation. And yet he said, I've seen no confirmation. Shoaib told God, this wretch will not repent. He wants some proof of his own punishment. God answered, I'm the veiler, I won't show the secrets to him. I'll give one clue though. One sign that he receives my punishments is that he fasts and prays like penitents, and worships and gives alms, but it's a waste. Of mystic states he's never had a taste. He does good deeds and acts of piety, but hasn't tasted true proximity. His deeds are empty acts, as though he's lied. A walnut with no kernel kept inside. Spiritual savor is what makes fruit grow. There must be kernels in the seeds you sow. Can kernel-less seeds still grow into trees? Soulless forms just exist in fantasies. Remainder of the story about the stranger berating the sheikh. He spoke about the sheikh as if insane. Distorted vision damages one's brain. He said, I met him at a gathering. He's neither pious nor a mystic king. And, if you doubt this, come along with me to witness your own sheikh's depravity. He led him to a window, that's him drinking. Watch his depravity. What were you thinking? A hypocrite, depraved once out of sight. A saint by day, a bullet in Lahab by night. God's faithful servant men call him by day. At night he fills his glass and drinks away. They saw his master with a glass of wine. So the disciple asked, Dear sheikh of mine, did you not say that Satan urinates in every glass of wine, and celebrates? He said, my cup's so full in my heart's core, so no one can now pour in any more. Look here. Is there room for another drop? Deluded men misread Acts, you must stop. He didn't mean the wine that's visible. To see unseen things the sheikh's capable. The glass is the sheikh's being, fool, beware. The devil can't direct his urine there. He is pure light, with God's light he's filled up. Becoming light has smashed his body's cup. If sunlight on a piece of shit is seen, it stays the same and isn't made unclean. There's neither glass nor wine, the sheikh then said. If you want to inspect me, go ahead. He found some honey of a special kind, and realized his doubts had made him blind. The sheikh told the disciple suddenly, go to the tavern to buy wine for me. For I'm in pain, and thus compelled to drink. I am so thirsty I have reached the brink. When helpless, even carcasses are clean. Curse all deniers, as they're low and mean. He went to the wine store immediately, and sampled wine for him obediently. But found no wine on which to spend his money. All of the jugs in there were filled with honey. He said, wine tipplers, what has come to pass? I can't find wine here to fill up one glass. The tippler sought the sheikh then hurriedly, beating their heads and weeping bitterly. Great sheikh, you visited our tavern once. To honey our wine changed in consequence. You changed our wine from its unlawful state. So change our hearts now, grant us a clean slate. Even if only blood's available. What God's slave drinks will be permissible. Aisha complains to the Prophet, why do you pray anywhere and without a prayer rug? Aisha told off Muhammad critically. Prophet, both privately and openly. Wherever you are, you perform the prayer. Even though dirty people can step there. And grubby little kids might urinate. If they are playing there and cannot wait. For the sake of great men, the Prophet said. God makes unclean things pure and clean instead. Each spot I place my head he'll purify. From that bare floor to far beyond the sky. Stop envying the mystic kings, beware. Or Satan's wretched fate will be your share. Poison will turn to honey for those few. Honey will turn to poison though for you. The true man and his actions change this way. He's now all grace, his fire is a light ray. Each of those birds was a recipient of God's strength, so they'd kill that elephant. Small birds destroyed an army, so you'd know. They gained their strength from God against their foe. About those birds, if you have any doubt, find the tale in the book and read it out. If you try to compete with God's elite, I warn you that you're bound to taste defeat. How a mouse pulled the rope of the camel's bridle and became conceited. A mouse got tied up in a camel's lead, which meant it traveled with it at great speed. And since the camel didn't seem to mind, it dreamt, I'm a mouse of a special kind. The camel sensed what that mouse dreamt about, and said, amuse yourself. I'll sort you out. After a while, the pair reached a deep river. the sight of which made wolves and lions shiver. The terrified mouse stood completely still. The camel asked, "Companion from the hill, why have you stopped? Why are you at a loss? Step forward like a brave man, walk across. Great mouse, my guide and leader, don't stop here and give up. There is nothing now to fear. The water is too deep," the mouse complained. "The fear of drowning leaves my frail heart drained." "Let me see just how deep," the camel said, and then stepped quickly on the riverbed. "Look, mouse, the water reaches to my knees. Why are you stricken with anxieties? A dragon for me is an ant to you. There's a huge difference between us two. If it should reach your knees like you have said, then it is far above my tiny head." The camel said, "Don't be so bold again, or else you'll burn with soul-tormenting pain. Compete with your own species, and beware. You've nothing that a camel wants to share." The mouse said, "I repent. Please give a ride. Help me to make it to the other side." The camel, moved with pity, told it, "Jump. Climb on my back, then rest upon my hump. This is not difficult for me to do. I could take millions of small mice like you. You're not a prophet, take the mystic way. From this pit to reach lofty heights one day. Act like a subject, since you're not the sultan. Don't row the boat when you are not the boatman. Since you're not perfect, don't start out alone. Be pliant like good dough, not hard like stone." God said, "Keep silent. So don't you forget. Be all ears, since you're not God's mouthpiece yet. Request an explanation, if you speak before the king, like beggars, show you're meek. Lust causes hate and pride, that's not disputed. And habit is what makes lust firmly rooted. When habit makes a bad trait permanent, to those who hold you back you're violent. You want to eat mud now, so you'll oppose all men who hold you back, as if they're foes. When pagans gather round an idol, they will fend off men who try to block their way. Since Satan had got used to leading, he thought Adam his inferior heedlessly. Can there be someone who is my superior, that I should have to bow as his inferior? Leading is poison, but for spirits who possess the antidote, such men are few. Snakes in the mountains aren't cause for alarm. The antidote's found there too, so stay calm. When leadership controls your brain, you'll see whoever thwarts you as your enemy. If anyone should contradict your view, hatred of him will soon rise up in you. You'll scream, "He's trying to dictate to me," acting as if he has authority. If you do not have a bad disposition, why do you flare up with such opposition? You may have once seemed good to your opponent, and won his heart like this, for at that moment, your bad ways weren't entrenched yet like sharp stakes. Through habit, ants of lust turn into snakes. Kill lust's snake, so you can survive the trial, or it will be a dragon in a while. Each claims his snake's an ant, a trivial thing. About your true state ask a mystic king. Till turned to gold, copper no flaws can see. Till made king, one can't measure poverty. Copper, serve the elixir and you'll gain. Endure, heart, your beloved's harsh disdain. Mystics are the beloveds, can't you see? They strive to flee this world continually. Stop finding fault with God's slaves, stupid fool. And don't accuse of theft the ones who rule. The miracles of that dervish who was accused of stealing on a ship. A dervish once was traveling on a ship, without his own provisions for his trip. While he slept, someone's purse had disappeared. Those who'd searched all the rest then gradually neared. "Let's search the sleeping beggar," one man said. And so the purse's owner slapped his head. "A purse was lost on this ship just today. We have searched everyone, don't run away. Take off your jacket. Strip, so you can prove it wasn't you, and all our doubts remove." He prayed, "God, Your meek slave might soon be killed. Accused of theft. May your will be fulfilled. The dervish's heart then began to pound. And suddenly fish jumped up all around. 1,000,000 fish then from the sea took flight. In each one's mouth a pearl which was so bright. Millions of them rose up from the deep sea. Huge pearls held in their mouths triumphantly. Each pearl the revenue of a whole nation. They sang, their gods, free from association. The dervish threw some on the deck and flew up in the air, ascending a throne too. Like kings, cross-legged he sat on his throne. Above the zenith, to which he had flown. You keep your ship, God will suffice for me. This beggar won't stay in your company. But who will lose out from this separation? I'm pleased with God, remote from his creation. He won't blame me for theft mistakenly. And, for accusers, he won't shackle me. The other passengers screamed out, amazed. To such a station how have you been raised? He said, not for accusing mystic kings. And bothering God just for trivial things. But rather for revering his elect. Great saints I didn't hassle or suspect. Dervishes with sweet breath who've earned renown. For whom the chapter of Beza came down. Their poverty is not life trapped in dirt. But there is nothing but God to assert. How can I doubt God's special devotees? Whom he's entrusted with his treasuries. Suspect the self, not the high intellect. Your senses, not God's light, you should reject. This cunning carnal soul needs to be hit. Beat it instead of arguing with it. If it sees miracles, it will agree. Then later claim, it was mere fantasy. If that huge miracle were really true, why then did it not last and stay in view? It does remain in view for purest souls. Though it's not seen by sensual animals. That miracle hates sensuality. When caged a peacock struggles to break free. Don't say I am verbose, for what you've read is one small portion, one hair from your head. Some Sufis verbally abuse another Sufi, saying he talks too much in front of the sheikh. Some Sufis cursed another angrily before the sheikh of their community. They told the sheikh, we beg that you demand fairness from him. Please make him understand. He asked, what is it that makes you irate? He has 3 habits, sheikh, which irritate. He talks too much, as noisy as a bell. He eats more than a score of men as well. He sleeps more than the sleepers in the cave. These reasons to their sheikh the Sufis gave. The sheikh turned to the blamed man then, to say, in every venture take the middle way. The Prophet said, the best path's moderation. A balanced nature leads to the best station. If you should fail to keep that harmony, sickness will overwhelm you suddenly. Do not exceed what you see in your friend, as that will cause division in the end. Moses's words appeared proportionate, but Hezra found them too inappropriate. Not tolerating doubting and debate, Hezra told him, this is where we separate. Moses, you talk too much, so go away. Be mute and blind if you desire to stay. If you remain here to debate all night, you'll still have severed all ties in my sight. If you should soil yourself while you are praying, go, clean yourself, you'll then hear a voice saying. If you don't go, your prayer will be in vain. For purity has left you, empty brain. Go to your soulmates, who have the desire to hear your speech, and from it never tire. The watchman's better than those fast asleep. But fish don't need a watchman in the deep. Men's clothes need washing, but illumination clothes naked souls with God's manifestation. Step back from naked mystics carefully. Or from your body's garment now break free. If you won't strip completely, timid man, follow a middle course then, if you can. The Sufi excuses himself to the sheikh. The Sufi told the sheikh his point of view, giving appropriate excuses too. He answered the sheikh's questions, as one should. Like Hezra, with answers accurate and good. Answers to Moses's interrogation. Inspired in Hezra by the Lord of creation. He clarified all the obscurities. For all the problems he had found the keys. From Hezra he had received inheritance. He answered his sheikh with intelligence. Sheikh, though the moderate way is best to live. A mean is always something relative. A stream won't even reach a camel's knee. Although to mice it seems a massive sea. If someone can eat 4 loaves, eating 2 is moderation from his point of view. But it would be extreme if he should feast by eating all 4 like a greedy beast. But what if someone easily could eat 10? Eating 6 would be moderation then. To eat 100 loaves I'm capable. You just 6 rolls, we're not comparable. You may be tired out by the evening prayer. While, after hundreds, I don't feel much wear. One walks to Mecca, barefoot all the way. Another can't reach local mosques to pray. One is prepared to sacrifice his soul. Another won't give up a moldy roll. For finite things, one can derive a mean. As they have highs and lows which can be seen. Both start and end must be observable. For some things mean to be discernible. There are no limits to the infinite. So how can one work out the mean of it? When its extremities no man has known. If all the seas were ink, this truth has shown. If all seas turn to ink, still they can't write. Enough for there to be an end in sight. If all the forests turn to pens, still they can't lessen what God's speech has to convey. The pens and ink will empty gradually. His boundless speech, though, lasts eternally. Sometimes I look asleep, then those astray. Imagine all I do is sleep all day. My heart's awake, although I've closed my eyes. I'm working, but look lazy in disguise. My eyes sleep, was the prophet's affirmation. My heart's awake to the Lord of creation. Eyes open, your heart sleeps now in their place. Eyes closed, my heart is open to His grace. My heart has other senses than these 5. In both worlds my heart's special senses thrive. Don't look at me through your own failing sight. For me it's morning, though for you it's night. For you it's jail, but it's a park for me. Your hard toil is my rest and luxury. Mud traps your feet, but makes my roses bloom. You mourn, while I rejoice with drums that boom. I live on earth like you, but I can fly beyond the stars and planets in the sky. My shadow's next to you, but I'm not here. My station's higher than thought's lofty sphere. Since I've transcended all thoughts, I am now racing beyond the questions why and how. I rule thought and don't follow its instruction. The builder has control of his construction. Most men are slaves of thought, though, which explains why, through depression, all life from them drains. By choice, I give myself to thoughts, but still I can jump far from them when that's my will. While thoughts fly, I'm a bird soaring high. How can I be controlled by a mere fly? I came down from the zenith too by choice. So those at lower stations might rejoice. When I grow weary of their base traits, then, like birds with wings spread, I'll soar up again. From my own inner essence these wings grew. I didn't stick my wings on with some glue. Jafar the flyer's wings were permanent. Jafar the scoundrel's wings were only lent. To those who haven't tasted, it's pretension. It's truth to those in the most high dimension. Vile crows may think I'm bragging with cheap lies. Empty and full pots are the same to flies. Since pearls grow from the things you eat, good man, don't hold back, eat as much food as you can. The sheik, to fight off thoughts which were ill-willed, vomited pearls until his bowl was filled. This mystic master made pearls manifest to those who with such wisdom weren't blessed. In you, though, food becomes impurity. So lock your throat and throw away the key. For him in whom food turns to glory's light. All things he eats are lawful, every bite. In explanation of how there are some claims, the truth of which is self-evident. If you know my soul well, you'll recognize. My pithy words are not pretentious lies. If I tell you at midnight, I've come near. And, since we're kin, do not have any fear. You'll know for sure that these claims are both true. For your own kin's voice is quite clear to you. Kinship and nearness are the claims made here. You'll know they're true if you can clearly hear. Because the sound of someone's voice can give evidence that it is a relative. That joy at a voice known immediately will testify he's from your family. But uninspired fools, who can't recognize a relative's voice from a passerby's, will say these words are unreliable. Ignorance claims they are deniable. Speech from a sage filled with God's light is known as truth from what that voice sounds like alone. In Arabic a man once made this claim: I can speak Arabic. This is the same. His speaking Arabic proves that it's true. And so it is self-evident to you. Literate people may each write this note: I can both read and write, as if to gloat. Though technically this is another claim. The note proves that it's truthful all the same. A Sufi might say, in your dream last night, you saw me just as now I'm in your sight. And in that dream I gave a long oration, explaining what is self-annihilation. Let it, like earrings, penetrate inside, so that my teachings serve as your mind's guide. Since you recall the dream that he has told, it is a miracle worth more than gold. Although, in form, a mere claim it may seem. Your soul says, it is true, I had that dream. And the believer's camel that has strayed is just like these examples I've conveyed. If you find truth where it does not belong, why should you worry that it might be wrong? When you tell someone thirsty, hurry up, drink quickly from the water in this cup, will any thirsty man say, what a claim? Pretender, I can't trust you. What's your aim? Show proof that water is contained inside, from that rare gushing source, and you've not lied. Or if a mother tells her child, come near, since I'm your mother, you'll have naught to fear. Will the child say, I need some evidence? Before I drink your milk, prove it at once. For every nation who seeks God, the face and voice of prophets show miraculous grace. Thus, when their prophet shouts out to dictate, inwardly each of them bows down prostrate. Their inner ear has not heard such a shout from a mere human, so they have no doubt. If a strange voice should reach an inner ear, it will know God is saying, I am near. John the Baptist bows before the womb of the mother of Jesus. John's mother spoke to Mary secretly, before she gave birth of this mystery. I've seen that a great king is inside you, a prophet of God, who is steadfast too. When I encountered you by chance just now, the child inside my womb began to bow. My baby bowed to yours respectfully. And so I felt a strange new pang in me. Yes, Mary said, in me a strange sensation told me about your embryo's prostration. A difficulty is raised by this story. The stupid men say, leave this fable out. Since it is false, its accuracy we doubt. For Mary during pregnancy had gone as far as possible from everyone. That wonderful pure woman stayed away until she gave birth. This is what texts say. While she was pregnant, no one ventured near, and she did not go home. This much is clear. When she gave birth to Jesus joyfully, she then brought him before her family. When did John's mother see her then, to share what she had understood of this affair? The resolution of the problem. Those with true vision easily can view remote things as though they are present too. John's mother was to Mary visible and near, although that seems impossible. With eyes closed you can see your distant friend, if you can see through skin and comprehend. Even if she did not see inwardly, John's mother, still accept this tale from me. Unlike those who hear stories but insist they aren't true, like a strict literalist. Kalila knew no language, some men say. How could he hear what Dimna would convey? But if these two friends did communicate, it wasn't with words men articulate. How was that Dimna an emissary, sent to the ox and lion? Answer me. An ox can't be the lion's chief vizier. The moon can't fill an elephant with fear. This book of fables is made up, we know. Because a stork can't share words with a crow. A story is a bushel which contains meanings inside, as though they are wheat grains. The wise man will take meanings grains, but pay no heed to bushels, which will fade away. The tale about the rose and nightingale is rich in meaning, though it's just a tale. On speaking with a mystic tongue and the comprehension of it, heed well the moth and candle tale, my friend. Learn from its message, if you comprehend. Though speechless, it shows inner depths of speech. Soar high, friend, to where feeble owls can't reach. A chess player said, this is the rook's own space. Someone asked, how did it obtain that place? Did it inherit it or buy it cheaply? Happy the message seeker who dives deeply. X struck Y, a grammarian used to say. What had Y done? An idiot asked one day. That X should strike him with such vehemence. Like beating slaves, blind to their innocence. This is the bushel only, he replied. Take out its wheat and then throw it aside. X and Y are examples of a rule. Though they are fictions, learn the grammar, fool. That man complained, I cannot understand. How X hit blameless Y then with his hand. The teacher joked, that's what he had to do. For Y once stole an extra W. X hit that thief as soon as he observed that he had sinned, it's what that Y deserved. Acceptance of worthless sayings by the hearts of worthless people. This fool said, now the truth I can detect. To crooked men, corrupt things are correct. If you tell a cross-eyed man, there's one moon, he'll say, I see two, so don't speak too soon. If someone jokes with him, I can see two. He deems it true for such fools that's their due. Liars attract lies to themselves recite. To wicked women bad men, which sheds light. Those with big hearts have power over all. While blind men always stumble, trip, and fall. The search for that tree with fruit which gives eternal life. A wise man told this tale, there is a tree in India which hides a mystery. Whoever eats its fruit will not grow old or die. This summarizes what he told. A king heard this and found the tale impressive. He longed for that tree and became obsessive. He sent a capable emissary, an erudite man, to seek out that tree. For years this cultured man then roamed about in India, where he sought this rare tree out. This poor man went from town to town in vain, and searched in every island, hill, and plain. Men laughed at him when asked about this tree, and said, your search is sheer insanity. Many in ridicule would slap his face, and say, distinguished man, pride of your race, how can the search by one with your fine brain and pure heart be so obviously in vain? These false words were slaps also to his mind, and harder to bear than the other kind. Sarcastically they praised him, noble man. Head for this dangerous place now, if you can. For in a forest there is a green tree. One lofty, broad, and bushy you will see. The king's emissary searched each location, but people gave conflicting information. For years he kept on searching everywhere, with cash from his king, who had sent him there. But he grew weary in this foreign land, and felt so weak that he could hardly stand. He hadn't found a single trace or clue, just rumors from men acting like they knew. And all this disappointment snapped hope's thread. So what he'd sought he now ignored instead. Finally, he decided he must go back to the king. As he walked tears would flow. The sheikh explains the secret of the tree to that seeker who had only imitative knowledge. There was a mystic at a halting place. When he arrived, tears rolling down his face, he thought, with desperate need, I'll venture near, before I have to move away from here, so that his prayer supports me when we part. Since I can't find the true aim of my heart. He walked towards the sheikh with tear-filled eyes. Tears dropped like rain from clouds in heavy skies. He pleaded, Sheikh, have mercy now on me. This is the time for generosity. Explain what is the cause of your despair. What are you looking for that is so rare? He said, the king told me to come and find a bushy tree which is one of a kind. Not only rare, its fruit is special too. Water of life each one bestows on you. I searched for many years, but found no trace. I found just ridicule in this vile place. The sheikh then laughed and said, Hey simple brain. This tree is knowledge which the mystics gain. It's the most tall, wide, and expansive tree. It's water of life from God's boundless sea. You looked for the tree's form, so in the end, you picked no fruit of inner truth, my friend. In fact, it's only sometimes called a tree. At other times it's sun, cloud, or the sea. From that one source a million things arise. With immortality its smallest prize. Myriads of effects arise from it. And therefore countless names appear to fit. Your father is a father just to you. He has to be another man's son too. He could be someone's foe, while to another, he could be dearer even than a brother. One man can have a million names like this. Watch just one side and the whole view you'll miss. To seek the name whoever has selected will soon feel, like you, hopeless and dejected. Why cling to the name tree? You're obstinate. You'll thus stay bitter and unfortunate. Look to the attributes, transcend the name. They'll lead you to the essence, your true aim. Disputes between men stem from names, my friend. Should they reach meanings, then peace would descend. Four men argue about grapes, because each knows them by a different name. Four men received a coin and they were poor. One of them said, let's spend it on angur. The second man, an Arab, screamed out, stop. Don't buy angur, but inab from the shop. The third, a Turk, said, just ignore the rest. Don't buy inab, for ism tastes the best. Stop all this talk, the fourth, a Greek, then said. Because I want some estafile instead. They started quarreling, each unaware of what the other names meant, what they share. They punched each other out of ignorance. Empty of knowledge, each of them a dunce. A mystic knowing all their languages could have united these four savages. He would have said, with this coin I will buy some grapes, which will each of you satisfy. Submit your hearts sincerely now, as you will see one coin make all your dreams come true. Your single coin will thus transform to four. Four foes will join as one and fight no more. What each of you says causes separation, while what I say brings reconciliation. Therefore, keep silent, as God's told you to. So I can serve as tongue for all of you. Even if your speech sounds like it unites. Instead it causes arguments and fights. Borrowed heat cannot warm you like a hearth. Something innately hot has special worth. Though you warm vinegar next to a flame, drinking it makes you colder all the same. Because it isn't hot intrinsically. It's nature's sour and cold originally. Instead, if you pour grape juice in your cup and drink it down, it warms your liver up. Thus, the pretense of sheiks who truly see is better than the blind sincerity. From the sheik's speech comes union and elation. Blind literalists cause only separation. About King Solomon's time you have heard. He knew the language of each kind of bird. Leopards and deer in his just realm were friends. They stopped their fighting and they made amends. The dove no longer feared the falcon's claws. The sheep were not afraid of the wolf's jaws. As mediator for each enemy, to all the world's birds he brought unity. Since you're an ant, you hunt for grain all day. Seek Solomon and don't remain astray. The grain you hunt will end up trapping you. Seek Solomon and you will find grain too. For bird-like souls there's no security in these times from each other's cruelty. Although there's one with Solomon's high station, who'd bring peace and end all cruel exploitation. There is no nation, you must now recall, to which a warner wasn't sent at all. God said, there's not been one community to whom I haven't sent a deputy. Their bird-like souls this mystic unifies, so they will end pretense, deceit, and lies, and act more like a mother to her son. The Prophet said that Muslim souls are one. Muslims through him attained this unity, though previously each was an enemy. The removal of disputes and enmity among the Ansar through the grace of the Prophet. Two tribes called Aws and Hazraj were at war. It seemed that they would feud forevermore. But, through the Prophet, their long-standing fight became effaced within Islam's pure light. These foes became like brothers magically, just like a bunch of grapes appears to be. Believers are true brothers. Unison means each dissolves his body to be one. The grapes appear like brothers on the vine, but, when you squeeze them, they become one wine. Unripe and ripe are opposites in name, but, when unripe grapes ripen, they're the same. Those grapes which never ripen properly were infidels from pre-eternity. A grape like that is always shunned as well, since it's condemned to be an infidel. If I should tell what that grape hides within, a riot and dissension would begin. What infidels hide one should never tell. Keep out of paradise the smoke of hell. Unripened grapes with the capacity, through mystics, will develop magically. To ripened grapes they will transform so fast. Leave spite and dualism in the past. Then, as ripe grapes, their own skin they will flay, so they might form a unity this way. If one's not joined, a friend becomes a foe. But one who's joined won't deal himself a blow. May the Sheikh's love be blessed continually. It gives a million atoms unity. What once was mud on some abandoned land becomes a clay jar with the potter's hand. Unity in our bodies made of clay is less than that of souls still in a way. Analogies put forth for illustration might just confuse your brains and cause frustration. A Solomon now lives with us, but we fail to see men in close proximity. Men can be blinded by farsightedness. A sleeping man can't see his bedroom's mess. We all delight in subtle conversation. Untying knots our favorite recreation. Tying and opening our knots, like fools. For answering questions we just make more rules. Just like a bird which opens up its snare, then closes it, to master skills so rare. She's thus deprived of open countryside. With knots her whole life is preoccupied. The snare does not grow flimsier one bit. The bird's wings, though, are snapped apart by it. Don't struggle with such knots forever, please. Your wings will be snapped by your expertise. A million birds have snapped their wings apart, and yet from this world they could not depart. In the Quran read all about that kind. From they explored a refuge could they find. Those men's fight over grapes which we've related was not solved, nor their rage eliminated, until that mystic Solomon came near and made their dualism disappear. As falcons hear the drum beats from the king, you too must heed them and stop arguing. From all directions fly there to be free. Replace your differences with unity. Wherever you are, turn your face that way. He's not forbidden it, do not delay. We are inept birds with the blindest eyes. That Solomon we still can't recognize. Like owls, we are the falcon's enemy. And so we stay near ruin stubbornly. Out of our wretched ignorance and blindness, we hurt those privileged to receive God's kindness. The birds which Solomon made radiant can't tear apart wings of the innocent. Rather, they take to helpless birds some grain. Since their kind and their hearts no spite contain. Their hoopoe longs to praise their king, and so the path to queens of Sheba it will show. Their crow is one in form alone, inside. She is a falcon which turned not aside. Lack lack, their stork is always heard to shout. With unity's fire, she sets fire to doubt. On seeing falcons, their dove feels no dread. Before this dove each falcon lays her head. The nightingale, whose song makes your heart spin, has a rose garden hidden deep within. Their parrot needs no sugar any more. Within she's found an everlasting store. Their peacock's feet are lovelier to view than plumage other peacocks show to you. Cacanese bird's speech echoes all around. But where can Solomon's bird's speech be found? How can you know the squawks of birds, my son, when you have never met King Solomon? The wings of that bird which sings mystic songs to realms beyond both east and west belongs. From God's throne comes each of its songs of love, and it returns majestically above. A bird which flies without this Solomon loves darkness like a bat and flees the sun. Join with King Solomon, rejected bat, so you won't stay forever blind like that. Walk 1 yard on the path which leads to treasure. Then, like the yard, your step will serve as measure. Though now you limp and hobble to your aim, you'll soon discover you're no longer lame. The story about the ducklings nurtured by a domestic bird. Though you're a duck's child, a domestic bird has nurtured you, but still you haven't heard. Your mothers from that ocean know your worth. Your nurse is the one who's attached to earth. Your heart yearns passionately for the ocean. From your true mother it gained that emotion. Your fondness for the world comes from your nurse. Abandon her. Her views are always worse. Leave the nurse on dry land and move beyond into truth's ocean, like ducks in a pond. Don't fear the water, though they've taught you to dive in the ocean with no more ado. You can live on both land and water, duck. Unlike those land birds who must live in muck. We've honored Adam's children God has planned for you to ride through water and on land. Keep we've conveyed them on the sea in mind. Leave we've conveyed them to the land behind. Angels have no way to reach land below. And of that ocean most men do not know. In body animal, angel in soul. On both earth and the heavens you can stroll. Human like you, but at a lofty station. Some men have been inspired by revelation. Although their earthly bodies landed here, their spirits roam around the highest sphere. We are all waterfowl, my mystic friends. Our language is that ocean comprehends. It's Solomon, while we're birds of a feather. We're traveling with Solomon forever. Just like King Solomon, step in the sea. It will make David's chainmail instantly. That Solomon now stands in front of you. He's blocked all eyes, but for the worthy few. From slumber, ignorance, and needless fuss. Most feel fatigued when he's in front of us. Thunder makes thirsty men's ears ring with pain. Not knowing joy's cloud soon will make it rain. The flowing stream is where they fixed their eyes. Ignorant of the water from the skies. To causes they ride aspiration's steed. And not the causer veiled, they won't take heed. The causer some men can identify. On causes in this world they won't rely. Pilgrims are amazed at the miracles of an ascetic whom they find alone in the desert. Once in the desert there was a fakir, immersed in worship like those men revere. Pilgrims from many countries would pass by, and notice this ascetic looking dry. His nature wasn't dry, just the location. He could survive the fierce winds and privation. The pilgrims were stunned by his solitude, and by his good health and his fortitude. He stood and prayed on sand that was so hot it could boil water poured into a pot. As if he were in gardens that feel cool, or on Barak, or on the prophet's mule, or that his feet were on silk tapestries. and desert winds cooled him like a sweet breeze. Some pilgrims stood there in anticipation for him to finish off his supplication. Once he'd returned from his absorbing prayer. One of them, the most sharp-eyed person there, saw water dripping from his hands and face. His clothes damp with ablution's water's trace. From where does water come to this dry land? Towards the sky above he raised his hand. Does it rain down whenever you can't cope? Without wells, or palm fibers for their rope? Faith Sultan, please reveal this mystery, so that your state might give us certainty. Help us to understand the truth this way, so we might cut doubt's girdle straight away. He looked up at the sky and slowly said, answer these pilgrims' prayer, so they'll be led. I seek my sustenance from you above, because you've opened your door with kind love. From placelessness you've made this place appear. Your daily breads in heaven you've made clear. A cloud approached once he had said this prayer. Slowly, like elephants which walk with care. As if from skins, rain poured down suddenly, filling all hollows which their eyes could see. The cloud kept raining like a bowl upturned. The pilgrims stood there with mouths open, stunned. Due to these marvels, one group zealously cut off their girdles of uncertainty. Another group's faith was intensified. Due to this feat God knows best how to guide. The rest stayed skeptical, though it was clear they'll stay inadequate. This book ends here.